Chapter 131 Fu Fin's Trump Card. Tang Mo moved his eyes to the little girl. The sleeping child's face was like a dumpling with a faint blush. Just looking at his face, he is indeed 5 points similar to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was so cruel that he would even give up his own sister for himself. Since Tang Mo became his sister, she has been particularly sensitive and soft-hearted about children. This is the last sacrifice. Fu Fin, if you still don't agree to our request, you will have to fend for yourself. Lin Shorong looked up at Fu Fin, and the words in his mouth sounded like threats and discussions. Then you just give it a try, Fu Fin said nonchalantly. Tang Mo was so close that he could feel the solidification of the air. This was not a conversation, but a confrontation. She could see that even if Fu Fin was trapped here, Lin Shorong could kill it at any time if he wanted to. But the attitude of both parties was still equal. So, what exactly is Lin Shorong worried about? What kind of trump card does Fu Fin have? Although his refusal was so obvious, he still received sacrifices every month, which made Tang Mo have to doubt. You must know that the sacrifices in Shazhen are not ordinary things. Every sacrifice is the life of a family. Lin Shorong's answer to Fu Fin seemed to be expected, and he had no special emotions. He left with a group of people without saying anything more. Lin Yu's eyes stayed on the girl's side for a long time, but finally turned his head away. After the door of the cage slowly closed again, Tang Mo dodged and took Jingjing out of the corner, knowing that the door would be open once a month. Tang Mo went out in no hurry. Jingjing also had the temperament of a child. She jumped up to the little girl's side and poked her sleeping face. Perhaps she had been frightened too much, or Nyang's dose of medicine was not enough. So the little girl was not sleeping soundly. But now Jingjing's touch slowly opened her eyes. Elder brother! The tears in the corners of the girl's eyes were not dry yet, and new tears rolled out one after another. Don't cry! This monster will eat you if you cry again, Tang Mo said seriously with a straight face. Although there is a trace of tenderness towards children in his heart, it is obvious that Tang Mo is not a person who can coax children gently. The little girl followed Tang Mo's eyes, and happened to meet the huge eyeballs looking down. She was so frightened that she forgot her movements. When he turned around again, he bit his lip and swallowed back the tears in his eyes. Tang Mo nodded with satisfaction. He was a very good boy. How old are you? 5 years old. When the little girl opened her mouth, her voice was still choked with sobs. 5 years old? It doesn't look like him in terms of body shape. It seems that the quality of life of people here in Sha Town is quite poor. This palace is probably the best thing they can get. What is your name? Lin Xianxian. Hungry? If the little girl kept crying, Tang Mo would not bother to care. But with this strong look now, for a 5-year-old kid who had just been abandoned by his family, Tang Mo felt a little soft-hearted. Xianxian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Tang Mo took out 2 bottles of milk and a small cake from the space and threw them to Xianxian. Eat. Xianxian took the thing and looked at Tang Mo in surprise. What is this? I thought I can't have it. To say that this girl Xianxian is not lucky. It has been the end of the world for as long as she can remember. In her memory, she has never had a full meal, let alone milk. But looking at the packaging, I knew it was a good thing before the end of the world. Mom has said that you can't take other people's things casually. Not to mention that these things are so precious, and she can't take them. Tang Mo was really shocked when these words came from the mouth of a 5-year-old girl who had been hungry. It seems that Lin Yu's family education is still very qualified, and I don't know how to cultivate his cold and selfish temperament. Tang Mo took the milk and inserted the straw directly into it. Drink, or I'll feed you to it if you don't. Tang Mo pointed to the fin next to him and used his special trick again. Xianxian then took the milk, carefully put it into her mouth and sucked it. A sweetness that I had never experienced before instantly exploded in my mouth. Drink it well. The little girl's eyes were full of light. At this moment, she even forgot about the sadness and was full of happiness and satisfaction. It's great that a 5-year-old girl is easily satisfied. The 2 of them were having fun here, while the other one was feeling depressed. Is this feeding it food? Is this true? Please excuse me. I want to eat. The support fin made a loud and serious sound from above. Tang Mo raised his eyes. You can't even move. Are you really waiting for me to feed you? Humph. Fu Fin snorted coldly. He opened his big mouth and took a deep breath. In an instant, a not too strong suction force pulled Tang Mo's body. The bodies of Xianxian, who was drinking milk, and Jingjing, who was playing on the side, suddenly left the ground and floated upwards. Tang Mo had quick eyes and quick hands. He pulled Xian Xian down with one hand, and Jing Jing with the other hand, and then pulled them into his arms. Now she understood. No wonder the sacrifice had to be placed in this position. It turned out that this was right under the head of the fin, making it easier to absorb. She also understood why Fu Fan's designated sacrifice must be a child. It wasn't because it didn't eat adults at all, but its suction power is only strong enough to absorb small children. The suction force that Tang Mo felt just now could only make her feel a pull. It was still a bit difficult to suck her up. Holding the big one and the small one in his arms, Tang Mo changed into a position that made Fu Fin helpless. Where do you think the sufficient spiritual energy here comes from? If you don't let me eat the sacrifices, you won't be able to cultivate your spiritual power as fast as before. He was not in a hurry even though he was holding the fin. No one could withstand this abundant mental power. It cannot release its sufficient spiritual power without eating sacrifices. You must know that the rich spiritual power environment within 10 miles of Sandtown was created by itself. If it weren't for him, how could there be a genius like Lin Yu in Sha Town? Do you really think that your people are gifted? Humph. What an ungrateful person. Fu Fin has a deep hatred for the people of Sha Town. Even those who threaten and tease it like Tang Mo can't compare with it. So that's it. Until now, Tang Mo finally understood what the trump card Fu Fin had been holding that could continuously harvest sacrifices was. However, although the sufficient mental power was attracted to Tang Mo, the attraction was not fatal. At least not enough for Tang Mo to exchange for a living human life. Although the human blood-steamed buns were highly nutritious, she really couldn't swallow them. Chapter 132 Midnight Update. Tang Mo found Fu Fin's vows very funny. Although most people's personalities have changed a lot since the end of the world, it was a bit ridiculous to think that they knew human nature very well based on a small place like Sha Town. However, Tang Mo did not intend to explain. It was her consistent aim not to argue with fools. In response to Tang Mo's indifference, Fu Fin's eyes moved. Perhaps cutting off this mental power might not be a bad thing. Recently, Lin Shorong, an old man, has become more and more disrespectful of himself. This little kid really doesn't have much of an entrance. It's better to use this to show them some color. With different thoughts in minds, one person and one beast began to spend a quiet time in this secret room without disturbing each other. After the child Xian Xian had eaten and drank enough, perhaps she was too frightened. She quickly fell asleep in Tang Mo's sleeping bag. Tang Mo knew in his heart that this abundant mental power might disappear soon, and he would not waste a single bit of this world. Instead, he took out Pafong and practiced every move seriously. She has been too focused on improving her mental power recently. But this most commonly used sword technique must not be lost. From the conversation between Lin Shorong and the people next to him, Tang Mo roughly knew that the location she was in was a huge underground secret room, and its obvious function was to seal the fin. Although she didn't know exactly where she came in, she already knew how to get out. And that was enough. There is no day or night in the huge closed secret room, and the time depends entirely on the ID watch on the wrist. When Tang Mo stopped, the time on the watch already showed 12 o'clock and 5 minutes passed. There was no shadow of the fin on the rectangular sand pile, and the traces left were as smooth as the first time they saw it in the late Tang dynasty. On the other side, Xian Xian and Jing Jing were still cuddling together and sleeping soundly. It seems that I will buy more hunting sleeping bags in the future, Tang Mo thought silently in his heart. Because I was alone all the time, I didn't have any extra sleeping bags at the end of Tang dynasty. The only one was occupied, so I could only take 2 quilts from the space and spread them on the ground casually to make do. But before his eyes were closed for long, there was a sound from the other side of the door. The moment Tang Mo reacted, he immediately dragged the sleeping bag to the corner. The quilt was thrown into the space, and his own people also hid in the corner. The door was slowly opened. At the moment the door opened, Tang Mo felt a strong mental power. He was afraid of alerting others, so he did not use his mental power to feel it. The footsteps were very light, and it sounded like someone was sneaking in. The support fin has disappeared. Could it be that there are some other treasures in this secret room? Xian Xian? The moment the visitor made a sound, Tang Mo knew who he was. Because it was him, there was no need to hide. So Tang Mo just walked out? Didn't you leave? Why are you back? At the end of the Tang dynasty, he was familiar with him, and he didn't tell him his family name. So he asked bluntly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Yu's eyes were very alert. This is the biggest secret of Sha Town, and it is impossible to let outsiders in. He took a huge risk when he came in this time. He just wanted to take a gamble on whether his sister, who was so young, could hold the fins and not eat them. I have been here all the time. I have been here since the day when you came. As for how I came in, I still have to ask you. You should know better than me. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had roughly estimated that Lin Yu would not be able to defeat him, since he had not yet swallowed the desert flower. This time he could guess with his toes that he had sneaked in. And he didn't dare to let others know. I don't know why. But after Tang Mo finished speaking, Lin Yu's reaction seemed to be somewhat understanding. And he was not as surprised as expected. So do you know how Xian Xian, that little girl, is doing? Lin Yu quickly realized that Tang Mo had been here all day, and she was the person who knew her sister's current situation best. That little girl was eaten by that fin. Isn't that your sacrifice? What he said was purely intentional at the end of Tang Dynasty. Now that he knew he was looking for his sister. What were you thinking when he sent his sister out for himself? Eat it. Really eat it? Lin Yu had not thought about the consequences in his heart. But after he really knew it, he still couldn't bear it. His face suddenly turned pale, and he slid to the ground. Get up! There are no outsiders here. Stop pretending. The ground is quite cold. Tang Mo thought Lin Yu's reaction was quite ridiculous. Is this interesting? She is 5 years old this year. She has never had a birthday. She has never even eaten cake. I can't even protect the person I love most. Is it really meaningful to become stronger? What's the point? Woolen cloth. Lin Yu sat on the ground, seemingly not hearing Tang Mo's sarcasm at all, and kept mumbling. But I can't protect her. I really can't protect her. Looking at Lin Yu's appearance, Tang Mo felt that it was hard to doubt his sincerity. Then why didn't you stand up at that time? You were cowardly, weren't you? If I stand up, what's the use of standing up? The ancestral precepts of Sha Town for generations have prevented us from moving away. The young people have violated the ancestral precepts and fled to various bases. There are already old, weak women and children left here. If there are no more without mental power, everyone will die. I don't blame Uncle Lin. There is nothing he can do about it. I still won't be able to protect her. Yes, it's me who is cowardly and useless. Lin Yu lowered his head. Tears fell to the ground drop by drop, and instantly seeped into the sand. Sha Town is actually at the end of its rope a long time ago. In fact, looking at the faces of the people in Sha Town during the day, it was not difficult in Tang Dynasty to see the embarrassment of the people here. I just didn't expect that the embarrassment would reach this level. So it's okay to become stronger? Yes. If you become stronger, you can hunt. You will have meat to eat. And you can let the people here survive as long as possible. So I must become stronger. Lin Yu raised his head. The young man's still green face was filled with tenacity. Tang Mo didn't know what to say for a while. Who is to blame? She suddenly didn't know who to blame for all this. Blame Lin Shurong? He has done his best to save most of the people. Blame the fin? It just wants to live and be free. Is it Lin Yu's fault? What can he do? Perhaps we can only blame the world. At this moment, Tang Mo's heart seemed to suddenly shine with a beam of light, and the originally dark road ahead suddenly became clear. Originally, she had always had no desires and desires. She felt that she had already lived a good life after starting over, and she couldn't find the motivation to work hard at all. But now, she understands that she is too insignificant. When it comes to fighting against this guy, she is like an ant, unable to do anything but accept her fate. You have to work hard. You have to become strong. Strong enough. So strong that you can't help but control your fate. Only then is it strong enough to be able to protect everyone you love. Chapter 133, Leaving the Secret Room. You came here for that bead too? People in Sha Town can't leave even if they want to. If they don't have an ulterior motive. Who would come to Bee City? A place like this? Under the current circumstances? Bead? Isn't it a flower? At the end of Tang Dynasty, she really didn't know what kind of beads there were. After all, she was just a small person in her previous life and had only heard a little bit about the legend here. But if there really is a rare treasure other than that flower, then everything will be explained. No wonder it's just a flower with 100 mental attributes. How can it have such a big impact on the surrounding environment? The abundant mental power provided by the fin can only make people cultivate their mental attributes faster. The real reason why so many geniuses have emerged here is probably the bead mentioned by Lin Yu. So you didn't come with them? Lin Yu had some doubts in his eyes. The location of the bead is very hidden, and most people would not know it. Lin Shurong also sent people to guard it day and night. But just yesterday, I saw two outsiders near the sand vortex. The two people simply ignored the immature desert flower and kept observing something near the sand vortex. The man secretly watching next to him reported the situation to Lin Shorong. And soon people from Sha Town came out to capture the two men. Both the desert flowers and the beads in the sand vortex are regarded as treasures by the people of Sand Town. How can outsiders get their hands on them? As the most mentally powerful genius in Sha Town, Lin Yu naturally followed. Are you talking about a mixed-race woman, a pale man, and two men and women in their early 20s? Tang Mo quickly wondered if Lisa, Aubin and the others had escaped and arrived at Sha Town by accident. There was only a mixed-race woman and a pale man, and no one else was seen. There were very few outsiders in Sha Town, so Lin Yu naturally remembered it very clearly. I've seen him on the road, but I'm not familiar with him. Tang Mo thought for a moment and quickly separated from Lisa Aubin. Just kidding. Lisa never mentioned the beads to him. Some of the words she said were true and Tang Mo didn't dare to bet on them. Knowing that Tang Mo was not doing it for the bead, Lin Yu felt a lot relieved. But his brows did not relax. And he still stared blankly at the corner where his sister was lying. Brother? A young voice called tentatively. Tang Mo had been talking to Lin Yu and almost forgot about Xian Xian, who was hidden by him. Now the little girl had eaten and drank enough and woke up again. When she came out and saw her brother, she couldn't believe it and rubbed her eyes vigorously with her little fleshy hands. Xian Xian? Lin Yu's eyes shone brightly. He stood up suddenly, rushed to the girl and hugged her tightly in his arms. Feeling her brother's genuine question, Xian Xian finally believed that this was not the dream she had just had. Two arms wrapped tightly around Lin Yu's neck and cried loudly. Brother, why don't you want me anymore? Xian Xian is so scared. My brother is wrong. I will never lose my slenderness again. The world of a child is the simplest. Even if you hurt her, as long as you open your arms again, she will still believe you with all her heart and eyes. Tang Mo turned his head away and silently put away his sleeping bag items. Thanks. After the joyful reunion with his sister ended, Lin Yu walked up to Tang Mo and said seriously, although I don't know how this girl did it, Xian Xian's ability to be safe must have something to do with her. Thank you. No need. I have something I would like your help with. Because of Lin Yu's relationship, the situation of Lin Yu's family is relatively good in Sha Town. But even so, it still looks very sad. The family is surrounded by walls, which is really a very realistic adjective here. Because Lin Yu didn't want to break up the relationship with the town. No one except his parents could know about the fact that Xian Xian brought it out. So I had no choice but to carry a huge bag and put Xian Xian in it. At the end of Tang Dynasty, Lin Yu followed Lin Yu tightly. It was early in the morning, and there was no one outside. The three of them arrived at Lin Yu's home without any danger. The houses that the residents of Sha Town live in are also located under the desert. In the late Tang Dynasty, they were just underground secret rooms. But they were very large and exquisitely designed. Every family's house is also made of sand. I don't know if it is because of the low population density, but every family's house is surprisingly big. Lin Yu blocked the windows of Xian Xian's room with cloth, and Tang Mo moved into this room with Xian Xian. Where were those two people yesterday? What are you going to do? Tang Mo asked Lisa and Abin. Originally, he was locked up. I heard from the mayor that the man had some special abilities, so he was released. He must be preparing to work together to get the bead. As the person Lin Shorong valued most, Lin Yu naturally knew more details than others. Aubin has some special abilities? Isn't he seriously ill and about to die? Tang Mo's mind turned a few corners, and it became more and more interesting how many secrets those two people had. What kind of danger is that pearl? Do you still need to find outsiders to cooperate? These outsiders are not just Lisa and Fu Fin. Lin Yu's attitude became much more serious when he heard about the beads. You should go to bed early and try not to go out while you are in the room. I will find an opportunity to take you away. After explaining to Tang Mo, Lin Yu took Xian Xian away, who was reluctant to leave, leaving Tang Mo alone in the room and did not answer the question. Bead? Whether it's Fu Fin or Lisa Aubin, or Lin Yu and Lin Shorong, everyone has a very special attitude towards that bead. It seems to be a treasure with great danger, which makes people want it like crazy, but is extremely afraid of it. The more everyone behaved like this, the more curious Tang Mo became. I've slept enough during the day, and I can't sleep now anyway, so it might as well just go out for a walk. Tang Mo changed into black sportswear and put on a mask. He put the backpack into the space, put Jingjing in his arms, and quietly left Lin Yu's home. Although there are almost no outsiders in Sha Town, There are still 2 people guarding the door. It can be seen that Lin Xiaorong is a very cautious person in power. This was the reason why Lin Yu didn't take Tang Yimou out in the dead of night. However, this small problem did not trouble the late Tang dynasty. Chapter 134 The Legend Within the Legend. Tang Yimou hugged Jingjing and hid behind a semicircular gravel building. He used his mental power to condense 2 solid balls and hit the temples of the 2 guards at a very fast speed. It can be seen that the people in Sha Town have some spiritual power. When the 2 spiritual power balls were only 1 meter away from them, they noticed something strange approaching. But it was obviously too late. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the current spiritual power was overwhelming, and the attack on the powerful spiritual power was also very flexible, creating a series of derivative products such as wind blades, wind needles, wind swords, and even wind balls. It can be said that it couldn't be easier to condense 2 wind balls to deal with 2 ordinary guards. The wind ball hit the temples of the 2 people very accurately, and the precise blow caused the 2 guards to fall down. Seeing the 2 of them falling straight down, Tang Yimou took back the wind ball with satisfaction. Yeah, it's a bit too miserable. Jingjing's mouth opened into an O shape. She was really discovering the violence factor in Tang Mo's body more and more. Don't worry. I can control the intensity. I won't die. Tang Yimou held Jingjing in his arms, and walked out of the gate of Sha Town almost swaggeringly. If he can't die, he can't die. As for whether there will be any sequelae, that's something she can't control. As expected in the late Tang dynasty, the entire Sha Town was built underground using a peculiar construction method. So after exiting the gate of Sand Town, there is a long staircase leading to the ground. Each step of the stairs is very steep and naturally made of sand. Every detail here is very exquisite. It cannot be built overnight. I don't know how many generations of wisdom and energy have been condensed. This place is not as simple as it seems. Lin Xiaorong led the entire Sha Town to stay here and refused to move. Perhaps not just because of the teachings of his ancestors. At the end of Tang dynasty, he had long lost any expectations and trust in human nature. And naturally, he would not change his view of others after listening to Lin Yu's few words. The stairs were long, but Tang Yimou was also very fast. The wind in the desert is cool, and the moon is big and round. After breathing fresh air again, Tang Yimou exhaled the stale air from his body, and took a few mouthfuls of cold fresh air. He suddenly felt refreshed both physically and mentally. It feels so good to see the light of day again. The location of the flower was not clear at the end of Tang dynasty, and Lin Yu naturally couldn't tell. However, after practicing in the secret room for a long time at the end of Tang dynasty, his mental power has been significantly improved, and his mental power perception has also made a qualitative leap. After adapting to the spiritual power here for so long, Tang Yimou believed that he could still feel where it was thinnest and where it was strongest. Trying hard to keep every pore on his body in the most relaxed state, Tang Yimou led Jingjing step by step towards the depths of the desert, following the excitement of the mental energy that he could feel in the air. Although the bright moonlight seemed to turn on a dim light in the desert, but an empty and cold place is still the easiest place to breed fear, as if there will be something unexpected around you at any time. Jingjing shrank herself into a ball as much as possible and hid in Tang Mo's arms. At the end of Tang dynasty, he still walked easily and walked out of the vegetable market next to his home. Tang Mo's confidence was not without reason. She had secretly found an opportunity to test Lin Yu's mental attributes before. The attribute values are indeed very high. But Lin Yu, who has not yet taken the desert flower, is far from being called a genius in the eyes of the late Tang dynasty. If Sha Zhen's genius was only at this level, then there would be nothing to fear in the late Tang dynasty. But this is what Tang dynasty thought wrong, because she doesn't clearly understand her own strength now. In the late Tang dynasty, which almost did not rely on external objects to improve attribute values, its ranking on the ranking list was very inaccurate. Many of the people above her just had better attributes than her. Did they really put everyone in a harsh environment at the same time, facing the same dangerous enemies? It was really hard to say who would survive in the end. Just like the delicate flowers in the greenhouse. No matter how brightly they bloom, they cannot withstand the wind and rain. And with Lin Yu's level, if he gets any base, even in S-base, he will be valued by various teams and even Al-Qaeda organizations. After all, it was late at night, and Tang Mo's footsteps were very fast. One man and one beast soon arrived at the place with the strongest spiritual power in the entire desert. Lin Yu said that Lin Xiaorong sent people to guard the desert flower 24 hours a day, and Lisa and her group were taken back here. Tang Mo was not particularly clear about these unknown situations. so he naturally did not dare to act rashly. Tang Mo stopped when he noticed someone not far ahead with his mental power, and just released his mental power to check the situation. There were two people hiding in the middle of the sand dune. They were dressed so well that they were obviously from Sandtown. Maybe it can't be said to be hiding. In this late night in the desert, people are more likely to just keep warm in the sand dunes. The desert flower was standing there, looking delicate and beautiful in bud, and it was obvious that it would fully bloom in the next few days. For such spiritual treasures like flowers, the flowering period is very short. If it is not picked and consumed while it is still open, it will soon wither and lose all its effectiveness. Of course, people like Tang Mo who have small warehouses that can freeze time are exceptions. The flower's spiritual power is still quietly staying in her space, with no chance to shine. Although the location of the flower was already clear, Tang Mo did not take it lightly. She always remembered the two words Lin Yu mentioned. Beads. What exactly is that? Is it a more important treasure than the desert flower? Is the ultimate goal of Nasha Town that bead? What's the purpose of Lisa and the two of them? Right? Even though Tang Mo often seemed less rigorous and more casual, when he really got down to business, his seriousness was unparalleled by anyone. Observing the surrounding environment of desert flower almost inch by inch. In the end, Tang Mo discovered it. There's something wrong with the sand around that flower. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he still remembered the quicksand that caused him and Jingjing to fall into the secret room. In fact, it was obvious that anyone who had never been to the desert could see the difference. But the sand near the desert flower was different. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he observed for a long time back and forth, left and right, and found that the sand within 3 meters around the desert flower was flowing. The flow speed is very fast. That is, because it is too fast, it ensures that the sand does not sink and remains in a flat state, making it difficult for the naked eye to distinguish. But what Tang Mo was sure of was that if someone came close, they would disappear into the sand in less than a second, without even making a cry for help, let alone struggling. The legendary beads must be under this hidden quicksand. Then everything will be explained. Chapter 135. The crystal stone appears. But the more mysterious it is, the more unavailable it is, the more itchy Tang Mo's heart becomes. The desert flowers haven't bloomed yet, so let alone the people in Sandtown who haven't figured out a way to pick them yet. Even if there is a way, they can only hide in the sand dunes and wait until now. That piece of quicksand was not a simple thing. As the biggest secret of Sandtown, Lin Shorong was actually willing to cooperate with Lisa Aubin and the others. He must have been forced and had no other choice. After all, looking at the appearance of this desert flower, it looks like these two ends when it is in full bloom. At the end of Tang Dynasty, looking at the quicksand, he was beating a drum in his heart. The scene of falling into the sand last time was still vivid in her mind, which really left her with some psychological shadow. No one knows what is under the sand. If it is still endless sand, then once it falls into it, there is only one word of death. Tang Mo's spiritual power tentatively reached in to check, but there seemed to be a natural barrier within a few hundred meters of the desert flower specifically to block all spiritual power. Mo, I want to go down and have a look. Jingjing nestled in Tang Mo's arms, her two small eyes staring straight at the area under the desert flower, her eyes bright. What did you sense? Tang Mo immediately understood Jingjing's expression. She knew there was a bead underneath. It seemed that the bead was a good thing that was extremely attractive to Jingjing. What can be attractive to Jingjing is undoubtedly spiritual items. Isn't it dangerous to go down? After roughly weighing it, Tang Mo continued to ask. Tang Mo knew only too well how timid and fearful Jingjing was. If she wasn't somewhat sure, no matter how attractive Jingjing was, she wouldn't be able to say that she wanted to go in and have a look. The passage under the quicksand should be the same as the last time they entered the secret room. And there was Qianquan underneath. Although Jingjing's ability is not yet apparent, Tang Mo has always known that in terms of mental power, Jingjing is much more talented than himself, as if she is a natural beast with mental attributes. So it's not surprising that Jingjing can sense things that he can't sense. He nodded towards Tang Mo, then jumped down from Tang Mo and jumped towards the desert flower area. Tang Mo attached a trace of mental power to Jingjing's body, and now he easily entered the area near the flower without any further hindrance. Tang Mo looked at Jingjing's back with a little more content in his eyes. Jingjing's affinity for spiritual power may be much higher than she imagined. The two men sent by Nasha Town to guard them were so sleepy in the sand dunes that they almost closed their eyes. I saw a white object running towards the desert flower without making any movement. Any alien beast that enters that quicksand area will sink quickly, and then be torn into pieces by the powerful and violent mental power inside, and will not survive for more than a second. This is what the mayor told him. So they just need to see that no suspicious people are approaching. After all, human wisdom is much more terrifying than alien beasts. To everyone's surprise, Jingjing fell into the quicksand area as soon as she stepped into it, and the white figure could no longer be seen in the desert. Seeing this, the two guards continued to take a nap with their eyes closed in relief, while Tang Mo's heart suddenly tightened. The trace of mental power placed on Jingjing's body was instantly engulfed by the powerful mental power around him. Tang Mo straightened his back and tried hard to hold on to the trace of mental power not to be swallowed up by the hurricane of mental power next to him. Fortunately, he only had a little mental power. With this crazy pulling, Tang Mo could fully imagine what would happen if he went in by himself. Her body could not withstand such great force. But with the same physical body, Jingjing seemed to have nothing wrong with her. The whole body even appeared to be translucent and silvery, and her whole body seemed to be blessed with a halo. Since the contract, Tang Mo and Jingjing have been able to sense each other. She can sense that Jingjing's condition is very good and very comfortable. Every pore in Jingjing's body seemed to be open to the maximum extent, sucking out every trace of spiritual attribute value next to it. Like a bear that fell into a jar of sharp honey, it began to lick every bit of sweetness around it to the maximum extent. At this time, Jingjing is like a huge spiritual light ball, integrated with the surrounding environment. Only then did Tang Mo understand why Jingjing liked the crystal nucleus so much. Because to a certain extent, Jingjing was a super crystal nucleus containing huge energy. Fortunately, Tang Mo discovered this secret. Otherwise, once other people knew it, there would be no telling what kind of bloodshed would result. After all, a mobile spiritual attribute energy bank is the best tonic, better than any exotic treasure, and no one will be tempted by it. Jingjing fell for a long time, and Tang Mo waited quietly without making a sound. This is a big opportunity for Jingjing, and there is no way she can interfere with it. A long time passed, and when Jingjing fell to the deepest point, the light on her body had slowly disappeared. He opened his eyes with satisfaction, licked his lower lips, and even burped. So comfortable. Jingjing stretched with satisfaction. Stop enjoying it, and take a look at what's going on around you. Seeing that Jingjing was awake, Tang Mo began to urge her. The trace of spiritual power she had attached to her had become very weak after so long of torture and confrontation, and she could only have a hazy overview of the environment around Jingjing. Woo! Jingjing jumped up and started to check the surrounding environment. Here! There are so many crystal nuclei here! So big! Oh my god! Ah! Even if he couldn't see Jingjing's current expression, Tang Mo could still imagine the surprised look on Jingjing's open mouth. What kind of crystal nuclei and distribution? Please describe it to me carefully. Through Jingjing's description and Tang Dynasty's constant questioning of details, we can probably restore the scene below. If the secret chambers that fell through quicksand before the end of the Tang Dynasty were made of sand, then the secret chambers under the quicksand this time were made of crystal nuclei. The crystal core is the energy body in the body of the alien beast. It is not accurate to say that it is built by the crystal core. It is more accurate to say that it is made of crystal stone. Like the crystal core, the crystal stone is a mineral stone containing energy. After Jingjing's experiments, this energy body can also be quickly absorbed by the human body, even better than the crystal nucleus. As for the mysterious bead they had been talking about before, Jingjing turned around a few times, but still didn't find it. This time it really happened. At the end of Tang Dynasty, there was only one thought in his mind. Chapter 136. Now I'm rich. Jingjing, can you get those crystal stones out? After Jingjing described those mineral stones, Tang Mo started thinking about these crystal stones. Now that I have arrived here and seen these things, it would be unreasonable not to take some with me. Oh, let me try. Jingjing had a knife and a small bag on her body in order to help Tang Mo collect the crystal nuclei from the alien beasts. Okay. Although it's hard, Jingjing is very strong. Jingjing held a cut crystal in her hand, her tone full of excitement. In fact, the spar grown here is really not very strong. If Jingjing hadn't been strengthened just now, it might not have been possible to cut the spar so easily. That's okay. Get some more and show them to me. Tang Mo's tone was also filled with joy. Because of the sudden surprise of the crystal stone, the two guards could no longer let it go. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he quietly approached the sand dune. At this time, the two people from Sand Town were already dozing together. He took out a baseball bat from the space and hit 2 people on the head. There was not much space in the sand dunes. But Tang and Mo still bent down and tied up their hands and feet with cloth strips. And also blindfolded their eyes. Tang Mo's attack was very measured. Just enough to make him unconscious, but not enough to make him die. After doing all this, Tang and Mo nodded with satisfaction. Then walked to the edge of the quicksand, waiting for Jingjing to come out. Tang and Mo said it easily. But even she had forgotten that Jingjing had exhausted all her strength before going down. And she didn't know what to do when she came up. Jingjing's core was easier to cut. She stuffed her little bag full and stuffed it into her fur. Then she grabbed another piece in her little paw and ran to the hole where she had just fallen. Let's start thinking of a solution. But when it just stood under the cave entrance, the mysterious suction force appeared again. And soon, Jingjing appeared in front of Tang and Mo. So fast? Tang and Mo didn't expect Jingjing to come out so fast. Jingjing was stunned for a moment, piled all the crystal cores on her body and in the bag on the ground, and then danced and told Tang and Mo about the following things and how she came up with a whoosh. After Tang and Mo heard this, he picked up a crystal stone on the ground and looked at it carefully. The spar that Jingjing cut was only as big as one of Tang Mo's palms. Tang and Mo felt it with the palm of his hand and easily absorbed the spar. The purity inside is much higher than that of the crystal core, which means that the burden on the body is much lighter than that of the crystal core. He carefully observed the small pile of crystal stones. Jingjing said that the crystal stones below have 3 colors: red, light blue, and white. Because Jingjing couldn't tell the difference between the colors, she simply cut some of the same color. Tang and Mo held the crystal nuclei in his hands one by one and felt the energy in them. It was finally determined that the energy concentrations contained in the crystal nuclei of these 3 colors were different. Blood red energy has the highest purity, reaching 97%, with only 3% impurities. The light blue crystal stone has the second highest energy purity, 90%. White has the lowest energy purity, 80%. But even 80% white crystals are much purer than the crystal nuclei in the alien beasts. It compared and calculated in this way. The energy purity in the crystal nucleus is only 60% at most, which is why it brings such a huge burden and obstacle to the body. After understanding this through research, Tang Mo's eyes brightened even more. He received all these crystal nuclei into the space, and then told Jingjing something. Soon Jingjing plunged into the quicksand again, this time at a very fast speed. In less than 3 minutes, she appeared in front of Tang and Mo again, holding a blood-red spar that was almost half a person's height in her arms. This time Tang and Mo was much more satisfied. This was the right size. It's too small. Make it bigger. After that, Tang and Mo kicked Jingjing down again. In this way, Jingjing moved the crystal upwards at the speed of 1 high blood red crystal per person in 3 minutes. Soon the crystal stones in front of Tang Dynasty piled up into a hill. Tang and Mo sat aside, chewing milk through a straw and sending messages to Jingjing to cheer her up. Before I knew it, it was already dark. After Jingjing took out the last blood-red crystal stone that was more than 2 meters high, she finally fell to the ground tiredly and could no longer stand up. Go to work quickly. Tang and Mo poked Jingjing's little face that had been raised by her. Woo! All the red stones have been moved. Jingjing felt aggrieved and felt that she was a free labor force in the late Tang Dynasty. Just let it work. Don't give it meat. It wants to protest. Going on strike. Just when Jingjing got up and was about to argue with Tang and Mo, her nose suddenly smelled a fragrant smell. It's chicken legs! Jingjing's saliva was drooling. She didn't care about protesting, so she hugged the chicken legs and started chewing. Besides Jingjing's core, Jingjing's favorite thing is chicken legs. It has absorbed too much energy today, and the spar crystal core cannot absorb it at all. At this time, only chicken legs can give it the greatest comfort. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, his ability to do what he liked was considered sufficient. Take a break and continue working after eating. Tang and Mo gently touched Jingjing's head. Jingjing paused, feeling that the chicken drumsticks in her mouth were no longer fragrant. This night is destined to be an extraordinary night. According to Jingjing, there are the least red spar below, followed by blue spar, and the most white spar. All the red crystal stones were cut into 2-meter-high chunks by Jingjing and carried out. Tang and Mo made a rough calculation and found that there were about 10 cubic meters. Jingjing's tragic fate began after she rested, and she went down to carry the blue spar. There were more blue crystal cores, and Jingjing could barely finish moving them until dawn this time. Of course, there are too many crystal stones down there. Even if they are basically emptied, there are still many scattered ones. However, People in the late Tang dynasty were not that greedy, and there was no need for Yan Gua to pluck his feathers. The blue crystal nuclei also piled up roughly into 3 hills. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was very satisfied, and took these 3 hills into his own space. This time Jingjing rested longer, and she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. But there was no other way. With a master like Tang Emo, after eating 2 more chicken legs, he could only accept his fate and continue working. There were too many white crystals, but Jingjing only moved about half a hill. Tang Emo called it out urgently, then put the white crystals into the space, and walked in with Jingjing in his arms. The small sand dune where the 2 sand town people are. Jingjing, can you get those crystal stones out? After Jingjing described those mineral stones, Tang Emo started thinking about these crystal stones. Now that I have arrived here and seen these things, it would be unreasonable not to take some with me. Oh, let me try. Jingjing had a knife and a small bag on her body in order to help Tang Emo collect the crystal nuclei from the alien beasts. Okay, although it's hard, Jingjing is very strong. Jingjing held a cut crystal in her hand, her tone full of excitement. In fact, the spar grown here is really not very strong. If Jingjing hadn't been strengthened just now, it might not have been possible to cut the spar so easily. That's okay. Get some more and show them to me. Tang Mo's tone was also filled with joy, because of the sudden surprise of the crystal stone. The 2 guards could no longer let it go. At the end of Tang dynasty, he quietly approached the sand dune. At this time, the 2 people from Sand Town were already dozing together. He took out a baseball bat from the space and hit 2 people on the head. There was not much space in the sand dunes, but Tang Emo still bent down and tied up their hands and feet with cloth strips, and also blindfolded their eyes. Tang Mo's attack was very measured, just enough to make him unconscious, but not enough to make him die. After doing all this, Tang Emo nodded with satisfaction, then walked to the edge of the quicksand, waiting for Jingjing to come out. Tang Emo said it easily, but even she had forgotten that Jingjing had exhausted all her strength before going down, and she didn't know what to do when she came up. Jingjing's core was easier to cut. She stuffed her little bag full and stuffed it into her fur. Then she grabbed another piece in her little paw and ran to the hole where she had just fallen. Let's start thinking of a solution. But when it just stood under the cave entrance, the mysterious suction force appeared again. And soon, Jingjing appeared in front of Tang Emo. So fast? Tang Emo didn't expect Jingjing to come out so fast. Jingjing was stunned for a moment, piled all the crystal cores on her body and in the bag on the ground, and then danced and told Tang Emo about the following things and how she came up with a whoosh. After Tang Emo heard this, he picked up a crystal stone on the ground and looked at it carefully. The spar that Jingjing cut was only as big as one of Tang Mo's palms. Tang Emo felt it with the palm of his hand and easily absorbed the spar. The purity inside is much higher than that of the crystal core, which means that the burden on the body is much lighter than that of the crystal core. He carefully observed the small pile of crystal stones. Jingjing said that the crystal stones below have 3 colors: red, light blue, and white. Because Jingjing couldn't tell the difference between the colors, she simply cut some of the same color. Tang Emo held the crystal nuclei in his hands one by one and felt the energy in them. It was finally determined that the energy concentrations contained in the crystal nuclei of these 3 colors were different. Blood red energy has the highest purity, reaching 97%, with only 3% impurities. The light blue crystal stone has the second highest energy purity, 90%. White has the lowest energy purity, 80%. But even 80% white crystals are much purer than the crystal nuclei in the alien beasts. If compared and calculated in this way, the energy purity in the crystal nucleus is only 60% at most, which is why it brings such a huge burden and obstacle to the body. After understanding this through research, Tang Mo's eyes brightened even more. He received all these crystal nuclei into the space, and then told Jingjing something. Soon Jingjing plunged into the quicksand again, this time at a very fast speed. In less than 3 minutes, she appeared in front of Tang Emo again, holding a blood-red spar that was almost half a person's height in her arms. This time Tang Emo was much more satisfied. This was the right size. It's too small. Make it bigger. After that, Tang Emo kicked Jingjing down again. In this way, Jingjing moved the crystal upwards at the speed of 1 high blood-red crystal per person in 3 minutes. Soon the crystal stones in front of Tang Dynasty piled up into a hill. Tang Emo sat aside, chewing milk through a straw and sending messages to Jingjing to cheer her up. Before I knew it, it was already dark. After Jingjing took out the last blood-red crystal stone that was more than 2 meters high, she finally fell to the ground tiredly, and could no longer stand up. Go to work quickly! Tang Mo poked Jingjing's little face that had been raised by her. Woo! All the red stones have been moved. Jingjing felt aggrieved and felt that she was a free labor force in the late Tang dynasty. Just let it work. Don't give it meat. It wants to protest. Going on strike. Just when Jingjing got up and was about to argue with Tang Mo, her nose suddenly smelled a fragrant smell. It's chicken legs! Jingjing's saliva was drooling. She didn't care about protesting. So she hugged the chicken legs and started chewing. Besides Jingjing's core, Jingjing's favorite thing is chicken legs. It has absorbed too much energy today, and the spar crystal core cannot absorb it at all. At this time, only chicken legs can give it the greatest comfort. At the end of the Tang dynasty, his ability to do what he liked was considered sufficient. Take a break and continue working after eating. Tang Mo gently touched Jingjing's head. Jingjing paused, feeling that the chicken drumsticks in her mouth were no longer fragrant. This night is destined to be an extraordinary night. According to Jingjing, there are the least red spar below, followed by blue spar, and the most white spar. All the red crystal stones were cut into 2-meter-high chunks by Jingjing and carried out. Tang Mo made a rough calculation and found that there were about 10 cubic meters. Jingjing's tragic fate began after she rested, and she went down to carry the blue spar. There were more blue crystal cores, and Jingjing could barely finish moving them until dawn this time. Of course, there are too many crystal stones down there. Even if they are basically emptied, there are still many scattered ones. However, people in the late Tang dynasty were not that greedy, and there was no need for Yan Gui to pluck his feathers. The blue crystal nuclei also piled up roughly into 3 hills. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was very satisfied and took these 3 hills into his own space. This time Jingjing rested longer, and she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. But there was no other way. With a master like Tang Mo, after eating 2 more chicken legs, he could only accept his fate and continue working. There were too many white crystals, but Jingjing only moved about half a hill. Tang Mo called it out urgently, then put the white crystals into the space, and walked in with Jingjing in his arms. The small sand dune where the 2 sand town people are. Chapter 137. Lin used data. Moving spar was a big deal, and it was impossible to be careless in the late Tang dynasty. From the first time Jingjing came out of the quicksand, Tang Mo used her mental energy to monitor the surrounding area for several miles. She would immediately sense any disturbance. Just now Tang Mo felt a small group of people coming this way, so he quickly entered the sand dune. The 2 people on the ground were still asleep. Did I hit too hard just now? Tang Mo scratched his head and reached out to untie the cloth strips that tied the 2 people one by one. There are still some scattered blood-red crystals and light blue crystals left in the sand dunes, and white crystals are almost everywhere in the cave. At the end of the Tang dynasty, Jingjing was not ready to go down to fetch it a second time. Farmers all knew that the fruits on the tips of the persimmons should be reserved for the birds in winter. The remaining crystals are naturally a blessing that the universe gives to the world. The late Tang dynasty did not like to do things to perfection. There is reincarnation in the way of heaven. I don't know if it is because of being reborn again. In the late Tang dynasty, I quite believed in these mysterious things. So since these things will definitely be discovered in the future, she naturally can't leave any clues. The 2 Sha town guards had never seen her before, and letting them go now was just to make them think they had slept with a sore back. It was just an ordinary night like any other. After finishing all this, Tang Mo hugged Jingjing and ran away from the other side of the desert. She knew who was coming and what he was going to do without even looking. If Lin Shorong and the others didn't come here to see the things here every day, they wouldn't even be able to eat. The desert flowers have not yet bloomed, and the quicksand is still guarding here like a devil. No one dares to act rashly. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he was not worried. The most urgent thing was to get her to go back to sleep after staying up all night. There was no place suitable for human beings to live and rest in the desert. In desperation, Tang Mo had no choice but to return to the room prepared by Lin Yu for her. Without realizing it, Qianqian's house is not large. Half of the room is filled with beds, and the beds are very soft. At the end of Tang dynasty, he had the last energy to take out a big wooden bucket, filled it with water, took a good bath with shampoo and shower gel, and changed into clean clothes. It's really not her luxury. It's just that she hasn't taken a shower for a long time, and water outside is not considered a luxury. Not only did she take a bath, Jingjing also had a full body cleanse. After everything was done, one person and one beast lay on the bed, and almost fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he looked at his watch and saw that it was already afternoon. Jingjing was sleeping soundly with her head against the pillow, her belly bulging with her breathing. Tang Mo didn't call it. He sat up and flipped through his watch to look at the latest papers and various information published by the Base Research Institute. Then she opened her own attribute values. She was not someone who particularly cared about such numbers. She had not checked her own data for a long time. ID, Late Tang Dynasty. HP, 225. Strength, 198. Agility, 268. Mental power, 1024. Space, 0. Comprehensive strength, 1715. 1715. Much higher than last time. Tang Mo couldn't remember what his attribute values were the last time he looked at them, so there was no way to compare them. I opened the ranking list and found that my ranking had reached 48th. The attribute value of 1715 ranks 48th. Gee, you can imagine how hard people in the world work to improve their attribute values. But, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he remembered the 4 mountains of crystal stones accumulated in his space. I don't know how high my ranking would be if I absorbed all of these, but just thinking about it, even if the crystal stone puts a small burden on the body, if it is not necessary, Tang Mo will not absorb it too much. She still wanted to see where she could stand to the maximum extent if she relied on her own abilities. The old saying of having food in hand, and not panic in heart, is not for nothing. Even if those crystal stones are left in the space like this when they are not used. Tang Mo still feels that this day seems to be more pleasant for some reason. You're awake? Lin Yu outside the door heard the voice and asked quickly. Tang Mo had made an explanation before, so he didn't dare to wake Tang Mo up. He didn't know who among her was awake, so he could only linger outside. After finally hearing some noises in the room, I asked quickly, "Well, come in." Hearing the sound, Lin Yu opened the door and walked in. Xian has been holding the empty milk bottle you gave her before and refused to let go. This child has not had any oil or water in her belly since she was born. She really likes it. I wonder if you have any food from outside. Lin Yu was a little embarrassed when he said this. Everyone knows how precious food is now. I can trade the crystal core with you. Food? There was quite a lot to eat in the late Tang Dynasty. After the space was upgraded, all the items used in the supermarket were replenished, not counting the food stored in the warehouse. But the crystal core is no different from a stone to her now. I don't need the crystal core, but if you could exchange it for something else, it wouldn't hurt to give you some food. Tang Mo thought for a while and said. She really wanted to get something from Lin Yu. Tang Mo pulled his backpack from one side and took out various things. Vacuumed 5-pound packages of rice, sealed luncheon meat, a 12-pack of pure milk, and 2 packages of AD calcium milk. Say, I can give you anything I have. Lin Yu's eyes were a little straight. With these things, let alone Xian, his parents could also eat porridge. He had forgotten how long it had been since his family had eaten rice. I want you to tell me your current detailed attribute values. Although there is a ranking of China's strength on the ranking list, there is no detailed data on each attribute value and total attribute value. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he felt that he was already very proficient in using his mental power. But because there was no comparison, he didn't know exactly what level he was at. Lin Yu was hailed as a spiritual genius in his previous life, and even now, he is also a genius boy in Sandtown without taking Desert Flower. Although he has not yet entered the top 100 in the rankings. Tang Mo also wants to know Lin Yu's specific data. When Tang Mo's request was made, Lin Yu was not embarrassed at all and agreed immediately. Just kidding. Although data is relatively private, you won't tell others easily. But after all, it's not of much use. And it won't be a big deal if others find out. It's worth it in exchange for so much food. Moreover, he is not a top figure in the rankings. Almost everyone in Sandtown knows his statistics. And he is not afraid of people at all. I'll just open the page that ID has on hand and show it to you. It's more convenient. Lin Yu was so happy that he sat down next to Tang Mo and started to open the attribute value page of his ID watch. Chapter 138 The Boiling World. ID, Lin Yu. HP, 107. Strength, 112. Agility, 136. Mental strength, 567. Space, 0. Comprehensive strength, 922. Lin Yu's data is very good. Although he has not yet entered the rankings, Tang Mo estimates that he is still on the edge of the rankings. Such data is indeed worthy of Lin Xiaorong's attention, especially the super high mental power. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he read in a paper from the Research Institute that the exclusive attribute values of attribute superpowers were about 2 to 3 times higher than other attribute values. In other words, for a power attribute user, his strength attribute value will be about twice as high as other attribute values. If it is 3 times as high, then even those with special abilities in terms of strength attribute value can be considered outstanding. Even if the data is lower than others, their potential is definitely far beyond others. At the end of Tang Dynasty, his own mental attribute value was 5 times that of other attribute values, and Lin Yu was also 5 times higher. Lin Yu was also observing the end of Tang Dynasty at this time. After everyone in the past knew his attribute data, they were undoubtedly surprised. Envious were even jealous. But only Tang Mo's face was as calm as a lake. He was not sure whether the girl in front of him, whom he knew nothing about, was really strong enough to look down on his statistics, or whether she had emotional management skills beyond her years. Compared with Tang Mo, who looked calm, Lin Yu's curiosity and suspicion were undisguised. The current Lin Yu was simple and pure, completely different from the image of the cold and gloomy man he heard about in the late Tang Dynasty. What happened to him later? Lin Yu didn't bother here for long at the end of Tang Dynasty. He got all the things and left quickly with them. Jingjing is really exhausted and hasn't woken up yet. Tang Mo sat on the bed and didn't want to get up, flipping through the latest papers released by the Institute. Drop! The screen of Tang Mo's watch went black for a moment, and a warning sound was emitted. Accompanying the sound was a steady red light in the upper left corner. Tang Mo was startled by this turn of events, and he hurriedly pressed the return button. Hard to use. Press the power off button. Still doesn't work. What is going on? S-base on the other side. Lord! The watch is out of control. This is not the program we set up. When we designed the watch, we did not have the function of warning sound and red light. If you didn't set it up, how could this watch be able to update its program on its own? Qin Ling's voice was cold and angry. This ID watch is popularized throughout China and controls the big data and lifeblood of the entire China. Now these developers say that the watch is out of control. How can they not be angry? The researchers stood in a row, not daring to come out. And one by one, they wanted to bury their heads in the ground. In fact, if they weren't worried about their lives, they would really want to say that the watch seemed to have updated its program on its own. Qin Ling sat on the leather sofa, leaning his elbows on his knees, staring at the ID watch on his wrist that still had a red light on and could not be turned on normally. The warning sound stopped after 3 minutes. But the research team studied the red light and black screen problem for 3 hours and found no solution. Nowadays, because satellite signal towers and other facilities are not maintained, mobile phones have been completely abandoned by the times. If the ID hand is paralyzed again, then the entire China will fall into deeper darkness, and no one can even maintain the most basic communication links. At that moment, the first thing Qin Ling thought of was his girlfriend, who was out of nowhere. Tighten your fingertips little by little. What are you doing standing here? Come over and fix it for me. Fortunately, the researcher's nightmare didn't last long. After another hour, the red light of the ID watch automatically disappeared, and the watch automatically restarted with OK. And everything seemed to be back to how it was before. This watch. At this time, everyone in China was paying close attention to the situation of this watch. Sharp-eyed people immediately discovered that the watch after restarting has changed a lot from the original one. Whether it is the page layout or the content, many subtle new things have been added, and it seems that a comprehensive upgrade has been carried out. It turns out it was an upgrade just now. I said, what's going on? Survivors throughout China, including the late Tang Dynasty, believe that the change in the watch was due to the upgrade of the base Research Institute. Only Qin Ling. The more he flipped through the more sophisticated and comprehensive pages and information on his watch, the more unhappy his face became. This watch really upgraded automatically. There is a small email logo in the most eye-catching position of the main page, and there is a red number 1 in the upper right corner of the email. This is a watch prompt that there is new news, and everyone will subconsciously click on this email. The email expands. An important message is inserted. The Pearl of Spiritual Power, one of the 5 pearls, has appeared. After the 5 pearls are collected, the Chinese mainland will open a mode adventure chapter. Those who collect the 5 pearls will gain huge energy and become the chosen son to help the entire China live together. Difficulties. Also, Each place where beads appear contains a large number of high-level, intermediate, and low-level crystal stones, which can help the Chinese people improve their comprehensive strength to face the next challenges. Good luck to you. Just 3 lines of words made the whole world boil. Everyone read it for a long time. Although I can clearly understand every word, it seems that there is something wrong with my reading comprehension ability. However, from the name Huaxia, everyone already understood that the source of this email was not as simple as S-base. But they didn't want to believe it easily. This world was a fantasy. Everyone rubbed their eyes vigorously and pinched themselves, hoping to wake up quickly.
Is it an alien?
Tang Mo murmured.
It's like a game.
He also played games when he was in college at the end of Tang Dynasty. Now everything seems like he is in a game. But since she has experienced something as incredible as rebirth, there is nothing she can't accept. She can best understand the content in the email. The 5 beads should be the one under the quicksand that Shajin has always wanted. If the one here is the pearl of spiritual power, then the other 4 should be the pearls of vitality, agility, strength, and space. As for the high-level, intermediate, and elementary crystals, it is easier to understand. They correspond to the blood-red crystals, light blue crystals, and white crystals she obtained respectively. But what the email said would happen after collecting the 5 beads was something she couldn't think clearly about now. Collect all 5 beads? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was not so confident in himself. This bead of spiritual power can go down smoothly and be triggered because Jingjing is a spiritual attribute growth beast. As for the other 4 beads, she didn't have many crystals anymore. Perhaps a mythical beast like Jingjing is the key to triggering the beads? Chapter 139 Mental Power Protective Cover. But now Tang Mo obviously doesn't have time to think about that anymore. The top priority now is how to get the pearl of spiritual power under the quicksand. To be honest, Tang Mo was not jealous of beads with other attributes. But not only did she need this bead of spiritual power, but she also had the right time, place and people. If she still couldn't get it, it would be too frustrating. Surrendered? This matter most likely depends on Jingjing. Tang Mo turned his attention to the little beast, who was still sleeping soundly beside him. Beasts with mental attributes are already sensitive, and Jingjing is even more sensitive. There is something indescribably wrong with the whole beast. Ignorantly, he opened his eyes and looked at Tang Mo in confusion.
Woo! Wake up! Duck! Come and eat chicken legs!
Tang Mo's standard smile was a bit scary. Jingjing, is it too late to escape now? Is it okay if she doesn't want to eat this chicken leg? Lin Yu's family had long been told by Lin Yu not to disturb the guests at home, and they received actual favors. They strictly enforced it, and almost never let Tang Mo see them, saving each other a lot of trouble. On this side, Tang Mo lived a leisurely life at Lin Yu's house. But on the other side, Lin Shorong's side was not so relaxed. Originally, only he knew about the pearl of spiritual power. But as soon as his ID watch was updated, it became known to everyone. Lin Shorong knew in his heart that no one was greedy for this bead. The people in Sha Town had no advantage in any other aspect except for taking advantage of it. If the people at the base really knew that this bead of spiritual power was in his area, then there really would be nothing wrong with Shajin. Besides, even Lisa knew that there was a treasure in the desert of City B. It was only a matter of time before other people found out.
Lisa, how do you know about this desert?
Because a consensus on cooperation had been reached. Lisa and Abin had already lived in an empty house at this time.
No comment.
Lisa gently helped Abin adjust his collar, and had no intention of answering Lin Shorong's question.
You?
Although Lin Shorong was angry, there was nothing he could do at this time.
I have observed it in the past few days. The flower of the desert will bloom the day after tomorrow. Then it will be as we agreed. As long as we work together, the flower will be given to you, and the rest will belong to us.
The whole world knew the information given by the ID watch. So Lin Shorong no longer had to hide anything. No one is a fool. Everyone knows what is underneath. Lisa lowered her head and said nothing. Lin Shorong felt relieved since she had no objection to the previous agreement. After looking at Na Bin's extraordinary mental talent, he could almost conclude based on his experience that it will be of great use in dealing with the quicksand. Otherwise, the strength of these 2 people alone would be far more than asking him to give up a desert flower to discuss cooperation. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she knew that the day when the flower bloomed was the day for everyone to show off their talents. However, she was inexperienced, and could not tell how long it would take to bloom. She could only go to see it, late at night every day to express herself, a concern and thoughts. However, several times, When Tang Mo took Jingjing there, he couldn't hold back and accidentally brought out a few more crystal mountains. Fortunately, there were too many white crystals below that Jingjing could remove with just one beast. So Tang Mo felt a lot more at ease. Time passed in a blink of an eye. And soon the day came when the desert flowers bloomed. Although people all over the world are looking for the place where the beads in the mail appeared, the time is too short. And the desert and city bee is too desolate. Almost no one would set foot here. So at this time, there were still only a few old acquaintances from the late Tang dynasty, within a few hundred meters of the quicksand. Lin Shorong took Lin Yu, Lisa and Abin. The two guards in the sand dune had been evacuated by Lin Shorong. The matter was of great importance. After such a long time, Lin Shorong had long understood that it would be meaningless for anyone other than those with extraordinary mental talents to come. Tang Mo knew this. But what she didn't know was that Lin Yu's mental talent was almost the same as hers, and his mental attributes were only half of hers. She asked herself that she was only 3/3 sure when facing the quicksand. But looking at the few of them standing there, they looked like they knew what was going on. Why? But this question at the end of Tang dynasty was soon answered. Just as a few pairs of eyes were staring at the blooming desert flowers, Tang Mo carefully discovered a small detail. That was Lisa and Abin, as well as Lin Yu and Lin Shorong, all standing hand in hand. It would be understandable if we say that Lisa and Abin are a sweet couple. Then Lin Yu and Lin Shorong. At the end of Tang dynasty, he felt a chill, and his disgusting thoughts aroused goosebumps all over his body. No, there must be some reason here. Tang Mo tested it with all his mental power. No one present was stronger than her, so naturally they couldn't feel it. But as soon as Tang Mo's mental power came closer, he immediately discovered where the problem was. It turned out that the two teams intertwined each other's mental power through physical contact, forming a larger mental power-like group that tightly wrapped the two people. It turns out that it is really possible to face the huge mental impact under the quicksand through the interweaving of mental power. Tang Mo had seen the following scene with Jingjing, and it was obvious that Lin Shorong was also very aware of the following situation. However, such a combination of mental powers requires great trust and tacit understanding from both parties. Otherwise, as long as one party is greedy, he can easily swallow all the other's mental powers into his own body. It turns out it can still be like this. Tang Mo turned his attention to Jingjing. Can we go down together by ourselves? In terms of trust and tacit understanding, who can compare with the alien beasts, who have already made a contract and share life and death together? Tang Mo explained to Jingjing, and then transferred the mental power out of the body bit by bit, and merged it with the mental power output by Jingjing bit by bit. Even if all the mental power is exported outside the body, it will not affect Tang dynasty's use, and it will even be more convenient. Perhaps because of the contract, the integration did not encounter any resistance and was unexpectedly smooth. However, when the huge mental power group tightly enveloped one person and one beast, Tang Mo discovered a problem. That is, most of the mental power in the mental power group is Jingjing's mental power. Her entire mental power only accounts for less than 1/10 of this mental power protective shield. In fact, this is not a big problem. The main thing is that it is really embarrassing. She really didn't have the shame to face Jingjing again. Chapter 140 Desert Flower. Not long after Tang Mo and Jingjing completed their actions, the last petal of the desert flower over there slowly bloomed. The blood-red petals seemed to be coated with a layer of fluffy golden light, making people forget what they wanted to do for a moment. A miraculous work of art was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. That is not something that any artist can create. It is a great work of art given to mankind by the universe. Quickly! Get down! By this time, the things below should have appeared. Lin Shorong was the first to react, pulling Lin Yu and jumping into the quicksand. In an instant, the two of them were submerged by the quicksand. Let's go! Abin's face swept away the sick look, and without giving Lisa a chance to answer, he took her hand and disappeared into the quicksand. Let's go down too! Everyone disappeared from sight, and Tang Mo appeared at the edge of the quicksand holding Jingjing in his arms. She had experienced the power of mental strangulation down there before. She estimated at that time that as she went down there, she would only have a 30% chance of surviving. The remaining 70% was minced into a pulp. But now she was wearing this huge mental protective shield. But she didn't have any worries in her heart. After all, this mental protective shield was more than 10 times stronger than her own strength. Jingjing is as familiar with entering and exiting this passage as her own home, and she doesn't have any psychological burden. One man and one beast stepped into the quicksand with a calm expression. The moment his body fell into the quicksand, Tang Mo felt the pull of that mental force. A huge suction force wanted to pull the spiritual power in his body outward. It's just that this pulling force is still not enough for Tang Mo and Jingjing's combined mental strength. At the end of Tang Dynasty, as long as he stabilized his strength a little, he fell steadily, almost not being affected by this powerful force. But even though she was so relaxed, seeing Jingjing and her arms looking lazy and comfortable under the pull, she still felt unbalanced. It's really infuriating that humans are compared to animals. Tang Mo checked the time. It was about 3 minutes, and her feet successfully stepped on the ground.
Who are you? Why are you here?
As soon as Tang Mo landed, 2 different voices shouted in unison. Lin Xiaorong had never seen the end of Tang Dynasty. It was understandable that he was shocked when he met a strange woman here at such a critical moment. Lisa and Tang Mo were old acquaintances. Lisa and Abin both thought that Tang Mo had died in the accident in the desert. No one expected that this thin and frail little girl would be so lucky. Lin Yu was standing behind Lin Xiaorong with his head slightly lowered, pretending not to recognize him. He was not surprised at all that Tang Mo appeared here. She was not a simple person, and he had known it for a long time. He knew what he wanted after not leaving his house for so many days. But everything was fate. In his eyes, although Tang Mo was a bit cold, he was a kind person. Everyone can do what they want here according to their own abilities.
Lisa? Abin?
Tang Mo looked at Lisa and Abin with a look of surprise on his face.
Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. I thought you were already.
Tang Mo said this without blushing at all.
Have you been staying in the desert for so many days?
There was some suspicion on Lisa's face, and her eyes were full of scrutiny.
That's not true. Naturally, I went back to replenish supplies, and then I somehow ended up falling here.
Tang Mo glanced at his backpack and stopped talking. Lisa also kept silent. She naturally didn't believe Tang Mo's words. She still remembered clearly what she had asked about Sha Town with the guide before. So the purpose was definitely not that simple. But now that everyone is met here, there is no point in discussing those. It was impossible for Lisa to say these words to Lin Xiaorong. They only had a temporary cooperative relationship, and there was no trust at all. Tang Mo didn't expect that his excuse, which was full of loopholes, could deceive anyone. It was just to give each other an excuse temporarily, and not to make the atmosphere too tense.
Stop talking nonsense and hurry in.
Lin Xiaorong was not angry at all at this time. One more person would bring an unexpected risk. He walked silently into the secret room alone. And Lin Yu naturally followed Lin Xiaorong. Lisa followed Abin and walked inside. But after only walking 3 meters, she was blocked by a force.
This is?
Lisa's head was painfully hit by an invisible wall, and her hand unconsciously touched it.
Nothing?
At this time, Abin had passed through the position where Lisa's hand was touching. When he saw this, he also put his hand on the position where Lisa had placed it. But the touch was empty.
It's a mental barrier. It seems that only people with mental abilities can pass through it smoothly.
Abin quickly came to the conclusion that the energy of the mental barrier was not strong, and any mental attribute superpower user with a higher mental attribute value than other attribute values could pass through it smoothly.
Then, please be safe.
Lisa had no choice but to retreat and give instructions to Abin. Tang Mo was too lazy to watch the drama of deep love and mist happening here. He carried Jingjing and walked directly to the front, and went to the secret room to find out what was going on. Although this is also a secret room under the quicksand, it is completely different from the secret room she built herself in the sand town where she stayed. Compared to the artificial traces of the secret room, this place is simply a natural underground cave. Neither the ground nor the walls are that smooth, like a mysterious passage left randomly after the displacement of the Earth's crust. After passing through the long and narrow passage more than 10 meters ahead, Tang Mo turned to the right and finally saw the secret room filled with crystals that Jingjing had described to her countless times. No! To say it is filled with crystals is simply not correct. This secret room is basically made of spar. All that are visible to the eye are white primary crystals, with some blood red and light blue inlaid in them.
Is this the crystal the watch was mentioned in the email?
Lin Xiaorong, Lin Yu and Abin entered the secret room shortly after. Seeing the appearance of the secret room, anyone could tell that these energy-filled stones were no ordinary things.
Why is there a big piece missing on both sides?
Everyone looked at the secret room carefully, and soon discovered that a large piece of the secret room seemed to be missing on the east and west sides, as if it had been artificially expanded by more than 10 square meters. The missing places happened to be inlaid with dots of blood red and light blue crystals, which was indescribably weird and strange. Tang Mo silently looked above his head. What? She doesn't know anything. Chapter 141 Inner Demon. But obviously now is not the time to study crystals.
This is it.
Lin Yu found a small platform half a person's height under the spar wall due north. There is a small diamond-shaped groove on the top of the table. Logically speaking, there must be something with extremely strong spiritual attributes on it. Maybe it can activate some mechanism. Diamond-shaped items with spiritual attribute values? Tang Mo's eye carefully thought about her space. She really didn't have any diamond-shaped objects. But Tang Mo silently walked to the other wall, took out a knife, and started digging into the wall. There is nothing suitable for her. But isn't there everything suitable in such a large place? You should be able to give it a try by picking out a piece of high-grade crystal, and then cutting it into a diamond shape. Carrying the cut diamond-shaped blood-red spar, Tang Mo came to the small platform again, pushed aside the useless onlookers, and then pressed the spar in. Everyone present was a person with mental attributes. A familiar mental wave instantly spread from the center of the stage, and quickly spread to the wall behind the stage. Only a roar was heard. And under the action of the spiritual light wave, the wall shattered into powder, revealing a door-shaped gap. The gap was blocked by mental waves, making it difficult to see what was going on behind. There was silence in the secret room. The light wave just now could even shatter the wall. What if it hit me? After being so shocked, everyone did not dare to act rashly anymore, knowing that there might be a spiritual pearl in the door behind. Tang Mo used his mental power to feel the door that appeared out of thin air. The one on the door had strong spiritual power, but was not aggressive in any way, which made her feel strange, although she did not have the mental strength to pass through the door and see the scene behind. Her intuition told her that what was behind was not full of malice. At least it was not a dead end. Since there is a door, it is for people to enter. Tang Mo decided to trust his intuition, stuffed Jingjing into his backpack and strode in. When Tang Mo's figure completely disappeared behind the door, everyone outside looked at each other in silence for a few minutes before stepping in one after another. After all, everyone has worked hard to get here, and there is no way that a little girl from outside can cut off the beard first. After Tang Mo stepped through the door on this side, the scene in front of her made her fall into a trance. That was the Wen family of S-Base. Tang Mo's mother was sitting on the big sofa in the living room, playing with the sheep, her face filled with happiness and love.
Mo, you're back.
Lenny looked up and saw Tang Mo shouting in surprise.
Mom.
Tang Mo's always indifferent face relaxed, revealing his unique tenderness. He walked to the sofa and sat down, supporting Yang Yang, who was toddling.
Don't leave when you come back this time. Girls don't have to work so hard. Your Uncle Wen is very powerful now and can take good care of you. You can just stay here and be a little princess.
Lenny lovingly arranged her daughter's hair. Tang Mo enjoyed the current moment of intimacy and squinted his eyes slightly.
Mom, don't worry about me. I'll be relieved if you and Yang Yang stay well in the base. Are you not listening to anything Mom says now?
Lin Yi's attitude suddenly cooled down, and the 180-degree turn in her tone shocked Yang Yang, who was smiling at her sister on the side, and started crying. Tang Mo didn't talk back, but he didn't obey either. He just gently coaxed his brother.
Can you please worry a little bit? Mother? If a girl is so wild, what will the people at the base say about you? Uncle Wen? If I don't have enough food for you or enough clothes for you, are you deliberately not trying to make things easier for this family?
Lin Yi's tone became more and more sharp. Upon hearing this, Tang Mo's hand paused.
Aren't you close to that kid from the Qin family? He is now the biggest official in the base. If you marry him, not only will you be able to help your Uncle Wen, but you will no longer have to worry about it in the future. Will this silly girl ever be able to enlighten herself?
Lin Yi once held Tang Mo's hand, and her tone was full of love again. But Tang Mo looked up at Lin Yi and pulled his hand out of hers bit by bit. She had never told Lin Yi what happened between her and Qin Ling. She also told Qin Ling that she couldn't tell, and there was no way that Lin Yi would know. All of these. All fake.
Mom, do you know? In my last life, I couldn't find you after I came out of school. I was too scared. So I went to Qin Ling. I thought at the time, I don't want any self-esteem anymore. That bullshit, my self-esteem is not as important as my mother's.
Tang Mo sat on the sofa and talked to himself.
At that time, Qin Ling returned home and changed his ID number. I couldn't contact him no matter what. Later I begged Song Qin to take me to S-Base. But I didn't even enter the Qin family's door. Beggars were not welcome there. They said. I looked down at my clothes. They were dirty and tattered. I had nothing. No jade pendant. No attributes. No food. No mother. Later on, I lived alone. To be honest, it was quite difficult. But I kept persevering. One day, I saw the Qinling Mountains while I was on a mission. There were many people around him, and he became less talkative. But his eyebrows were still so beautiful, as if they were shining. At that time, I was just the cannon fodder in the team to attract the attention of the alien beast. I wanted to say hello to him like crazy and uncontrollably. But Mom, do you know? He didn't recognize me at all. He once said he liked me, and he said he wanted to take me home. But he couldn't even recognize me. I couldn't figure it out at the time, and I couldn't concentrate. I stepped slowly and died. The mouth of strange beasts has arrived now.
Lin Yi was dumbfounded when he heard this, and he didn't even have time to react. But Tang Mo continued to speak, as if he didn't care at all.
Later, when I opened my eyes again, I figured it out. I really figured it out. You can't rely on anyone. Only when you become stronger can you be true. I must become strong. So strong that I can do it without relying on anyone. Live well in this world. I admit that I like him. But this doesn't allow me to completely rely on him. I can't. In this world, the only one I can trust is myself.
After Tang Mo finished speaking, he raised his head and tried hard to push back the sparkle in his eyes. This life was going so smoothly that Tang Mo thought he had forgotten many things in his previous life. But you will never forget. Those things that changed your beliefs, and those lessons engraved in your bones, will never be forgotten in your lifetime. Chapter 142. Be strong without desire. Tang Mo's big call not only stunned Lin Yi, but also made Jingjing and her arms afraid to even let out her breath. Jingjing is the person who has always been with Tang Mo. This illusion is so fake that it can be seen, let alone Tang Mo. But Tang Mo still said those words, saying all the things in her heart that she couldn't say to anyone. Only here could she speak out all the words in her heart without any scruples. Jingjing's little hand gently stroked Tang Mo's arm to express comfort. Perhaps this environment was not a bad thing for the late Tang dynasty. People's endurance is limited. There are too many things hidden in the hearts of powerful people, and sooner or later they will crush themselves.
Mo, when did you become so cold and selfish? Don't you just want the love of your family and the love of those around you? No one will love you if you are full of thorns and don't trust anyone.
Lin Yi was silent for a long time and finally said this. Indifferent? Selfish? No one loves you. No one can bear such words coming from the mouth of his mother, his only relative. But Tang Mo didn't. After saying those words, she quickly calmed down. Hearing Lin Yi say this, he just snorted coldly.
Perhaps, if I can protect myself in this way, if I bear such a reputation, I can focus on becoming stronger so that my mother and I don't have to suffer the cold eyes of others. Then I would rather be indifferent and selfish. At least, I have a clear conscience. As for whether anyone loves me, that's something I can't control. If the only way to get love is by clipping one's own wings and asking for perfection, then I'd rather not have it. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he had experienced too much in his previous life, and many of his beliefs in truth, goodness, beauty, and purity had already collapsed. But the kindness in people's bones will never change. In this life, whether she was treating her mother or Qinling, even if she had reservations in her heart, everything she did was beyond what ordinary people could do. And it was enough. From beginning to end, the only person she really blamed was herself, feeling the strong and unshakable belief of the person in front of her. Lin Yi fell silent. Finally, Lin Yi raised her hand and gently touched Tang Mo's short hair. Her expression was no longer as aggressive as before, but returned to normal.
Seeing you like this makes Mom feel relieved.
The world around him suddenly became still, and then the fullness began to fade and gradually disappear. And finally only the empty and cold walls were left. When Tang Mo recovered from the dizziness, he found that he was already in a huge stone chamber. There are still no traces of artificial carvings in this stone room. In the empty secret room, there is only a small square platform half a person's height standing in the center, with a silver-white light ball floating on it. The surroundings of the table are engraved with mysterious patterns, which are ancient and mysterious, making people feel boundless awe just by looking at them. At this time, Tang Mo was the only one in the secret room. She approached the stage little by little and felt its surroundings with her mental power. But every time his mental energy came close to that stage, he would be resisted by an inexplicable force. Tang Mo tried several times and finally confirmed that if he relied on force, There was absolutely no way he could compete with that force and get the mental power bead. My mental power is useless. And I can't reach in with my hands, so I can only rely on my eyes to observe carefully. Jingjing jumped off Tang Mo's body and tried to get closer to the table. But this time, those mental powers did not give it special treatment, but blocked it out equally ruthlessly. Woo! Jingjing was heartbroken after hitting a wall. This was the first time that she was so unwelcome by the spirit power. Feeling aggrieved, he ran to the corner and squatted down to heal himself. Tang Mo here had already stood on the edge of the stage. But the clearer she saw, the more she realized that there was something strange about the things on the stage. According to common sense and powerful mental fluctuations, this bead is definitely a bead of spiritual power. But why is this bead just a shadow? Tang Mo was very close and could see clearly that the bead was not an entity, but like an image projected by 3D technology. It can be said that the picture, the soft and holy light emanating from the beads, is real. Everything seems unusual. She was sure that if her hand could touch it now, it would be empty. Her hand would pass through the light and shadow, and she would be unable to grasp anything. Isn't that bead here? Is this just an enchantment formation? But why is such a virtual one here? How to explain the huge energy contained in the light and shadow of this virtual bead? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he couldn't figure it all out, and he was thinking and circling around the table. All her eyes were focused on this small table. As soon as she turned around, she could see all the patterns and decorations around the table. Why does this pattern look so familiar? Suddenly, Tang Mo's mind changed, and he quickly took out the painting he copied in Wuxi Village from the space. Take out the 3 precious patterns she got in Wuxi Village. What she was sure of was that all 3 were precious secrets about the use of spiritual power. The first one is about the physical output attack of mental power. The second picture is about third-party therapy in vitro and in vivo. And the third one, she had been studying it for a long time, but still didn't understand what it did. It seemed that she simply tied her mental power into a strange knot and exported it in another way. But she has also studied the output mental power. But apart from the different combinations, it has no use. But now, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he was surprised to find that the pattern on the third picture was exactly the same as the pattern on this table. Couldn't it be? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he carefully compared the paintings in his hands and the patterns on the table. He used his mental power to condense the same patterns bit by bit in his body, and then analyzed and felt them carefully. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was a person who had experienced a lifetime. The mental illusion targeted everyone's inner insecurities and weaknesses, and then amplified them thousands of times. If you can resist it, you will successfully pass the test. People with a firmer heart will come out faster. But if you retreat and escape without strengthening your heart, you will stay in the illusion forever and be unable to escape from life to life. In this life at the end of Tang Dynasty, she already knew what she wanted and what she wanted to stick to from the very beginning. So this illusion was not strong enough for her at all. Without desires, you are strong, because there are no absolute desires and things that cannot be lost. The illusion is not stable enough, and it is easier to expose flaws and be seen through. On the other side, Bin and Lin Shorong obviously did not have the firmness of mind at the end of Tang Dynasty to be able to pass the test smoothly. What they experienced was also the deepest ulterior fear and desire in their hearts. Chapter 143 Self is Hell. When Lin Shorong stepped through the door, what he saw was a dense crowd of countless people. Those people were young or middle-aged couples. Some of them got the most important treasure in their lives as newlyweds, while others worked hard for half their lives before they got a child. But all this happiness was ultimately destroyed in the desert of City B. Lin Shorong knew very well that these were all the parents who were sacrificed. Over the years, he has sacrificed many children in order to feed Fu Fin, so that Shajin can have sufficient spiritual power and become a paradise. Most of these children are innocent babies brought through this desert by their parents. Of course, a small number of them are Shajin's own children. The couples didn't make any violent movements or words. They just said nothing and looked at Lin Shorong intently with their haggard eyes. The expressions on the faces of those couples are hard to describe. They don't look like sadness and pain, nor are they ferocious. Instead, it was like a pool of stagnant water, with hollow eyes, like a ghost wandering the world, without a trace of life, and with despair all around. Lin Shorong closed his eyes slightly. He was not a pervert who killed other people's children for pleasure. He is a normal person who feels guilty and heartbroken. But the only thing I won't do is regret. When he closed his eyes, the stagnant faces of those couples would still appear in Lin Shorong's retinas.
It seems to be printed directly on the brain through the eyes. It is 10,000 times scarier than the scariest horror movie, making people feel numb all over the body instantly. Closing his eyes was useless. Lin Shorong simply opened his eyes again and looked directly at the men and women. The two sides just looked at each other. After a long time, Lin Shorong bowed deeply to them, then slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the couple. He was the youngest and most promising boy in Sha Town since he was a child. And when he grew up, he became the mayor respected by everyone. He was never arrogant and never needed to apologize even if he did something wrong. But this time, he should kneel.
Sorry.
This apology came from Lin Shorong's heart.
But I don't regret it.
This sentence also comes from the heart. Sha Town is an ancient and mysterious tribe. Being able to survive in this complex world for generations, with the lowest sense of existence, naturally has some unique and unknown abilities. After the famine came this time, Lin Shorong felt bad. And through a special method, he has calculated that Sha Town will have a major crisis in the near future. This is not an ordinary crisis, but a big crisis of genocide. He knew that the world would continue to be turbulent, and something even more terrifying would happen. But he is old and can't do anything on his own. Nor can he protect his family. So what he can do is to seize every time and every opportunity to make Sha Town stronger, and have a greater chance of successfully facing the crisis, and continuing its inheritance. When he took over the heavy responsibility from the previous generation of mayor, he swore that he would use his life to defend his homeland, his tribe, and everyone here. Now, he does the same. Whether he is offering sacrifices or coming here to get the beads of spiritual power, he is not doing it for himself. The things he did may have failed many people, but they were worthy of his tribe and his mission as the leader. Even if he had to go to H.L. and be tortured after death, he would have no regrets. Lin Shorong's eyes were magnanimous. If time came over again, he would still do the same thing and not change. Just let him bear the consequences alone. The faces of the couple suddenly became ferocious, and they all stretched out their hands to catch Lin Shorong. Lin Shorong did not dodge, but stood up straight, waiting for the attack. The imagined pain did not come. After touching Lin Shorong's body, those figures became transparent little by little and disappeared into the air. His eyes became empty again. But before Lin Shorong could breathe a sigh of relief, a childish voice exploded in his ears.
Grandpa, is that you? She?
Lin Shorong's voice became trembling. That was his favorite grandson, the smartest and most sensible child he had ever seen. But just in the past 2 months, there were no more travelers passing by in this desert. He had no choice but to send his beloved child to the secret room. Lin Shorong struggled for a long time, and finally felt that he had to do this. Xiao is still young, and no matter how smart he is, once Xiao loses the protection of his mental power, he will suffer disaster sooner or later. Since he can't grow up, he might as well make a contribution to his tribe. Behind a terrible reason are countless struggles and tears in the endless night.
Grandpa, it hurts me so much. Xiao hurts so much.
Lin Shorong raised his eyes tremblingly. Abin's first level was Lisa. Lisa, who was already covered in blood, was trapped in the herd, shouting Abin's name at the top of her lungs. But a person exuding silvery white light was lying quietly about 300 meters away from Abin in the opposite direction. Without any hesitation, Abin just looked back at Lisa and walked towards the bead firmly.
Abin, I love you so much. Don't you love me anymore? I have done so much for you. You can save me as long as you turn back.
Lisa screamed in the direction of Abin at the top of her lungs, accompanied by the deafening and terrifying roar of the alien beast.
Of course I love you. But since you have done so much for me, this time you should do it as the last thing for me.
This time, Abin didn't even look back. Perhaps Abin didn't have any struggles or fluctuations in his heart when he passed. The mental wave that set the checkpoint felt the desire and fear in his heart to fail. And Abin had a second test. His second test was that he finally obtained the pearl of spiritual power easily. Not only the pearl of spiritual power, but also the other 4 beads were finally collected by him. Abin became a hero who saved the world and was admired by the whole world. Fame, status, beauty. All human beings' most primitive desires were satisfied to the greatest extent. And he lived the life of his dreams. But the only difference is that it's all fake. Unreasonableness is revealed everywhere in this beautiful dream, so that the subject who experiences it can know clearly that this is just an illusion. And all of this is not the most real reality. But even though he knew it was an illusion, Abin still enjoyed everything in the falseness. constantly escaping from the increasingly obvious flaws. Immersed in endless fantasies. Chapter 144 got the thing. After all, Tang Mo had been studying this pattern for a long time before. After comparing this pattern with the pattern on the table, and there was no difference in details, he began to use his mental power to condense the appearance of the pattern in his body. The condensed mental power was the same as what was felt before the end of Tang Dynasty. Apart from the structural difference, no functional effect was found.
Existence is reasonable. Since this pattern is painted on this table, it must have some meaning.
The matter was so important that Tang Mo thought for a long time before deciding to use his condensed mental power to go to the table. Hold your breath.
Done!
Tang Mo's eyes lit up. Compared to being blocked before, this time Tang Mo's mental power passed through the mental protection barrier outside the stage smoothly, and then moved towards the light ball bit by bit. The moment Tang Mo's mental power touched the ball of light, the ball seemed to melt instantly, and turned into a bright halo of light flowing towards Tang Mo's body in the direction of Tang Mo's mental power. And go! All this happened in a moment, and Tang Mo barely had time to react. All the crystal fluid formed by the ball of light flowed into Tang Mo's body. Afraid of an accident, Tang Mo hurriedly took back all the mental power outside his body. But he didn't worry about it for too long. And Tang Mo was pleasantly surprised to find that in addition to his original mental power, there was also a shining bead in his sea of consciousness. This is the pearl of spiritual power. It turns out that this pearl of spiritual power is not a physical treasure at all, but a huge energy. Once obtained by someone, it will enter the other person's body and be controlled by that person. Although the bead had just appeared in Tang Mo's sea of consciousness, after Tang Mo felt it, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the huge energy contained in the bead seemed to be his own. As long as you want, you can use it at any time, just like your original mental power. What made Tang Mo even more excited was that the bead was not stationary, but was rotating at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The purpose of this rotation is to purify her original spiritual power. The huge spiritual power in the pearl of spiritual power is so powerful not only because of its large number, but more importantly, the spiritual power contained in it is obviously purer and denser, so it is more powerful. And now the rotation of the beads is helping to compress and purify the original spiritual power of the late Tang Dynasty, and finally achieve the same standard effect as the spiritual power in the spiritual power beads. Although this process may take a long time, as long as you purify it a little more, the effect of mental power output will be greatly improved than before. This is an effect that no matter how many crystals are absorbed and how many exotic treasures are used, it cannot be achieved. With this pearl of spiritual power, Tang Mo could finally completely abandon things like data and rankings. Because after the power in the bead and her own mental power were compressed and purified, no matter how much higher her attribute values were than her, they might not be able to defeat her. This was undoubtedly what Tang Mo wanted to achieve most.
The pearl of spiritual power is indeed extraordinary.
Tang Mo's eyes were bright. Now she suddenly became very curious about the remaining 4 beads. If possible, it would not be impossible to participate in them. Of course, these are all things for later. After thoroughly understanding this bead in his consciousness, Tang Mo was satisfied and began to observe the current situation of the table. On the stage, the shining pearl shadows still existed on it. However, the fluorescence on the surface was obviously much dimmer than before. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he used the mental power to form patterns to test it. But all he encountered was nothingness. It seems that the pearl of spiritual power has completely disappeared from the table and entered his own sea of consciousness. And the light and shadow on it are just meaningless projections. Tang Mo, who had studied and understood all this, was completely relieved. This time she entered the secret room under the quicksand and achieved her goal. Out of caution, Tang Mo condensed his mental power into several small knives and smoothed out all the patterns around the table. This pattern came from Wuxi village and appears here. It must not be ordinary. Maybe there is some big secret behind it. Even if the bead has been taken away by her now, it is impossible to leave this thing to the people behind. When everything was done at the end of Tang Dynasty, Lin Shorong suddenly appeared in the secret room out of thin air. Tang Mo secretly observed it and found that there were tears in the corners of Lin Shorong's eyes. And he immediately knew what was going on. She probably heard Lin Yu say that Lin Shorong was not a treacherous person. Presumably, this inner demon must be related to those innocent children. After a while, a Bin also appeared in the secret room. His face was relatively calm, but there was a faint look of loss. But then the loss turned into fierceness, which was hard to figure out.
Isn't Lin Yu here yet?
Lin Shorong looked around and didn't see Lin Yu's figure. So he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. He already knew that the illusion was a test of inner demons for everyone who entered here. Lin Yu, the most talented child in Sha Town, had grown up watching him. He was upright and kind, so there was no reason for him to be trapped by his inner demons.
Is this the pearl of spiritual power?
As soon as Abin arrived here, he saw the platform and the light beads on it. Huge surprise burst out in his eyes, as if everything that happened in the illusion had become reality. And he ran straight to the platform. Upon seeing this, Tang Mo took a few steps back, gave up his position, and went to the corner to pick up Jingjing, who was still drawing circles in self-pity.
What's the matter with the fact that you can't touch or touch it? And your mental power can't enter it? Can't you just let us watch?
After trying a few times and failing, Abin became a little anxious and became irritable and restless. Tang Mo, who was standing aside, observed secretly. It seemed that the illusion had a great impact on Abin. People who had always been patient are now unable to even manage the most basic emotions. And it seems that they will fall short in the future.
You can't help it?
Lin Shorong asked Tang Mo. And Abin's eyes also turned to Tang Mo. As the first person to escape from the illusion and enter here, it would be a lie to say that all this was just a coincidence.
I tried. Just like you.
Tang Mo shrugged. Lin Shorong and Abin didn't have any doubts after hearing Tang Mo's words. After all, the pearl of spiritual power was still inside. If there was really any way at the end of Tang Dynasty, wouldn't it be that the beads had been taken away long ago? There was no need to wait until now.
There is nothing we can do now. Let's wait for Lin Yu to come out. Maybe he can do it.
Chapter 145 Lin Yu's Inner Demons. Lin Shorong has always had absolute confidence in Lin Yu. He believed that Lin Yu was a genius, and there must be a way to solve this dilemma. No matter how dissatisfied Abin was at this time, there was nothing he could do. He was absolutely unwilling to let him leave now. So he could only sit on the floor in silence. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it was obvious that all the goals had been achieved, and he was satisfied. It was a bit abrupt to say that I wanted to leave first at this time. And besides, I hadn't decided on my next stop yet. So I just sat down and waited together. Of course, she would not wrong herself. She was still very comfortable eating and drinking with Jingjing on a small mat. Abin and Lin Shorong just watched Tang Mo eating and drinking here, thinking with their stomachs growling. Who can have enough to eat at this time? Even a leader like Lin Shorong is very restrained in eating and never uses power for personal gain. But neither of them acted rashly. Tang Mo was the first person to escape from the illusion, and no one could figure out his strength. Tang Mo naturally saw the meaning behind the eyes of the two people, but selectively ignored it. And his good appetite was not affected. Abin was not a good person. Lin Shorong had killed so many children for whatever reason, and she had no good impression of him at all. Give them food? There is no door. Besides, she had been very restrained. She only ate some cold-processed foods such as bread and sausages, and didn't bring out any cooked food. After disappearing for about 2 more days, Lin Yu appeared in the secret room. As soon as he came in, he knelt on the ground. His face turned pale and looked very ugly.
Lin Yu, what's going on?
Lin Shorong hurriedly helped Lin Yu. Nothing could happen to the child at this time. Lin Yu staggered up, shook his head slightly, and gave Lin Shorong a reassuring look. What he met in the fantasy was Xian Xian. That day, the scene where he left Xian Xian in the secret room of Fu Fan reappeared over and over again. He listened to Xian Xian calling his brother heartbreakingly over and over again, but he couldn't reach her. Just as Lin Shorong thought. Lin Yu had lived a very simple life since he was born, was kind-hearted, and had never done anything wrong. But it is precisely because of this that it is easier to be trapped by one's own kindness. In Lin Yu's heart, the abandonment of Xian Xian that day was a hurdle that he could never get over. Even if Xian Xian was fine later, even if Xian Xian himself forgot about it, he would never be able to let him go in his heart.
It's okay. Don't think too much. Come and see this pearl of spiritual power.
Lin Shorong was in no mood to care about what Lin Yu had just experienced. The top priority now was the bead that no one could touch. Lin Yu was dragged by Lin Shorong, and soon saw the beads on the table. But no matter what method he used, the result was the same as Abin and Lin Shorong. His mental power was also blocked by the platform.
This station.
Lin Yu observed the table for a long time, always feeling that something was not quite right. There must be something above this. But looking at the other people who were also helpless when facing the beads in front of him, he still suppressed his thoughts because of his simple mind. As the saying goes, If you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles. Tang Mo silently observed these people on the side. Lin Yu's mental power was much stronger than Bin in terms of overall quantity and purity. It's just that the mental power output deformation structure is still relatively immature. And Bin is obviously better at this. What was even more unexpected at the end of Tang Dynasty was that Bin made several mental transformation methods during his experiment. One of them is what the late Tang Dynasty also knew, where mental power condenses entities outside the body. It's very close. Just a short step away from Bin being able to decipher the secret of this spiritual power bead. This also caused a huge crisis in the late Tang Dynasty. It turned out that those patterns were not the secrets unique to Wuxi village. There were too many secrets in the world, and she was just a glimpse into them. After successive attempts failed, several people finally became exhausted and completely lost hope.
This is a huge scam. No one can get this broken bead.
Bin got so angry that he cursed loudly. He had put in too much effort for this opportunity, but it was all in vain. Although he had already agreed with Lin Shorong that his reward this time was only the desert flower. It was impossible for anyone here not to be tempted by this pearl of spiritual power. The previous agreement promised to Lin Shorong was just a delaying tactic.
It's over. It's all over.
The hope on Lin Shorong's face was taken away bit by bit. Compared to Bin, he was the one who paid the most for this bead. At this time, Shajin was destined to be destroyed. Compared to these two people, Lin Yu was relatively calm. He has never had any great ideals and ambitions, and has always been pushed forward by Lin Shorong and everyone. What he wanted had always been simple. Just for his relatives to be safe and happy. Even if the family suffered from hunger and had a hard life. It didn't matter as long as they were safe. So this time, he watched helplessly but couldn't get the beat. So he didn't feel much disappointed. Tang Mo held Jingjing and stood lazily aside thinking about his own affairs. Suddenly, the table began to shake. It was only slightly shaking at first, but gradually the shaking became larger and larger.
No! There's an earthquake! Run!
Tang Mo was the first one to react, and her body speed was also very fast. When she realized what happened, she quickly hugged Jingjing and ran towards the exit. The other people had not reacted at first, but after hearing Tang Mo's words, their expressions all changed. No longer caring about this bead or that bead, he started running and followed Tang Mo's pace. Joke. Earthquake. If there was an earthquake on the ground, depending on their strength, they might not need to be so alarmed. But where is this? This is underground. Once this place collapses and they are buried here, it will all be over. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger, and Tang Mo could feel the stones on both sides of her cracking apart little by little. But at this time, she couldn't even tell the difference in her eyes, and she just ran forward as hard as she could. Even if they entered the illusion after stepping out of the door in the secret room, it was not too far from where they entered. When Tang Mo ran to the place where he first fell, he saw that Lisa had not gone out yet, waiting behind the mental barrier with an anxious look on her face.
Why did you come out first? Where is Bin? Where is Bin?
It's not that Lisa didn't feel the earthquake, and it's not that she wasn't afraid, but Bin was still inside, so she couldn't leave by herself. Chapter 146 reduced to ruins. But obviously Tang Mo didn't have much time to pay attention to her now. He rushed out of the barrier with Jingjing in his arms, and stood under the entrance of the cave. She was the only person here who knew how to get up. In just 1 second, Tang Mo disappeared from Lisa's eyes. Lisa secretly made a mental note of Tang Mo's way out, but she remained still and looked anxiously at the direction Tang Mo came out. Bin and the others came out very quickly. The cracks in the two walls became bigger and bigger, and the stones above their heads fell down. Lisa was pleasantly surprised when she saw Bin rushing out of the barrier. She took his arm and ran down to the entrance of the cave. Lin Shorong and Lin Yu naturally rushed towards the entrance of the cave at this time, and several people disappeared underground and returned to the surface. After Tang Mo stepped on the sand, he immediately started running. When Jingjing used to transport the crystal, every time it was teleported, it was at the edge of the quicksand. She had to stay as far away from the quicksand area as possible. When an earthquake strikes, the more open the area, the safer people will be. On one side, Tang Mo was running without touching the ground, while on the other side, Bin and the other four were following behind. They didn't know why, but they subconsciously wanted to be with Tang Mo. It's as if this woman has a kind of calm magic about her, and she can face it easily no matter what happens. There is an inexplicable sense of security when you are with her. But the more they ran, the more they discovered How could the distance between them and Tang Mo become even wider? Isn't she a psychic? Why is she so fast? Just kidding. As a member of Tang Mo's ranking list, even if agility is not his specialization attribute, it is not comparable to ordinary people. It is much higher than the attribute value of ordinary agility attribute users. What's more, her mental power is extremely high now, and her use of mental power has almost reached the level of perfection. It couldn't be easier to add mental power to your legs to speed up your speed while running. Tang Mo didn't dare to stop now. She clearly felt that there was a powerful energy spreading from the direction of the quicksand behind her. It was a force that could destroy everything, and was beyond her ability to compete with. But after running for a while, Tang Mo gradually stopped. The energy did not weaken. But Tang Mo discovered one thing. That is, this energy seemed to only spread underground. Just as she was running, the energy had passed through her feet and spread beyond her to the distance. The ground where Tang Mo was located was still intact, and what was affected were the invisible places under the sand.
It seems that the earthquake only affected the underground.
Tang Mo stopped and gasped for air. She was already tired from running at full speed. Not to mention she had an extra 20 or 30 kilograms of Jingjing on her body. This is simply walking forward with a heavy burden.
If I had known there would be an earthquake after taking off the beads, I would have left earlier. What are you waiting for? What a pity for those crystals in the ground.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, his heart ached when he thought about the crystal stones that he had not yet had time to dig. Jingjing looked at Tang Mo like this and rolled her eyes to the sky. You are really a miser. You are a miser. You already have more than a dozen spar mountains. And you are still thinking about that little white primary spar. It is useless and embarrassing.
What's that in your hand?
Seeing Jingjing rolling her eyes, Tang Mo slapped her. This heartless person didn't even think about who took it out from underneath and ran away such a long way. After the beating, I discovered that Jingjing was holding a blooming flower in her paws.
Desert flower? When did you get it?
I witnessed the whole blooming process of this flower. I knew the desert flower very well in the late Tang Dynasty.
Oh, I just came up and took it. Otherwise it would be wasted. Do you like it?
Jingjing stretched out her little paw and handed the flower to Tang Mo. It doesn't like this kind of thing. Isn't it said that girls like flowers? Only then did it pull it off. Otherwise it would be a pity if it was destroyed in the quicksand.
The quicksand? While there was an earthquake. Maybe it flowed away and turned into ordinary sand.
Jingjing's expression was unclear, but Tang Mo still understood it. After the energy wave causes the displacement of the Earth's crust to change, the quicksand is smaller than ordinary gravel, and it may happen to float down the cracks.
You have a grateful heart.
Tang Mo put away the desert flower and touched Jingjing's furry head. Seeing Tang Mo stop, the people behind him, except Lisa, were all mental attribute users. They obviously understood the current situation and stopped one after another. But as the energy wave did not weaken at all and spread further, Lin Shorong and Lin Yu's expressions became worse and worse. Ignoring the breath that had not yet recovered, he ran toward Shajin's location. Sand Town is built underground. Tang Mo looked at Lin Shorong and Lin Yu's running away and shook his head silently. It's useless. Even she can't outrun the energy wave. How can they both? Besides, so what if I can outrun it? After thinking about it, Tang Mo also walked toward Sha Town. Anyway, I don't have any destination now. It's just a place I've lived for a while. So let's go and see it. After Aubin and Lisa stopped, they muttered for a long time and then ran towards the quicksand again. It seems that I didn't get the beads and wanted to bring the desert flower back. But their trip was destined to be disappointing. When Tang Mo walked to the entrance of Sha Town, he saw that the entrance had completely collapsed. Lin Yu had removed the outermost stones, but there were still collapsed stones inside. It seems that all the sand towns existing underground have collapsed into ruins. What happened was so sudden that everyone knew in their hearts that basically no one in Sha Town could escape. I saw Lin Shorong kneeling aside, his face frighteningly white, and muttering,
Sure enough. It all really happened.
Lin Yu was still working hard to move the stones at the entrance. But after moving one piece, there was the next one, and the collapsed stones inside seemed endless and could never be finished.
No. Xian is still in there. Mom and Dad are still in there. No. Absolutely not.
Lin Yu repeated it over and over again, as if he was in a daze. His hands were bleeding, but he still did not stop what he was doing. Tang Mo did not stop him, but stood there quietly. At this time, their emotions need to find an outlet to release, and blindly suppressing them may not be a good thing. Tang Mo stood there quietly. There were no relatives or friends of hers here, and she had not even seen anyone else except Lin Yu's family. But she still felt sad from the bottom of her heart. It was a human being with flesh and blood cherishing another group of human beings for life. Chapter 147, Cleaning the Battlefield.
Qinling, are you busy now? I want to tell you something.
Tang Mo made a video call to Qinling. Looking at Lin Yu's posture here, it's as if he wants to see people alive and dead or corpses. It's not the same thing for him to do it by hand. Although according to the observation at the end of Tang Dynasty, even if it was turned upside down, no one would be able to breathe. But this time, Tang Mo still wanted to help them. After such a long period of contact, Lin Yu was not the cold-blooded person she heard about in her previous life. She had been wondering what kind of accident had caused a kind and warm boy to become like that. Until now, she saw the coldness around Lin Yu's body and the extreme sadness and pain on his face. And she seemed to understand. Perhaps this incident was the turning point in this boy's life. After Tang Mo came here, Lin Yu helped her a lot. No matter what the reason was, it was undeniable that Lin Yu's kindness saved Tang Mo from a lot of trouble. She really wanted to do something to make Lin Yu's turn gentler, at least a little easier. And borrowing people from Guan Qinling was the first step in the late Tang Dynasty.
Are you okay? Are you hurt?
After hearing all this from the end of Tang Dynasty, Qinling was a little panicked. He didn't care whether the Sand Town was destroyed or not. He only cares about whether his Tang Mo is injured. This is the only important thing.
I'm fine. I'm really fine. If you're fine, come with me. I have something else to tell you.
Seeing Qinling's appearance, Tang Mo felt warm in her heart. She originally wanted to say that she could just send someone here, and he didn't need to come in person. But seeing how nervous Qinling looked, she changed her words again.
Hang up. Send me the location.
Qinling couldn't wait a minute, so he hung up the phone and called for someone to prepare the helicopter. This time he brought all 25 members of the MIST team with him, which can be said to be the strongest armed force in the entire S base. He was very attentive to everything that happened in the late Tang Dynasty, which was more important than the most important SSS-level mission in S base. Traffic is completely paralyzed now, but airplanes are still the fastest means of transportation. An hour and a half after Tang Mo's address was sent, Qinling led a group of people to stand in front of Tang Mo.
Are you really okay?
Qinling, wearing a camouflage uniform, grabbed Tang Mo and looked up and down, left and right. After finally confirming that she was intact, he hugged Tang Mo tightly in his arms.
It's okay as long as it's okay. It's okay as long as it's okay.
Don't be afraid. At the end of Tang Dynasty, I don't know whether he was afraid or not. Qinling himself was really frightened. He knew Tang Mo too well. If it wasn't a big deal, this girl wouldn't come to him for help. He was afraid that Tang Mo had concealed the true situation in the video call. But now that he really saw and touched her, his heart was truly settled. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he allowed Qinling to manipulate him without any intention of resisting. That fantasy reminded me of many things in my previous life that I had chosen to forget. In fact, her feelings for Qinling are very complicated. On the one hand, she likes him from the bottom of her heart. But on the other hand, she is terrified, afraid that I have nothing worthy of his liking, afraid that I won't be able to keep him. But now, when she was truly held in the arms of the one she loved, she decided not to think about anything else. There is nothing to think about. I don't know what kind of accident will happen tomorrow. Happiness is enough for now. The group of people led by Qinling stood behind them, looking at the scene in front of them with expressions that were very difficult to describe. As Qinling's confidants, they all knew that the boss had a girlfriend, and many of them had met Tang Mo before. But when they saw at the scene that the boss, who had always had a paralyzed face, talked about love like a little boy in pure love, they still felt that. This scene is very eye-catching. The importance the boss attaches to his wife is obvious to all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have called all of them here just to dig out a rock to save someone. S-Base obviously has ordinary troops suitable for digging rocks. Right? Unfortunately, even if they felt wronged by being overqualified, no one dared to raise any objections to Qinling, and they could only stand aside obediently holding their own digging tools. Qinling's group had a complete set of tools, and everyone's individual qualities were also very strong. So during the excavation work, the sand town buried underground was quickly uncovered bit by bit. Lin Yu and Lin Shorong didn't even bother to thank them at this time. They just helped mechanically and started digging together. Every time he saw a figure, he immediately rushed up and dug the person out carefully. Unfortunately, all they dug up were cold corpses. Time and time again, Lin Yu's face went from full of hope to despair. Then full of hope, and then to despair. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he began to doubt himself whether what he was doing was really meaningful. Is it really better for them to see the faces of their dead family members with their own eyes, than to have them all buried under stones? Tang Mo would go up and take a look at every person he dug out. Her treatment skills are relatively proficient now, and she can think of a solution as long as the person she dug out is still breathing. But the results were disappointing every time. It happened so suddenly that the people living underground didn't even have a chance to react. Many people were stoned to death, and those who managed to escape quickly suffocated to death after being buried. People who died of suffocation died in a very miserable way, and their entire faces were so painful that it made people feel nervous just by looking at them. Tang Mo looked at Lin Yu's expression getting worse and worse, and silently shook his head.
There's a kid here who's still breathing.
The strongest man under Qin Ling over there shouted loudly. Tang Mo looked over and saw a little girl in his hand. The girl seemed familiar.
Xian Xian. It's Xian Xian.
Lin Yu ran over like crazy, took the girl from the big man's hand, and shook her gently.
My breathing is very weak. I don't know if I can survive. This little girl is quite smart. She knows how to hide in the cabinet in the corner. Fortunately, she is small.
The strong man looked at Lin Yu's appearance and felt very nervous. He had a sister, and he hated this the most.
Xian Xian.
Lin Yu looked at Xian Xian's purple face, which was already suffocated, and felt so heavy that he almost couldn't breathe. The bodies of his parents have been exhumed. These are his last and only relatives. Now he has to watch his beloved sister die in his arms, and there is nothing he can do.
God! Why are you so unfair? What have I done wrong to punish me like this?
Chapter 148 Your Remuneration.
You still have breath, but no matter how much you keep wandering, your last breath will be gone.
Tang Mo followed and took a look at Xian Xian's condition. The little girl's body was not touched. There were no wounds. It was just that she had been holding it in for a long time. Her breath was a bit hard, and her face no longer looked good. Help! Tang Mo made a judgment in his heart.
Give me the baby.
Tang Mo took the child from Lin Yu's hand, put it on a flat place, and was about to start treating Xian Xian.
Otherwise, I'll take her back to base S by helicopter now, so that she can get oxygen as soon as possible. The chance of survival is still 30%.
Qin Ling could see that Tang Mo wanted to save the child, and came up with a solution.
That's too late.
Tang Mo is now the best doctor. How could he waste his other strength? He mobilized his mental power to form a pattern that he had memorized long ago, and then slowly injected it into Xian Xian's body, wandering around her body at an extremely slow speed. The slender little face turned from purple to pink visibly to the naked eye, and the rhythm of her breathing became more and more even. The problem with Xian Xian's body was not a big one, and it only took Tang Mo less than 5 minutes to solve it. At the moment when her mental power completely withdrew from Xian Xian's body, Xian Xian's eyes slowly opened.
Sister Tang Mo? Good boy. It's okay.
Tang Mo smiled and touched Xian Xian's head, then stepped back and gave up his position to Lin Yu, who was anxious and ready to rush over at any time.
When did you learn this trick?
Qin Ling discovered more and more that there were too many secrets in the late Tang dynasty that he didn't know. No matter how well she did, she never fell behind, but continued to become better in her own way. Qin Ling even had a premonition that one day in the future, Tang Mo would surpass him and become a being that everyone looked up to.
I learned it accidentally. How about it? It's awesome.
The excavation work in Sand Town came to an end soon due to the efforts of everyone. In the entire Sha Town, only Xian Xian was left alive in this disaster. The rest of the people, without exception, were left behind by the wheel of history. Xian Xian was sucking the milk given by Tang Mo for the rest of her life, while Lin Yu hugged Xian Xian and never let go for a moment. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he observed Lin Yu and found that his face looked better than at the beginning. God had left some hope for Lin Yu, and he still had some hopes and ties to life after leaving a relative behind.
You can come back with me this time. It's okay to stay here for a few days. Your little brother will be able to crawl.
Qin Ling took out his trump card, Yan, to seduce Tang Mo to return to his base with him.
No, I still have things to do. I won't go back with you this time. I will go back and stay for a while after I finish my things.
Tang Mo originally had no plan for the next step, but just when she was using her mental power to treat Xian Xian, she suddenly remembered something. Something she had promised, but not yet completed was waiting for her to do.
Oh well.
Qin Ling suddenly became embarrassed. But he also knew that decisions made in the late Tang dynasty were easy and never changed. So he stopped trying to persuade him.
Boss, we're done here. When are we leaving?
A group of people brought by Qin Ling gathered back after digging out all the sand towns. This is just a little bit of work. And it's not a piece of cake for them. Only harder tasks are more challenging.
Don't leave in a hurry. Since you have all come to help me, there is no reason to let you go back empty-handed. I still have a reward to give you.
At the end of Tang dynasty, she was sincerely grateful to this group of people. Although they were used by Qin Ling, they were one code after another and could help her seriously. She must remember this sentiment.
Sister-in-law, look at what you're saying. What you're saying about remuneration or not. That's what you're talking about.
The strong man was the first to speak out. A little embarrassed.
That's right. It's all as it should be.
A group of old men were at a loss, as they were used to being ordered by Qin Ling. Suddenly someone thanked them in a nice voice, which really made them feel a little embarrassed.
Don't tell them this. It's not right for them to come to help my sister-in-law.
Qin Ling was also a little confused about what Tang Emo meant. At the end of Tang dynasty, he just smiled.
You guys come with me.
The place Tang Emo took them to was not far away. It was the center of the energy wave, where the desert flowers originally bloomed. Because of the huge energy, the original position of the quicksand has sunk and collapsed, turning into another appearance.
Sister-in-law, do we need to dig up here too? Okay, I promise to complete the task.
Just now, each of the 20 or so people in Sha Town finished digging without even using 3 cents of their strength. My sister-in-law was so polite to them. So the next task must be completed well. Although everyone didn't understand what this had to do with remuneration, they still rolled up their sleeves and got ready to work.
Wait.
Tang Emo stopped for a moment, and then walked about 300 meters north along the shaking heart. At that location, he used the knife formed from mental power to draw a circle with a diameter of 100 meters.
That's it. Dig it.
The secret room made of spar was not at the entrance. In order to save everyone some effort, Tang Emo drew a more accurate range. When the energy wave traveled underground, Tang Emo had already felt it. About 3 meters below his feet. This depth is still a piece of cake for this group of people. Everyone didn't ask any more unnecessary questions, and started digging according to the circle drawn in the late Tang dynasty. 10 minutes later.
Boss, what do you think this is?
One of them dug up a white crystal stone first. It is no simple person who can become Qin Ling's confidant. After roughly feeling it in my hand, I guessed what it was. But I guessed it. But I couldn't believe it. This is the crystal that the whole world is looking for. Just let them dig it out? So simple?
Spar.
Qin Ling only took one glance to determine what it was, and then looked at Tang Emo.
Don't look at me. I only found out by chance. But this spiritual attribute is not too strong. I think the beads are gone. The remaining crystals should be enough as your reward. Right.
Tang Emo was a little embarrassed. He always felt like he would see through when he lied in front of Qin Ling.
Enough. Enough. That's enough. Come on. Brothers, there are crystal stones below. Dig hard.
The first person to dig out the crystal was so excited that he fell into a state of madness. He picked up the tool and rushed back. A group of people all became excited when they heard the news. They waved the things in their hands harder, and everyone used all their strength to suck milk. Chapter 149: The Happiness of Crystal.
Xiao Shiba, come here,
Qin Ling shouted, and a thin, smart-looking boy ran over.
You fly a helicopter. Take 19, 20, 21, the 4 of you back, and then fly 3 more helicopters over.
Qin Ling had studied with the people at the base for a long time, and the crystal stones mentioned in the email were definitely in large quantities, not just 1 or 2 pieces. Moreover, although I don't know how Tang Emo estimated it, judging from the circle she drew, the weight of a helicopter is definitely not enough. He didn't trust anyone at the base to hand this matter over, so he could only ask his own people to make another trip.
Got it.
Xiao Shiba went to call for someone immediately after receiving the order. Very quickly.
You guys have convenient names. Is that big guy the second child?
Tang Emo pointed curiously at the strong man who came out with his arms in his arms. If Qin Ling is the eldest, they will naturally start counting from the second. In terms of size and strength, Tang Emo felt that the big man was the best.
No. The second one is the one smoking over there. Did you see it?
Qin Ling pointed to Tang Emo. Tang Emo followed Qin Ling's eyes, and saw a tall and thin man smoking a cigarette in one hand and holding an electric pick in the other hand.
The third child is indeed the most capable of fighting alone here. But in a team, relying on one's own strength is far from enough. Brains are more important.
Qinling's team is not ranked according to age, let alone size. It's all based on overall strength. The stronger you are, the higher your numbers will be.
If one day one of them surpasses me, then I will give up the position of the boss to others.
Qinling has never regarded this group of people as subordinates, but more like brothers who share life and death. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he looked at Qinling and this group of people, he suddenly felt a little envious. She has always felt that traveling alone would be more free and convenient, with less trouble. Maybe she should change her mind. It's also a good thing to have a group of brothers and comrades who can trust them.
Look, I dug out a blue spar. What's all the fuss about? I still have a few red crystals here. Wherever I am, I'm here.
The group of people dug more and more vigorously, and did not feel tired at all. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw that the mountain of crystal stones in front of him was getting higher and higher. There is only a small pile of blood-red high-grade crystals, and there is half a hill of blue crystals as high as a person. The white crystal stones were piled all over the floor. Looking over them, I thought they were some kind of sparkling ocean. After digging for a whole afternoon, all the crystal stones below were finally dug out. Not only was the circle drawn in the late Tang Dynasty, this group of people spontaneously doubled the scope of the late Tang Dynasty. Only when it was impossible to dig it out anymore did he reluctantly stop. Blood-red crystals and blue crystals are installed inside 4 helicopters. The white crystals were packed into container-sized containers, hung by ropes, and hung under the helicopter. Just in time, the 4 planes were able to transport all these crystals back. Tang Mo couldn't help but admire Qinling's ability to predict. This group of people stood in a row holding tools, and everyone looked at Tang Mo with bright eyes. No one will ever say that this mission is overqualified. It is so worth it. They finally figured it out. If there were any tasks related to their sister-in-law in the future, they would have to do it even if they fought hard.
Where are you going next? Do you want me to stop you for a while?
It was time to say goodbye to his wife, and Qinling felt a little depressed.
No need. I brought so many crystals back this time. You still have a lot to do when you get back.
Tang Mo smiled and refused. Wuxi village is not far from here. She will be there soon and there is no need for a helicopter at all.
Okay then.
Qinling reluctantly hugged Tang Mo again and said goodbye reluctantly.
Let's go. Get on the plane.
When the group heard what the boss said, they all carried their things and prepared to go up.
Wait a minute.
Tang Mo pulled Qinling again. Before Qinling could react, Tang Mo walked up to the group of men holding dicks. They looked at each other one by one, and when they got to the 4th person, Tang Mo pinched his arm. The 4th child was a short and fat man. When he saw his sister-in-law suddenly taking advantage of her, he hurriedly hid behind him.
Sister-in-law, this is not good. What are you talking about? Stand up straight and let your sister-in-law touch you. It's useless.
The 3rd child next to him patted the 4th child on the head. He is now a die-hard fan of his sister-in-law, and everything she says and does is right. There was a black line on Tang Mo's face. What kind of thoughts did these people have?
What's wrong? Is there something wrong with their health?
Qinling looked at Tang Mo's actions and seemed to understand something. He could clearly see the mental output of Tang Mo's treatment for Xianxian just now.
You guys are suffering from old injuries and new injuries. Many of them are trying to hold on. If you continue like this, your body will become useless in a short time.
Tang Mo sighed, and she admired these people even more. Several of their bodies were so severe that they had to endure inhuman pain every day, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse due to repeated fractures and contusions. Qinling's eyes were a little dark. He naturally knew about this. But there is no way. As a member of the team, if you want to improve your strength, you must train and complete tasks every day. And each task is extremely dangerous. It is impossible to leave a large amount of time for anyone to recuperate. It is not easy to stand at the top of the pyramid. Everyone, including himself, is struggling to hold on.
Hey, that's what happened. Sister-in-law, don't worry. We are just a bunch of rough guys. This doesn't matter.
The 3rd child laughed and laughed. He also had a disease in his left leg, which hurt after every battle, but which man who has been on the battlefield can have no wounds on his body.
Your eyes are almost invisible.
Tang Mo stood in front of Lao Er.
Sister-in-law, how do you know?
The 2nd child raised his head in surprise. They are all brothers, who have gone through life and death. Everyone can understand by looking at the look on the second brother's face that what the sister-in-law said is true.
Second brother, what's wrong with your eyes? Second brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? Second brother.
Qin Ling's expression suddenly became serious. The second child was not the strongest here in terms of strength, but he was definitely the first in terms of strategy and intelligence. He has always had a heavy workload. And it is also his second brother who helps him manage the entire team. He is the most sincere brother to him.
Second brother, why didn't you tell me what happened?
Chapter 150 The Miracle Dr. Idol is the sister-in-law.
I was stung by that poisonous spider during my last jungle mission. It doesn't matter.
The second child turned his head away slightly, unwilling to look directly into Qin Ling's eyes. After that accident, he went to see their dedicated doctor at Base S. There was no way to detoxify the toxin yet, and the doctor could only try to research an antidote. But the toxin was eroding his optic nerve bit by bit. By the time the doctor really developed the antidote, he would have been completely blind long ago. And it would be too late. For such a long time, he has relied on his superb memory and a few blurry images to complete his daily life and tasks. But as the scenery in his eyes became increasingly blurry, he gradually began to struggle. He had already thought about voluntarily leaving the team he loved when he became completely blind. He is no longer worthy of being the second brother in this team. And he doesn't want to be a burden to the team.
It's already like this. And you still say it doesn't matter?
Qin Ling's tone contained suppressed anger. Everyone knew that the boss really regarded them as brothers, and that's why he was so angry. It was quiet all around, and no one dared to breathe.
Come here and sit down.
Tang Mo didn't know when he moved a table and 2 chairs out of the space. I sat on one table and placed the other one on the opposite side of the table, signaling my second son to do it on the opposite side.
Sister-in-law.
The second child's face was full of disbelief. Even the most powerful doctor in the base couldn't do anything about his disease. How could the sister-in-law do anything about it?
Hurry up if I ask you to sit down.
Qin Ling pushed, and the second child sat down on the chair in a daze.
Hand out.
In fact, mental treatment in the late Tang dynasty did not require physical contact. But if the situation allowed, the treatment would be faster and the overall process would be more convenient if the patient could be in contact with the other party's body. The next big project to be carried out at the end of the Tang dynasty was naturally done according to convenience. Tang Mo put his hand on it, and then let his mental power slowly enter Lao Er's body, traveling from his nerve endings to his eyes.
Don't resist. Just relax.
It is very dangerous to allow someone else's spiritual power to enter your body. But at this time, the second child obviously felt that every part of his body was warm. Those places that were originally sore from old wounds were bathed in warmth, and there was no thought of resistance. He sat there obediently, not daring to move at all, letting Tang Mo's mental power wander to his eyes, and then continued to circle there to repair them. Everyone formed a circle around Tang Mo's table and watched his sister-in-law working intently. Qin Ling stood closest to the end of Tang dynasty, his eyes reluctant to blink. It is said that people are most charming when they look serious. In his eyes, Tang Mo seemed to be glowing all over, and he was more charming than anyone else. After about half an hour,
open your eyes and see how it goes.
At the end of Tang dynasty, he stopped. The second brother even forgot to retract his arms. He sat there and carefully opened his eyes, looking at every brother around him.
You can see it. You can see it all.
The second son's voice was calm and trembling, and tears couldn't stop falling from the corners of his eyes. He originally thought that his whole life would be ruined like this, but he didn't expect it. The always calm Heir suddenly stood up from the chair, took a step back, knelt down in front of Tang Mo, and cowed out heavily.
Sister-in-law, no matter what happens to you in the future, just say, Wu Yi, will go up to the Mountain of Swords and to the Sea of Fire without hesitation.
This vow is very heavy, but it is worth it. So worth it.
Second brother, get up first. Don't block me. Sister-in-law, can you see if my leg can still be cured?
The strong man Lao Sen helped Wu Yi up, then squeezed him to the back, and soon sat on the chair in front of Tang Mo.
Sister-in-law, and me. My waist always hurts. Sister-in-law,
they are all minor problems.
Look at me.
My right arm was dislocated before, and I reattached it. It hasn't grown back yet. Sister-in-law,
Everyone can see that their sister-in-law is simply omnipotent. Not only can it lead them to the location of the spar mine, it will also give them a bumper harvest. Still a miracle doctor. Even my second brother can be cured of such a disease. What else can't my sister-in-law do? At first, everyone was a little embarrassed to ask their sister-in-law to help them treat their illnesses. But seeing that the third brother said it first, they rushed to report their problems one by one, for fear of not being able to get in line. Qin Ling saw this and did not stop him. If possible, he naturally hoped that these people would suffer less pain. However, seeing that the situation was getting a bit overwhelming, he still spoke up to block it. You little one, please stay back a little. Don't let your sister-in-law tire yourself out. Qin Ling stood behind the late Tang dynasty, looking like he was protecting a calf. It's okay. If you don't feel well, line up behind this chair, and I'll look at you one by one. For the current mental strength of the late Tang dynasty, it was enough to treat these people. Moreover, it is difficult for her to receive such a large amount of treatment. The opportunity to exercise her mental healing ability is also a rare good thing for her. Then a strange sight appeared. Under the setting sun, a group of strong men with an average height of 1.8 meters stood in a row, each staring at the table in front of them. Everyone was extremely well behaved, not daring to say a word for fear of disturbing the people behind the table. Among this group of people, Wu Yi had the most serious eye disease, and it took 30 minutes. The others were traumatized, and in the end of Tang dynasty, it only took 10 minutes on average for each person to read them all. In the end, he was still unsatisfied and took Qin Ling, who was not sick, to come to a mental spa. Qin Ling was originally afraid that his wife would be unwilling if she was tired, but with a threatening look from the end of Tang dynasty, he could only sit on the chair obediently. After the spa, Qin Ling felt that his whole body was much more relaxed, as if he had unlimited energy. The fatigue on the faces of a group of people was wiped away, and everyone looked as energetic as if they had drank a box of energy drinks. I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch right now. Boss, take us on a mission tomorrow. Yes. Otherwise, all the strength seems to be useless. It's strange that I'm not used to it. These people are as tired as dogs every day, don't get enough sleep, and have long forgotten the last time they were so energetic. Everyone looked at Tang Yimo as if they were looking at an idol. If they had vaguely felt that the wife their boss was looking for was too ordinary and not worthy of their boss, now their thoughts have completely changed. My boss is not worthy of such an excellent sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is simply a godlike existence, and no one can be worthy of her. Being able to meet the sister-in-law, the boss is simply blessed after 8 lifetimes of cultivation in his previous life. They have to keep an eye on the boss. Otherwise the boss will be dumped and it will be over. Chapter 151 Loss Trading. Sister-in-law, you must pay attention to your safety when you are out alone. Yes. You must take care of yourself. If anything happens, be sure to contact us in time. We will fly right away. The helicopter will be very fast. From the second child to the last 25. Everyone must tell Tang Yimo to take good care of himself before boarding the helicopter. On the one hand, it is because they really appreciate and admire Tang Yimo. And on the other hand, Tang Yimo is simply a miracle doctor in the last days. People will inevitably get injured while living in the apocalypse, and current medical conditions are limited. So people like Tang Yimo who can solve all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases are simply more precious than giant pandas. This means that Tang Yimo is their sister-in-law. Otherwise, if the base knew that there was such a person, they would have invited her back to the base to provide her with good food and drink, so that she could be used for his own use. Qin Ling's face turned dark when he saw a group of his younger brothers courting his wife. Every time he passed by, he would kick their butts to satisfy his hatred. Don't say anything more. If you need anything, call me anytime. I'll wait for you at home. Qin Ling gave Tang Yimo a tight hug before getting on the plane. Know it. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he pinched Qin Ling's still fair and tender face and waved goodbye to him. After bidding farewell to Qin Ling, Tang Yimo thought about what she was going to do next and found that there were really many things waiting for her to do. On Lin Yu's side, Tang Yimo still wanted to say goodbye to him. After all, they had met each other. Besides, Tang Yimo always felt that he would meet Lin Yu again in the future. On the ruins of Sha Town, Lin Yu and Xian Xian stood among the ruins, checking for things that could still be used. The family is gone, but he and his sister will continue to live. When Tang Yimo saw the scene, he immediately felt relieved. As long as there was still hope of survival, people's resilience is always much stronger than they think. No matter what happens, as long as you can persist in living a step-by-step life, you can persevere. Is this something that was dug out from underneath?
Tang Imo approached and glanced at the small pile of food piled at Lin Yu's feet.
Well, most of it is food. There are also a few clothes that Xian and I can wear. And some crystal cores, which can just last for a while.
Lin Yu's current feelings towards Tang Imo were not just as simple as helping each other, but also as grateful to Tang Imo as a benefactor. If Tang Imo hadn't come to his aid, he would have lost even his last relative. Tang Imo scanned the crystal nuclei on the ground. Some elementary and intermediate crystal nuclei were scattered, but there were not many high-level crystal nuclei. About 10 in total. At 10 yuan, Tang Imo suddenly remembered the legend of his previous life.
What are your plans next? Take Xian to a nearby base, and then do tasks to earn crystal cores and food. If you have hands and feet, you can always support your sister.
Lin Yu was obviously much calmer now than at the beginning, and it seemed that he had sorted out his emotions after a while. Tang Imo admired him for being able to sort out his emotions so quickly after the death of his family. Such a child would definitely develop in the future.
What about him?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he pointed at Lin Shorong, who was still kneeling in the ruins, immersed in grief and unable to extricate himself.
I tried to persuade him, but the mayor said that he can't leave here. It is his mission and destiny to protect this place.
Of course Lin Yu wanted to leave with Lin Shorong, but Lin Shorong couldn't get over the grief at all. It seemed that he wanted to share the fate with Shajin. Lin Yu still had Xian. He couldn't stay here and wait to die. He still had to live well with his sister. After listening, Tang Imo nodded. This child has been controlled by Lin Shorong and kidnapped by his morality for so many years. Now he can finally spread his wings, which is a rare good thing. Lin Shorong should be atonement for the dead children in the desert of City B.
When you go to the base to do missions, strength is quite important. Right. Do you want to buy this flower?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he took out the desert flower from the space and had been with Lin Yu for some time. Although no one said it explicitly, no one was a fool. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it was tacitly understood that he had space. There is no need to be secretive anymore.
Desert flower?
Lin Yu's expression changed. This is what every mental power user dreams of.
Don't you have spiritual attributes yourself? Why don't you use them? No, I don't like using this mess.
What Tang Imo said is true. She really doesn't like these things that can quickly increase her strength. Otherwise, her spiritual flower would be much more precious than this desert flower, and it wouldn't be idle in her space so long. Moreover, she has obtained so many crystal stones now. She has compared them. Although the flower of spiritual power is an innate rare treasure, it has less impurities than the crystal core and ordinary rare treasures. But it was still far behind her high-grade blood red spar, and almost the same as the mid-level light blue spar. Therefore, there is really no use for her to keep these desert flowers. She is not short of money, food, or crystals. Instead of letting them gather dust in the space or selling them to others, she might as well give Lin Yu a favor. She didn't care what Lin Yu's character would be in the future, but she could tell that he was a kind-hearted person. After the impact of the Qinling team, Tang Mo's thoughts changed a lot. Making more friends along the way might not be a bad thing.
I thought you should also be able to tell that this is all I have, and I can't afford it.
Lin Yu's eyes fell on the small pile of crystal nuclei on the ground. Of course he wanted it, but he knew the value of the desert flower all too well, and he simply couldn't afford it.
Isn't this a high-grade crystal core? It belongs to me.
Tang Imo picked up the high-grade crystal cores on the ground one by one, and then stuffed the desert flower into Lin Yu's arms without any explanation.
And here, take it.
He took out a bag of food and water that had been packed long ago and handed it to Lin Yu. Inside were mineral water, milk, bread, instant noodles and biscuits, and a bag of milk powder for Xian.
Aye.
After Lin Yu saw the contents clearly, the package became hot, and for a moment he didn't know whether to accept it or push it out. Reason told him that these things were too valuable, and he could not take them. But Xian, who was working hard to help him turn over stones to find supplies on the other side, made it impossible for him to refuse these things from Tang Imo. They need this so much now.
Don't think too much. This is not for you. I borrowed it. You must return it to me when we meet again next time.
Tang Imo was not someone who showed kindness casually, and she was prepared to calculate a huge interest when the time came.
Okay, it's a deal.
Lin Yu's eyes were a little moist. He raised his head and tried hard to hold back the tears that were about to fall. Chapter 152. Go to Wuxi Village again. The next stop after leaving Sha Town is Wuxi Village. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she had become very proficient in mental healing. She had not forgotten that there was a seriously ill girl waiting for her in Wuxi village. She promised Xiao Tao. And now it's time for her to fulfill her promise. Coming out of the desert, Tang Mo headed towards Wuxi village at almost the fastest speed. Perhaps it was because Tang Mo had more spiritual beads in her body. But her speed was much faster than when she arrived. And she arrived at the gate of Wuxi village in half a day. Knocking on the door of Wuxi village again. Tang Mo was still a little uneasy. The last time she left Wuxi village was not so happy. So she was a little embarrassed to go in this time. It was impossible to tell her true purpose. She didn't want to be a free doctor in Wuxi village. It would not be difficult for her to treat illnesses and save people if she could do it smoothly. But treating these white-eyed wolves? She was really in no mood. Fortunately, what Tang Mo was worried about did not happen. The person who opened the door for her was the same person as last time. Xiao Dao's brother. Xiuhu.
The end of Tang Dynasty?
Xiuhu's eyes instantly lit up when he saw Tang Mo. And he quickly opened the door and invited Tang Mo in. Xiuhu is just one of the most ordinary boys in the world. He does not have the courage to protect his inner justice 100%. But he can still distinguish between right and wrong, good and bad. And it is all in his heart. Tang Mo understood. So he didn't have any dissatisfaction with Xiuhu for not standing up last time. We are all just ordinary people. And no one should use the standards of a saint to demand others.
How is Xiao Tao?
Tang Mo asked straight to the point.
Xiao Tao's condition is not very good. It has become more and more serious recently.
Xiuhu's tone became lowered when he thought of his sister. My sister is the best child in their family. No. In Wuxi village. But she still has no way to deal with the disease. After Tang Mo finished listening, his steps became a little faster. She had lived at Xiuhu's house before. So now she could naturally find it without him leading the way. She walked in front of Xiuhu unknowingly and arrived at Xiuhu's house first.
Brother. Ahem. Why are you back?
Hearing the sound of the door opening outside, Xiao Tao asked. Her voice was not a little weaker than when Tang Mo came last time. And it was also mixed with coughing sounds. Xiao Tao's parents would go outside during the day to follow the group's tasks to find food, and would not come back until dark.
Xiao Tao! It's me!
Tang Mo didn't knock on the door. Just pushed open the door of Xiao Tao's room and walked in. Xiao Tao's room was as dim as ever, with a few books scattered beside the pillow. Xiao Tao's face was obviously much worse than last time. If she could barely support her body to stand up before, it was now difficult for her to stand up. It can be seen that the clothes on his body have not been changed for a long time. And his hair is knotted into a ball. But think about it. My parents leave early and come back late every day. It is inconvenient for my brother to be a boy, and he usually has to stand guard. It would be great if everyone could stay alive. Why should we care about so much?
Tang Mo?
Xiao Tao recognized Tang Mo at a glance by the light.
When you came, I knew you would come back.
Xiao Tao's face did not have the sadness after a long illness. Instead, it was more sunny and optimistic than anyone she met in Wuxi village at the end of the Tang dynasty. Full of hope for life and longing for the future. She couldn't sit up or even hold herself up. She could only lie there quietly and look at Tang Mo. There was a smile on her face, as if this scene had been played out in her mind thousands of times. She never thought whether Tang Mo would come back or not. Although they had only known each other for a short time. She just felt that way. Being trusted like this, Tang Mo felt as if something had hit him lightly in his heart. She hadn't felt like this in a long time. Tang Mo sat beside Xiao Tao's bed and put his hand on her forehead. Xiao Tao's disease has long spread throughout the body, which is a big project. When she came in, she had told Xiaohu to stay outside and not let anyone disturb her. Xiaohu naturally knew that Tang Mo was coming back to help her sister treat her illness. So she happily followed suit. After Tang Mo probed his spiritual power into Xiao Tao's body, he discovered how serious Xiao Tao's condition was. Cells in many parts of the body are mutated and necrotic. And those mutated cells are engulfing good cells bit by bit, trying to completely take over the body. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he also observed that there was a very rich red light group in Xiao Tao's sea of consciousness, fighting desperately against the mutated cells that were invading the brain cells. So that's it. Tang Mo suddenly understood why Xiao Tao could persist for so long despite being so seriously ill, and still so conscious. All this is because Xiao Tao is a power attribute user, and her strength attribute is very strong. Strong enough to temporarily suppress those necrotic cells. But even so, if it continues like this, the red light ball may not last long. At the end of Tang Dynasty, He first used a spiritual force to help the red light group clear out the mutated cells that had entered the brain. The remaining mental power was divided into two streams after structural changes, and they traveled on both sides of Xiao Tao's body, everywhere where the white light spiritual power flows. Mutated cells and necrotic areas are repaired bit by bit, showing their original intact appearance. There were too many necrotic places, so the process in the late Tang dynasty was very slow, because it involves removing necrotic areas all over the body and growing new tissue. This process is not only long but also very itchy and painful. Xiao Tao frowned tightly, but she didn't make a sound in the end. After about 4 hours, the necrotic cell tissue in Xiao Tao's body was completely repaired, and she became a healthy person again.
Okay, let's feel how it is now.
Xiao Tao tried to lift her arm, and sure enough, she could lift it easily. The whole person seemed to have endless strength.
Brother, come in. Help me get down to the ground and walk.
Xiao Tao has been in bed for too long. Even if her body recovers now, she cannot get up and walk immediately. She still needs to do it slowly.
Hey, here I come.
When Xiaohu heard Xiao Tao's words, he was very excited. He rubbed his hands and came in to help his sister. Seeing the excited expressions of the brothers and sisters, Tang Mo left the room in full, using the kitchen of Xiaohu's house. I took out some rice and cooked a pot of porridge. Her body is still very weak now, and she needs to take good care of herself if she wants to fully recover. So she will help others to the end. As arrogant as the late Tang dynasty, she wouldn't say that she was moved by the light in Xiao Tao's eyes just now. Chapter 153. The next clan leader. With the help of her brother, Xiao Tao gradually became able to walk independently. Not only could she walk, she also found that she was surprisingly strong. Xiao Tao originally knew that she was a power attribute user by looking at the attribute values on her ID watch, but she had been sick for too long. The first time she truly felt her own power made Xiao Tao very excited. She moved the table around the house and was so happy. After eating the porridge cooked at the end of Tang dynasty, Xiao Tao took a pair of scissors and cut off her big braided hair, turning it into short, ear-length hair that was easy to take care of. Then he brought a big wooden bucket and put half a bucket of hot water in it and started taking a bath. Little girls love to be clean. After lying down for so long, their bodies were not only dirty, but they also had a lot of bed sores because they couldn't turn over and clean themselves in time. Fortunately, Tang Mo took this into consideration when he repaired Xiao Tao's body and removed all the unsightly things. After taking a thorough shower and changing into clean clothes, Xiao Tao truly felt as if she had been reborn, saying goodbye to her past completely. Xiaohu went to help his sister fill the bath water, and Xiao Ao was not idle either and started to tidy up her room. Open all the curtains and windows in the room, letting the sunlight shine in and spread all over the floor. And the air that was originally closed and moist suddenly became fresh.
Sister, I want to tell you something.
Xiao Tao hesitated in embarrassment.
Stop calling me sister. If you don't think it sounds good to be called by my full name, just call me Mo.
Xiao Tao is also a college student, and her age is not much different from that of the late Tang dynasty.
Well, Mo, I want to say, can you take me away with you?
Xiao Tao took a deep breath, then looked at Tang Mo with firm eyes and said,
Huh?
Tang Mo never expected that Xiao Tao would make such a request. Xiao Tao grew up in Wuxi village, where she has a family and an older brother. The world is so chaotic now. Wouldn't a girl feel safer at home?
I have been sick for so long, and I have already thought clearly about it. While waiting for you, I have been thinking, if I can really be lucky enough to recover, then I must not be like the people here. Close your eyes and live a lifetime. I want to go out and change something through my own efforts.
Tang Mo looked into Xiao Tao's eyes seriously. There is light in this girl's eyes.
I will definitely not hold you back. I am a power attribute user,
and my mental attributes are also good. My learning ability is also very good. I learn things quickly, and I can endure hardships. As long as you let me follow you, you can do anything you want me to do.
The longing in Xiao Tao's eyes moved Tang Mo a little. Xiao Tao is the only college student in Wuxi village, and the only one who has truly left the village. From what happened last time, Tang Mo could tell that Xiao Tao had a clear mind and was decisive in doing things. Since the last time Tang Mo met Qiling's team, he really thought that if there were suitable opportunities and candidates, he would also like to organize a team of his own. And Xiao Tao is a good candidate, both in terms of ability and character.
What will happen to your brother's parents if you leave? Can they agree? I'm an adult now, and only I can make the decision for my own life. Besides, the new clan leader in Wuxi village is a good person, and he can live a mediocre life even if he doesn't live a rich life. My parents and my brother, I haven't been with them since high school, and they will definitely support me. As long as you are willing to take me away, none of this will be a problem.
Xiao Tao is a very persistent person. As long as he is determined about one thing, no matter what, it will not change.
Well, I will stay here for one night today. After you say goodbye to your family at night, we will leave tomorrow.
Tang Mo finally relented and gave the girl a chance, which also gave him a chance to open his closed heart.
Brother Little Tiger, are you at home?
There was a knock on the door from a boy.
What's wrong? What's the matter?
Xiaohu was immersed in the joy of his sister's recovery, and his tone was much lighter.
The clan leader heard that you let the man in last time and asked you to take him to the ancestral hall.
The boy's tone was very urgent, and it seemed that the other party was also very anxious.
Clan leader?
Xiaohu suddenly panicked. He saw that Tang Mo was a little too excited for a while and forgot to report it to the clan leader. He really made a big mistake this time. Xiaohu's temperament is like this, kind but unable to bear anything.
Let's go. It's okay. Let's go there, and that's it.
Tang Mo patted Xiaohu on the shoulder and went out.
Mo, why don't we leave now? The clan leader won't do anything to my brother.
Xiao Tao looked at Tang Mo worriedly. Tang Mo gave Xiao Tao a reassuring look.
It's okay. Just wait at home.
From Xiao Tao's words, Tang Mo probably knew what kind of person this clan leader was. He is young and promising, has read some books, and has relatively advanced ideas. He is the grandson of the previous patriarch. I had always questioned the previous sect leader Yao Chang's scam, but at the time, he was a low-key person and was very suppressed. Now that I have become the head of the clan, I have done a lot of practical things for the village, and have standardized a lot of good measures and regulations. The whole village has returned to normal life order. For such people, Tongma felt that it was still possible to communicate. Even if she couldn't communicate, no one here had the ability to do anything to her yet. And she knew it. I had visited the clan leader's ancestral hall a few times in the late Tang dynasty, and my impression was extremely bad. This time when we arrived at the door, things changed drastically. The originally decorated splendid ancestral hall is now much simpler, and there are no longer so many guard servants outside, but it is empty and more solemn. Tang Mo stepped into the ancestral hall, and when the young man inside saw Tang Mo entering the door, he stood up to greet him and helped Tang Mo to a seat.
Hello. I am the current patriarch of Wuxi village, Guomingi. I have admired Miss Tang's name for a long time, but unfortunately, I have never had the chance to meet her. Today I finally met her.
Guomingi's attitude was very polite. Such an attitude must be nothing good.
I wonder what the patriarch wants from me. I came to Wuxi village this time just to talk to my old friends. I will leave early tomorrow morning without causing too much trouble.
Tang Mo said straight to the point. Too lazy to make more turns. Miss Tang has misunderstood. You are a person who has made great contributions to our Wuxi village and is the most distinguished guest. It is too late for us to be happy if you stay for a few more days. How can we drive you away? But this time, Mr. Gui does have something to ask for. I wonder if Miss Tang, with her intelligence, can give Mr. Gui some advice?
Chapter 154. 4 more pictures.
I wonder what's wrong with the clan leader. I'm still young and have little knowledge, so I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much.
To save trouble, Tang Mo didn't mind belittling himself.
Miss Tang, please don't belittle yourself. Thanks to the girl's intelligence, we, the villagers of Wuxi village, were no longer deceived by the medicine insect scam of the previous clan leader. Although the villagers in Wuxi village seem to be living an orderly life on the surface, they have no enthusiasm for life at all. They complete tasks step by step and get food like robots every day, without any hope on their faces. If this continues, Wuxi village will decline sooner or later. I wonder if Miss Tang has any good ideas.
The melancholy on Guomingi's face didn't seem to be fake. After he took office, he better protected everyone's food, clothing, housing and transportation. But after learning that the drug bug was a scam, everyone's original appearance of rushing to do tasks and working hard to live suddenly disappeared. Everyone's face was lifeless, unwilling to practice, and just muddle along, as if they had earned it by living one more day. Guomingi didn't understand why he couldn't compare to that scam even though he was doing better. This made him very frustrated. After hearing his words, Tang Mo felt clear. No wonder she felt that everyone she saw was like a zombie as soon as she entered Wuxi village. It turned out to be like this.
Originally, everyone worked hard to do missions to hunt alien beasts in order to exchange for medicine bugs. In their hearts, it was like an elixir that could keep them alive, even though they knew in their hearts that it might not be reliable. At least they had hope. Although their current life is stable, everyone knows that it is only temporary. Once injured or any accident occurs, they will not even have the ability to resist. If there is no light in the suffering life, how can people find the strength to move on?
Tang Mo's words made Guimingyi fall into deep thought. After all, no matter how capable and talented he is only a young man in his 20s. And he cannot see many things clearly quickly. He has always been trapped in the cycle of why he did so well for everyone. But no one appreciated it. And he never thought about why. Perhaps it was because he was too prejudiced against the Yaochong clan leader that he had never considered the problem empathetically from the villagers' perspective. Only now did he understand that he could do everything well just by working hard.
Then, what can be done?
Guimingyi raised his head and looked at Tang Mo with hope. This look made Tang Mo feel pressured.
You are the clan leader, so you will naturally be able to do something about it. What can I do about it?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, I guess he was not a nosy person. And what he said just now was just out of emotion. She was too lazy to help him clean up this mess. There was a period of silence. And Tang Mo silently looked up at the sky and continued to pretend to be dead.
When I was a child, I heard from my grandfather that there were 3 paintings in the clan leader's ancestral hall, which were passed down from generation to generation in our Wuxi village. Grandpa said that one day in the future, a powerful person will take it away and put it to great use. On the day I took over the ancestral hall, I searched many times inside and out, but there were no 3 paintings that Grandpa mentioned. Maybe they had been taken away by the powerful man.
Guimingyi paused and took a sip of the cold tea at hand.
Grandpa also said that there are not just 3 such paintings, but there are 7 in total according to our ancestors. At first, they were all in our Wuxi village, but due to various reasons, 4 of them have wandered away. But even so, the ancestors still recorded the approximate locations of the 4 paintings.
I wonder if Miss Tang is interested in the locations of the other 4 paintings.
Guimingyi was very smart, and the late Tang dynasty liked his intelligence. For other pictures? When taking the Pearl of Spiritual Power, Tang dynasty used a picture. If there are 4 pictures left, wouldn't they just correspond to the 4 remaining beads? Not only is she interested, she is absolutely determined to get it. Both Guimingyi and Tang Mo knew that the other knew that the 3 paintings in the ancestral hall were in Tang Mo. Guimingyi used the remaining 4 paintings as an exchange for solving the problem.
Zongzonggue. I do have a way, but I don't know if it's feasible.
Tang Mo immediately sat upright and became serious as if he were treating a big customer. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she stayed in the ancestral hall for a long time. And finally, it was Guimingyi who sent her out personally. When she arrived at Xiuhu's house, Xiuhu's family of 4 had been waiting for her for a long time.
Girl, we, Xiao Tao, will trouble you from now on.
It seemed that Xiao Tao had already made an agreement with her family about leaving with her. As soon as they saw Tang Mo walking in, Xiao Tao's parents knelt down in front of her. This kneeling was not just to let Tang Mo take care of Xiao Tao more in the future, but more importantly, because Tang Mo cured their favorite daughter's disease. Everyone was prepared for Xiao Tao to suffer torture and die in bed. But no one expected that Xiao Tao would be lucky enough to meet such a great benefactor.
What are you doing? Get up quickly.
Tang Mo couldn't bear this, so he quickly helped Xiao Tao's parents up.
Xiao Tao has told us that she wants to leave with you. This child has been smart since she was a child. We have always known that Wuxi village is a small place. It would be wrong for this child to stay married and have children for the rest of her life. We all support her to go out and have a look. Go see the world and have a little adventure.
Xiao Tao's mother held Xiao Tao's hand, her eyes full of reluctance. But they understood clearly that if they stayed in Wuxi village for a lifetime, they would have no future. If possible, who wouldn't want to go out and have a look? As parents, they cannot stand in the way of their children.
Sister, just feel free to go with your savior. My parents have me at home. If you don't have a good time outside in the future, you can come back at any time.
Xiuhu's words undoubtedly gave Xiao Tao another reassurance. With the support of Xiao Tao's whole family, Tang Mo felt relieved. Otherwise, she would always feel guilty about kidnapping other people's children.
I have some things to do here tomorrow morning. You guys need to rest first and just pack your things in the morning. We will set off in the afternoon.
Have a restful night of good sleep. The next day at the end of Tang Dynasty, he got up early and went to the open space in the square where the clan leader mentioned yesterday to make preparations. Today, all the villagers in Wuxi village did not go to work. Instead, they followed the clan leader's arrangement and came to the village square for a meeting. In about half an hour, except for those who were bedridden and unable to move, everyone had arrived and stood densely packed in the square with empty eyes. For them, it doesn't make much difference whether they go to work or not, whether they go to a meeting or go out to do tasks. Following instructions, like a soulless body, is all they live now. Chapter 155. Why not give it a try?
What is Miss Tang doing?
Xiu's family was naturally standing among the crowd. Seeing Tang Mo standing on the stage, Xiu asked doubtfully,
Maybe. Help Wuxi village solve the problem.
Xiao Tao replied while looking at Tang Mo, who seemed to be shining on the stage. Although Xiao Tao is bedridden, she is not blind to what is happening outside the window. She is relatively clear about the current situation in Wuxi village. Wuxi village is sick and needs a dose of heavy medicine to cure it. And the late Tang Dynasty was just that kind of medicine.
I called you here today because I want to tell you something.
Everyone was here, and the patriarch Guomingyi stood on the stage and said to everyone, Due to some unknown reason in our Wuxi village, most of the people in the village are people with mental attributes. However, everyone has not taken advantage of this and is unwilling to work hard to improve their attributes. They just muddle along. Before, he went out to hunt animals in order to save his own life in exchange for insecticides. Now that the scam was exposed, he had no fighting spirit. After all, do you think spiritual attributes are useless?
Although Guomingyi is not very old, every word he says is sonorous and powerful, hitting everyone's heart directly. The villagers below were silent. No one spoke, but they all recognized the clan leader's words. Due to unknown reasons, most of them in Wuxi village are people with mental attributes. But the mental attributes are simply not useful for capturing strange beasts in daily life. So few people focus on improving their own attributes. They are all going to die anyway. So what is the use of all these efforts? Tang Mo herself is also a person with spiritual attributes, and she understands the thoughts of these people very well. She was like this in her last life. Not to mention healing. She couldn't even be attacked by mental entities. The only thing he knows how to do is add mental power to his body. Since mental power is relatively weak, it is not particularly useful.
Today I tell you that the spiritual attribute is the most powerful attribute in the world. As long as you cultivate the attribute to a high enough level, you don't need any medicine or insect at all. You can cure diseases and save people yourself. Each of you can be the miracle Dr. Hua Tuo.
Guomingyi's words were very powerful, but the effect was not too obvious. Everyone was whispering below. But there was no stormy sea as he imagined. It's not that this news isn't shocking enough. The ability of spiritual attributes to cure diseases and save people is equivalent to them having a trump card to protect themselves and their lives, which means they can live well in the apocalypse. Why isn't it shocking enough? But these people in Wuxi village were really frightened by being fooled. The belief that I held onto for so long turned into a scam. Now if we ask them to believe in another belief, everyone is really afraid. From great hope to disappointment. None of them could bear such a blow. So no one believed what the clan leader said. The patriarch said, How is that possible?
I know that just saying this will make everyone suspicious. So today I called everyone here. The girl on the stage is called Tang Mo. I believe many people have seen her.
Guomingyi was mentally prepared for the current situation. And then said calmly,
The end of Tang Dynasty? Is she the Tang Mo on the ranking list? No wonder he was able to bring down the previous clan leader. How could he be so incompetent? It's the one with the golden icon behind his name. Right. I don't know what that is.
The whispers below grew louder. Of course they had seen it in the late Tang Dynasty and remembered it. It's just that I didn't know her name before. But now that I know it, I can match her with a name on the ranking list. No matter how isolated the place is from the world. With an ID watch, information from the outside world is connected. The attribute rankings, which are updated on time at midnight every day, are something that people across China watch many times every day. The above changes are not big, and any ranking will be captured by everyone. As for the permanent list above, everyone is naturally aware of it.
Miss Tang is a person with spiritual attributes. Her spiritual attributes are much higher than yours. So she can now cure diseases and save people. Now, if there are people who are seriously ill at home, they can be brought here. We are under the witness of so many pairs of eyes. Let's see if this spiritual power can cure diseases and save people.
This is the result of discussions between Tang Mo and Guomingi yesterday. Don't everyone in Wuxi village think that medicine insects are their belief and their salvation? If they can't live without their faith, then the end of Tang dynasty will let them understand that people can also be their own faith. No one in this world can save you from the troubles of fire and water. Only you can be the salvation. As for the mental treatment, Tang Mo was not prepared to hide it. This was something she would use frequently in the future, and there was no need to hide it. And she also told Guomingi that as long as there are people in Wuxi village who have reached a certain level of spiritual attributes, she will personally teach how to use spiritual power to treat them. She thought very clearly that since this pattern was obtained from Wuxi village, it was appropriate to use it to save Wuxi village. And she should do this. However, the end of Tang dynasty did not tell Guomingi about the patterns of mental physical attacks obtained from this. One reason is that this is the trump card she wants to use to save her life. Another reason is that she just wants to have one more person with mental attributes in the world who can heal diseases and save people. Not one more person who kills people. Bring people here now? The villagers were also a little confused. They were just a routine prank by the clan leader. So why did they become serious? They are really not used to this. However, now that I have said it, it is probably possible. There is really hope. Right? A few young people who moved quickly and looked at the hope that the flames had not been completely extinguished quickly ran out of the crowd. After a while, the critically ill patient at home was brought out with the support of a sling, because they didn't really believe what the clan leader said. Only 3 young men brought the patients at home. The few people who came were basically too sick to talk and walk normally, so they did not come to this meeting. Following the instructions of the clan leader, these patients sat down in front of Tang Mo's table one after another. There was a patient who couldn't even sit, so Tang Mo took out a mattress from the space and spread it on the bedding to make him lie there more comfortably. It wasn't until the end of the Tang dynasty that a mattress was brought out of thin air, and no one remembered it. No. Didn't the previous news say that Tang Mo was a space superpower? Why is this a person with spiritual attributes again? The young man who placed his father on the mattress looked even worse. Dad is the most important person in his life. He was bitten by a strange animal before. The infection became more serious, and he could no longer move. He took a big risk and gambled hard to get his father out. If Tang Mo really couldn't survive, his father's injury would definitely become more serious after such a move. Chapter 156 Temporary Decision. Tang Mo saw the uneasiness of these people, and stood up from behind the table, and came to the mattress. This middle-aged man who was bedridden was the most serious patient, and Tang Mo planned to treat him first. He took out a small stool and sat next to the man who was already lying down, then put his hand on the man's arm. At the end of the Tang dynasty, it was observed that the people who were sent here were generally men in their prime, and their bodies were all infected with wounds caused by being bitten or slapped by strange animals. Wuxi village was originally closed and backward, and now there is a shortage of medicine. In fact, this was something that antibiotics and disinfectant bandages could solve in the past. But in the end of the world, it has become a terminal disease that has no cure and can only wait for death. If you get injured when you go out, you will be waiting to die. And if you don't go out at home, you will starve to death. Such a desperate life is no wonder that the people in Wuxi village have lost hope and are getting by. But this was convenient for Tang Mo. The infection caused by the wound could be solved by cleaning the area around the wound and allowing it to heal. This greatly reduced the workload in the late Tang dynasty. The infection of the man in front of him was deep in his waist, so it affected his movements. Slowly channeling his mental power through special structural reorganization, Tang Mo began to heal the man. The villagers below opened their eyes one by one, watching intently to see if a miracle would happen. They didn't believe that the little girl on the stage could really bring a dying person back from the brink of death. But in everyone's heart, they really hope that she can do it, that the desperate life can be torn into a gap for breathing, and some sunshine can shine through. When Tang Mo's spiritual power was channeled out, everyone almost held their breath. Most of them are spiritual attribute users, and are very sensitive to spiritual power. Although Tang Mo's attributes were much higher than theirs, everyone still felt the strong mental power output on the stage even though she had nothing to hide. At the end of Tang dynasty, he really used his spiritual power to save people. 15 minutes later, Tang Mo put his hands away and stood up.
That's all right. Go home and rest for a few days, and you'll be back to normal.
The middle-aged man's originally lifeless face was now rosy, and his complexion was not even a little bit better than before. He only felt that his waist, which had been in unbearable pain, was now numb.
Dad, do you feel better?
The man's son was watching from the nearest position as his father's face turned rosy little by little. And he couldn't help but feel hopeful in his tone.
Aye.
The man tried to twist, but it didn't hurt, and he could move.
Please help me sit up.
As soon as the man stretched out his hand, the son supported him, and slowly helped his father sit up.
Okay. Really good.
Both of their faces were filled with joy. Originally, I couldn't even turn over and move. But now I can sit up and stand with support without feeling any pain. This happened within 10 minutes. Is this something only gods can do?
Pay attention to rest these days, and don't get too tired. It will take a few days to fully recover and allow the body to adapt to the transition period.
While Tang Mo was giving instructions, he had already sat behind the table and put his hand on the next patient's hand. Within 20 minutes, the two patients with large-scale local infections recovered, and their energy and spirit immediately recovered a lot. Both of them expressed their gratitude to Tang Mo with tears in their eyes. If Tang Mo hadn't stopped him desperately, he would have to kneel down to Tang Mo.
Spiritual power can really cure diseases and save people. It's true. It's actually true. It's actually true. We are saved. We are finally saved.
It was as if a bomb had been dropped into the silent crowd. Huge cheers and discussions replaced whispers. And many people even shed tears without realizing it. This time, all of them saw it with their own eyes. And the people around them were healed. It's all true. Not a lie.
I'm going to carry my brother back. My father has also been saved, as well as my uncle.
After everyone calmed down, they rushed towards home, fearing that if they were a minute late, they would miss this once-in-a-lifetime life-saving opportunity.
Only treat critically ill patients. Those with minor injuries, who can recover on their own, will not be treated. Elderly people over 60 years old will not be treated if they are not injured by strange animals. If you are really unable to move, please do not move the patient first. I can eventually go to your home.
Tang Mo didn't know when a loudspeaker appeared in his hand, and he shouted down. There were too many people in a village, and she couldn't handle minor injuries and minor ailments. If the old man was not injured by a strange animal, it would be the natural cycle of birth, old age, illness and death. This is the natural law of life. The late Tang dynasty did not want to, and could not violate this natural law. Soon, a long line of cards lined up in front of Tang Mo's table. Although Tang Mo said that patients who could not be moved would eventually go home in person, everyone was obviously unsure and still carried the stretcher made of bamboo. Even the straps pulled the patient in front of Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo smiled bitterly and understood the mood of these family members. He rolled up his sleeves and started his work. Because of the experience of collective treatment for the Qin Ling team last time, Tang Mo moved faster this time. In just one morning, all the more than 20 patients were cured.
Although the disease is cured, you still need to pay attention to rest and recuperate.
Tang Mo patiently gave instructions. Like a real doctor, the family members nearby took their recovered patients off the stage one by one with great gratitude, and then stood up under the stage. All of them had bright eyes, like obedient primary school students waiting for the teacher to speak.
Everyone has seen that mental power can really cure diseases and save people. As long as you work hard to improve your attributes, you can live well with your family in the end of the world. I will give the method of mental power treatment to the clan leader. Let him choose the 3 people with the strongest mental power in the village to study. From now on, he can choose one person with the strongest mental power attribute to study every month, so that everyone can live.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, every word he said was very serious. Guimingyi was a little stunned when he heard it. Is this different from what was decided yesterday? Originally, at the end of the Tang Dynasty, she was planning not to teach him yet. When someone's spiritual attributes reached certain requirements set by her, she would teach him personally. What now? Now what Tang Mo said was of course the best way for Wuxi village. Guimingyi was stunned by the huge joy for a moment. He himself is also a spiritual attribute user, and he understands very well what this secret method represents and how precious it is. In this way, their Wuxi village will really be saved. Not only was their salvation, Guimingyi had a premonition that their Wuxi village would usher in a new dawn because of the girl in front of him. Chapter 157 Great Value for Money. Tang Mo had just thought about the temporary change of decision and had no time to tell Guimingyi. When he saw the eyes of the people in Wuxi village slowly changing from dim to full of light, Tang Mo was suddenly hit in his heart. It turns out that human beings are so contented. As long as there is a little hope of survival, they can hold on tightly. This secret method of mental healing was originally left by the ancestors of Wuxi village. She couldn't be so selfish. She has gained enough here. And she has left enough behind. She should not hide such things that benefit all mankind. Perhaps by passing it on to more people, we can truly put it to good use and restore the light in the eyes of more people in this world.
We can that too.
The person speaking was a young man with the highest spiritual attributes in Wuxi village.
Of course. As long as you are willing to keep working hard to improve your own mental attributes. Of course you can.
It was tested in the late Tang dynasty. As long as you reach a certain spiritual attribute threshold, you can learn this treatment method. The higher the mental attribute value, the better and easier the treatment effect will be, and the more complex diseases can be treated.
Tang Mo. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Guomingyi, who had regained consciousness, stepped forward and held Tang Mo's hand.
In addition to what Miss Tang said, I would like to announce 2 more things. The first is that this secret healing method will never be passed on except to the villagers of Wuxi village. The second is that we will erect a monument in Wuxi village so that future generations will be grateful. Thanks to Miss Tang's great kindness. As long as we, the people of Wuxi village, meet Miss Tang or her descendants in the future, we will obey your orders without hesitation, no matter how hard it is.
Guomingyi said something very serious. He is a very sensible person. Tang Mo was able to change his mind and allow Wuxi village to receive such benefits. So naturally he had to do what he should do and express his gratitude. Although Guomingyi also knew in his heart that the secret method of mental healing in the late Tang dynasty was probably obtained from their Wuxi village. But if it hadn't been for the late Tang dynasty, the secret method might have remained in the dust for several generations. Moreover, even if the late Tang dynasty refused to thoroughly teach the secret method to Wuxi village, it was their own business, and they had no way to do it. Therefore, if you receive someone's kindness, you must be grateful and always remember it. At the end of Tang dynasty, she felt inexplicably that since she was reborn, it seemed that many people had said this to her. Has she really done so many good things? Why doesn't she remember?
A mountain of swords and a sea of fire. No matter what.
The crowd burst into uniform shouts. In these last days, no one does not know the importance of this secret method of healing. It is not an exaggeration to say that they were their reborn parents in the late Tang dynasty. The village of a generation of holy doctors has begun. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he did not expect that Wuxi village, which was originally no one cared about, would later be visited by people and become the most revered place in the world. Of course, these are all things for later. It was already the second day that Tang Mo took Xiao Tao on the road. Guomingyi was very trustworthy and gave all the address information of the remaining 4 patterns to Tang Mo. This is the key item to get the remaining 4 beads. Guomingyi and Tang Mo were both very satisfied with this transaction, and it was worth every penny. Xiao Tao was about the same height as Tang Mo. She was wearing a set of sportswear that Tang Mo found from the space, carrying a huge backpack, and had short hair that was close to her ears. She looked like 2 sisters walking next to Tang Mo.
Xiao Tao, why don't you change to a smaller bag?
Tang Mo looked at the school bag behind Xiao Tao, which was 3 times bigger than what he was carrying, and felt a little strange.
It's okay. It's not heavy at all.
Xiao Tao is a person who is afraid of hunger in the last days. She can only feel relieved if she carries all the supplies on her back. Besides, she really didn't feel the backpack was heavy. She basically couldn't feel the weight of the bag at all. There was a black line on Tang Mo's face. She had just secretly picked up Xiao Tao's bag. If it didn't sink, she would almost die. But for Xiao Tao, a girl with a strange strength attribute, it is not surprising that it does not sink. Jingjing has grown to a big size now, and because it is too heavy, Tang Mo will no longer hold her except in special circumstances. But Xiao Tao didn't dislike Jingjing Chen at all. She was very fond of this little thing dressed in white. Jingjing was also very satisfied with her new partner. She just laid down on the huge backpack on Xiao Tao's back every day when she was on her way. It was as comfortable as if she was on vacation. Tang Mo's plan was very simple. He would first go to the S base, send Xiao Tao back, and let Xiao Tao receive a good training at the base. After all, although Xiao Tao has a very high strength attribute, she has been ill and bedridden for a long time. She is just an ordinary girl, without systematic training. It is definitely not enough to use brute force, and it was time for her to go back and see what her sheep had grown into now. Children grew up quickly, so she had to go back quickly and teach her to call her sister. Besides, he had promised Qin Ling to go back after finishing his work, so he definitely had to go back to base S.
Mo, have you finished your work over there?
as if there was a telepathic connection. Not long after setting off on the road at the end of Tang Dynasty, Qinling called.
It's not finished yet. It's estimated that I won't be able to return to the base until next month.
In the late Tang Dynasty, this journey was extremely leisurely. It was extremely satisfying to take Xiao Tao to gain experience by killing exotic animals, catching pheasants, and cooking roast chicken. Having someone to accompany me makes even boring days more interesting. She roughly estimated that she could reach the S base in 3 days. But she wanted to give Qinling a surprise.
It will take so long. Well, please pay attention to your safety.
Qinling's tone was full of disappointment. Ever since Tang Dynasty last promised him to come back after finishing things, he had been absent-minded these days, always looking forward to it. I called today to ask because I couldn't bear it anymore. Unfortunately, I have to wait until next month. It really feels like a year.
Mo, is this your boyfriend?
In the past few days, this was the first time Xiao Tao saw Tang Mo and Qinling talking on the phone. The intimacy in their tone made this powerful girl curious.
Yeah, boyfriend. Wow, it must be great to be Mo's boyfriend. Is he handsome?
Xiao Tao teased. In her heart, Tang Mo was the best and most powerful person. To be Tang Mo's boyfriend, he must be very powerful.
Excellent. Quite outstanding.
Being able to be the leader of S base should be considered excellent.
Right. Handsome? Well, handsome,
Tang Mo said with certainty. It has to be said that no matter in this life or in the previous life, Qinling is a man who has grown up in the aesthetic point of view of thousands of girls, women, aunts and grandmothers. You must give him a good hug next time you meet. Otherwise you will be wasting your time finding such a handsome boyfriend. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he secretly decided. Chapter 158 Back Home. It had been a long time since Tang Mo returned to Base S. When he and Xiao Tao stood at the gate of Base S, they suddenly felt a strange feeling. Originally, she just thought that Base S was just a large base, no different from other bases. But this time when she returned to the base, she found that the current S base was more like a city with complete facilities, order and stability. Regardless of their background, the people inside the base have a peaceful and unhurried look on their faces. They seem to be in completely different worlds from the people outside who are struggling for survival. However, it's no wonder. After all, you have to pay expensive fees every day in S base.
5 primary crystal nuclei a day? This is a money grab.
Xiao Tao stood at the door. Her mouth opened in an O shape. She has been staying in Wuxi village since the end of the world. She has never seen such terrifying prices. 5 primary crystal cores are 5 primary alien beasts. You have to kill 5 primary alien beasts every day to ensure that you can stay in the S base for 1 day. This is really too expensive. The data on everyone's ID watch can be updated in real time. And who pays the money and when it expires are all monitored. So there is no need to worry about defaulting on the account.
3 days for an intermediate crystal core and 40 days for a high-level crystal core. If you want to get in, hurry up. If you don't want to get in, move back and make room for those in need.
Seeing that Xiao Tao looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, the guard standing guard at the door began to chase people away.
She and I will handle it for 3 days first.
Tang Mo reached out and handed over 2 intermediate crystal nuclei. The price was a bit high, but the 3 leaders of the base were Qinling and her stepfather, and the money did not go into the pockets of outsiders. So the money she gave her was quite comfortable. The fertilizer has not flowed into other people's fields, so there is nothing wrong with it. Seeing that the crystal core was handed out, the guard's attitude was quite good, and he quickly helped Tang Mo and the 2 go through the procedures. Late Tang Dynasty? Isn't this a celebrity on the charts? In the apocalypse, strength speaks for itself. For a position like his where he has to come into contact with countless people every day, the most important thing is to be discerning. Seeing the information in Tang Mo's ID watch, the guard immediately became respectful, and a smile appeared on his face.
Miss Tang, you are ranked 87th on the ranking list. No payment is required. An intermediate crystal core will be returned to you.
Is it so real? This was the first time she had been treated like this in the late Tang Dynasty. It turned out that she was so powerful and had such benefits. The 2 of them were almost invited into the gate of the base.
Sure enough. What Dad said is right. Everything costs money when you go out. It's great not to spend money. I have to work hard and try to get into the rankings.
Powerful girl has great motivation for the future direction because of her stinginess. She and Tang Mo also fought a lot of strange beasts along the way. But that was not enough for the two of them to live in this base for a few months. Let alone the crystal cores needed to eat and practice.
Look at the way you dig. You won't get anything by messing with me. But the only thing you will get is that you are not short of money.
Tang Mo had obviously become very familiar with Xiao Tao over the past few days. He threw Xiao Tao a bag of crystal nuclei, which contained all primary crystal nuclei, intermediate crystal nuclei, and advanced crystal nuclei. Just kidding. The crystals in the space at the end of the Tang dynasty were all from Nanshan. And the crystal cores were almost like stones in her eyes. It is true that you have to spend money everywhere when you go out. Since Xiao Tao is going to hang out with her in the future, she will naturally have to pay for food, accommodation, and wages.
Am I being kept by a rich woman?
Xiao Tao held the money bag in both hands. Her head was dizzy, and she was still immersed in the joy of happiness. At the end of Tang dynasty, he took Xiao Tao back to the Wen family first. The Wen family house had many large rooms. So he asked Lin Yi to find a room for Xiao Tao. He briefly told her about the Alliance Coliseum and the exchange, and then let her explore on her own. The information about the base and the ID watch is very complete.
Yan, do you miss your sister?
Tang Mo hugged Lin Yi first. Seeing that his mother was fine all over, with a rosy face and a plump body, he felt relieved, and went to the sofa to start teasing his brother. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. And the sheep can already crawl, which is the cutest time. However, children at this age don't remember things. They have long forgotten who Tang Mo is. They looked at Tang Mo with their big eyes blinking and tilted their heads. They looked very fond of Tang Mo. They hugged him and kissed him several times. The three mothers were sitting on the sofa like this. Lin Yi asked nonchalantly what happened to Tang Mo after he had been out for so long and whether there was any danger. Tang Mo was also happy to pick up something interesting and talk to Lin Yi, so as to add a little more fun to his boring mother's life.
Mom, what do you think about me staying in the base to get married instead of running away? I'll just stay with you.
Tang Mo suddenly asked Lin Yi.
Huh?
Tang Mo asked. But Lin Yi didn't react at all.
Mom knows you have an idea. As long as you pay attention to safety and protect yourself and do what you want to do, it's okay. Mom will support you in whatever you do.
Lin Yi thought for a moment, then stroked her daughter's neat short hair and said, although Tang Dynasty didn't say many things, his daughter knew about them. From the ordinary chat, Lin Yi could feel that what he experienced in the late Tang Dynasty was anything but ordinary. Of course she hopes that her daughter will stay with her safely. But no parent who truly loves their children would cut off their children's wings and force the bird to stay with them for their own selfish reasons. Everyone has their own way to go. Although she is a mother, she thinks clearly.
Thank you, Mom.
Tang Mo's lips curled up. It's great. Everything is different from the fantasy. In the evening, after when Jianshu came back from the office, his family and Xiao Tao sat down to have dinner together. Wow, Xiao Tao couldn't help but sigh after getting on the table. Although the dishes on the dinner table are simple, they are all fresh and seasonal vegetables, as if everything is the same as before the apocalypse.
Why is this child so thin? Eat more.
Lin Yi enthusiastically served Xiao Tao with vegetables. In the late Tang Dynasty, it was rare to bring friends home. It was hard to find a friend by his side. Of course, Lin Yi was very interested.
Mo, even though you are outside, you can't relax in this practice. Otherwise your ranking will be out of the ranking soon.
When Jianshu was always paying attention to Tang Mo's ranking on the ranking list, and he was extremely anxious as he watched the ranking drop little by little. It was not convenient for him to tell Tang Mo about this because of his status. But he mentioned it to Lin Yi several times and wanted her to remind Tang Mo. But Lin Yi didn't take Tang Mo's ranking seriously at all. And when Jianshu could only be anxious, now that he saw Tang Mo, he couldn't help but speak.
I know. I will practice hard in the future.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew that when Jianshu was caring about him as one of his own. So he naturally responded with a smile.
Don't work too hard. Just do your best.
Lin Yi gave her daughter a piece of ribs, and then glared at Wen Jianshu. Seeing that his wife was unhappy, Wen Jianshu quickly shut up and ended the topic before it even started. Chapter 159 Xian Qinling. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had not cared about his ranking in the rankings for a long time. But since having Xiao Tao by her side, this girl has to stare at her ranking every day, making it difficult for her not to know. As soon as there was a decline, he would look at himself with a look that hated iron for failing to become steel, which made the late Tang Dynasty extremely stressed. 87, isn't this quite auspicious? There is still a long way to go before falling out of the rankings. And Tang Mo himself is quite satisfied.
So, do you still have contact with Qinling?
Seeing that the previous topic could not be discussed. When Jianshu found another topic that he cared about, Qinling has already firmly grasped the core of the army at the base, including the alliance exchanges and mission centers scattered in small bases across China. And basically all are in Qinling's hands. But this kid is also a character. After mastering all the most basic lifeblood, he did not kick the Wen family and Li family out of the game. On the contrary, when Jianshu clearly felt that Qinling was delegating more power and began to become a hands-off shopkeeper, except for major decisions, you can't usually see him in the central building. When Jianshu and Li Xian, who were still a little worried at first, slowly felt relieved. Later, the MIS team became famous in the S base after completing several of the most difficult tasks in the mission center. Only then did everyone understand that power was not what Qinling wanted most. Compared to these trivial matters in the base, he had a bigger goal. If the late Tang dynasty could get along well with Qinling, then Wen Jianshu would be extremely happy. But Mo was away for a few months. I don't know if there is any connection between the two. This topic was obviously a topic that Lin Yi was very concerned about. And she silently slowed down the speed of picking up food.
Contact. Just a little more. Not much.
Tang Mo thought for a while, and answered seriously. She has always been busy outside, doing various things. Qinling has also been leading his team on missions. And the two of them are really not in a sticky state where they video chat every day.
That's it. It's okay. Mo is so good. I will definitely need someone better in the future.
Lin Yi could not hide her disappointment. But she still had absolute confidence in her daughter's excellence. Seeing his mother and stepfather look disappointed but still pretending not to care, Tang Mo thought it was quite amusing. It's not the time yet. She doesn't want to disclose her and Qinling's affairs to everyone yet. If you wait a little longer, there will be a better time. After dinner, Tang Mo took Xiao Tao to the training camp. Only here can he receive the most systematic training and maximize his attributes. She is no longer the poor girl now. She has the financial resources to allow her and Xiao Tao to spend time in the training camp every day. She asked Qinling insinuatingly, and then took the team on another mission. She would have to wait a few more days to meet. Although Tang Mo and Xiao Tao have different attributes, she does not need to learn how to use mental power. When it comes to the use of mental power, no one should be more skillful and versatile than me. After all, none of the teachers here know how to use mental power to treat or attack outside of the body using mental power. What can be taught is only mental power bonus and cultivation methods. These most basic things are not needed at all in the late Tang dynasty. So I paid 2 people to learn with Xiao Tao how to better use my body strength. Although mental power has become her biggest attack method, she still wants to regard it as a hidden skill and an ultimate killing move. It is usually more convenient to use Pafeng. Xiao Tao is extremely serious in class and is meticulous, never missing a word from the teacher. Even Tang Mo was moved by the child's thirst for knowledge. He was afraid that he would be exhausted from just learning to use his body. So he advised Xiao Tao not to work so hard.
No, this teacher is so expensive for an hour. What if I don't study hard? Then I'll pay for it.
Xiao Tao said seriously. It's great. Picking makes people progress. The end of Tang dynasty understood it. After using the weapons in the classroom, Xiao Tao finally chose the knife as her most comfortable weapon. She felt very fond of holding the heavy knife in the classroom. Compared with the knife held by Xiao Tao, Pafeng in the late Tang dynasty looked smaller and more exquisite. Xiao Tao was only about 1.65 meters tall. Slightly shorter than Tang Mo. Carrying such a knife was so unnatural that Tang Mo didn't even notice. Violent and strong female Barbie. Tang Mo silently hid these words in his heart for fear of death.
Every weapon in this training camp is carefully selected from the weapons store. And they are all for sale. If you really like it, why don't you buy it?
This tall male teacher recommended this knife to Xiao Tao with a wink. At that moment, Tang Mo seemed to see in the teacher the shadow of a personal trainer selling classes in the gym.
How much does it cost?
Xiao Tao asked because she really liked this knife. The weight was just right for her, and it was easy to use.
This knife can be said to be the heaviest knife in our training camp. The master who made it used a lot of precious materials and spent a long time. So how much is it?
Tang Mo has never liked sales that talk too much. Wouldn't it be better to be more honest with each other?
3 high-grade crystal nuclei.
The big teacher revealed a price.
3 crystal nuclei?
Xiao Tao once expressed Xiao Tao's surprise. Tang Mo was mentally prepared for the price. although this knife was far inferior to Pafone. After all, considering the materials and weight, it really couldn't be cheap. What's more, she had already discovered when she returned to the base this time that due to the general improvement in everyone's strength and the large acquisition of crystal cores, the prices in the base had changed dramatically and were frighteningly high.
Well, I won't buy it then.
Xiao Tao finally gritted her teeth and reluctantly put the knife back, her eyes still staring as if saying goodbye. The bag Tang Mo gave her last time contained a total of 2 high-grade crystal cores. She counted the remaining cores plus the one she had hunted before. But it was not enough to get 3 high-grade crystal cores. She has already troubled Tang Mo enough. From now on, she can still rely on her own efforts to earn crystal cores, and then bring this knife home.
3 high-grade crystal cores. Here you go.
While Xiao Tao was fighting these inner struggles alone, Tang Mo had already paid the money and picked up the knife.
Here. Take it.
This knife was so heavy that Tang Mo found it a bit difficult just to hold it. So he quickly stuffed it into Xiao Tao's arms.
Thank you, Momo.
Xiao Tao burst into tears, and finally choked several times, but still couldn't bear to push the beloved knife out of her arms. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked up at the sky. Maybe it was time to find a suitable opportunity to reveal the family's conditions to his children. Such excessive savings were not the case. Chapter 160 Alliance Auction House. The big teacher was surprised when the little girl in front of him took out 3 high-grade crystal cores so happily. You must know that not everyone can kill high-level alien beasts. Tang Mo saw what was in the teacher's eyes, and couldn't help but lower his head and start to examine himself and Xiao Tao. Could it be that the word poor was written on them both? But soon Tang Mo discovered that he was now. It looks really poor. She and Xiao Tao were wearing the most ordinary, and even washed sportswear with rough edges. And they didn't have any extra attribute bonus equipment. In fact, in the late Tang Dynasty, there were still vitality short sleeves and wrist guards on the body. It's just that Naga's attribute values are almost negligible now.
Xiao Tao, let's go. I'll take you shopping.
Tang Mo had long heard that during the days when she was away from the base, a new interesting place was opened in the base. The Alliance Auction House. Now is the time to check it out and buy something new for yourself.
Oh? You need to spend money again?
Xiao Tao frowned.
If you know how to spend,
you will make money.
Let's go. Tang Mo pulled Xiao Tao out of the training camp without any explanation. To be honest, Tang Mo felt quite happy after taking Xiao Tao on the road these days. She always thought that she was a person who was used to being alone. But when there is someone really chattering and making noise next to you, you feel that this is real life. Xiao Tao told her that she would follow her in the future. So Xiao Tao would be her first partner in the future team. Xiao Tao is very strong and is also the best among strength attribute users. Tang Mo believes that as long as he trains, Xiao Tao will become stronger and not lose to those in the Qinling team. For his partner, Tang Mo was naturally willing to spend money on her. After all, the stronger her partner is, the more help she will have in the future. She calculates this clearly. The Alliance Auction House is on the easternmost side of Base S. When Tang Mo and Xiao Tao arrived, they saw a 3-storied building.
Hello. Welcome.
At the door was an elegant woman wearing a cheongsam. When she saw the two of them walking in at the end of Tang Dynasty, she stepped forward and led them in with a smile.
Even the shopping guide is so elegant. The things here must be very expensive.
Xiao Tao muttered. Tang Mo followed the footsteps of the cheongsam woman and walked in and looked around at the items on the first floor.
I'm not a shopping guide. I'm the person in charge of the auction house. Romro.
The cheongsam woman's face looked a little ugly. There was an important auction on the 3rd floor today. So she dressed up and greeted the guests at the door, who knew that 2 little girls, who had never seen the world, were waiting for them. You must know that in addition to the auction on the 3rd floor of the Alliance Auction House, the 1st and 2nd floors also sell some treasures collected by various alliances or treasures that were unsold at auctions. And those treasures that are not qualified to go to the auction will also be placed here. Sell. But these prices are not cheap. Most people who don't have the financial strength in their pockets simply won't go to the auction house. And there is no shortage of customers in the auction house.
I'm sorry. You two. There may not be anything suitable for you two here. There is a very important auction upstairs today. If you have nothing else to do, please leave as soon as possible.
The smile on Rongrong's face was still there, but there was no gentleness in her words. Auction?
When does it start?
Tang Mo was too lazy to care about the woman's little thoughts. But he was very interested in the auction she was talking about. This auction doesn't happen every day. It only happens when all the treasures have been collected. She was really lucky to be able to catch one on her first visit.
Half an hour later. But you need a ticket to enter the auction. If you don't have an invitation. The ticket comes with 5 high-level crystal cores.
Rong didn't believe that these 2 little girls could take out 10 crystal nuclei casually. She basically knew all the characters in the 3 major families in the base. But she had never heard of these 2 characters. Rong can be regarded as a distant niece of Li Xian, the leader of the Li family. It is because of this relationship and her ability to do things that she can sit in this position. Tang Mo was really annoyed after hearing these words from her. It was really not a good feeling to have people think he was poor everywhere.
Is there another shopping guide here? You are too noisy. I want to change to another one.
Tang Mo said seriously. A shopping guide is so noisy. It's so annoying.
You?
Rong was so angry that he was speechless for a moment. She was from the Li family, and the person in charge of the auction house. This was the first time someone dared to be rude to her.
Get out of here. You're not welcome here. Does your family own the store here?
Tang Mo searched her ears. Why did she hear Qinling say it was owned by him before?
If you don't get out, I'll have someone kick you out.
Rong had never been so angry before. The elegance on his face had long since disappeared. His finger pointed at Tang Mo and almost touched Tang Mo's shoulder.
Tang Mo's face slowly cooled down, and he began to reflect. Was her temper too good recently? But before Tang Mo had time to move, Xiao Tao slapped Rong's hand down.
What are you doing? Do you have some manners?
In Xiao Tao's heart, it would be difficult for anyone to bully Tang Mo. Xiao Tao's strength is no joke. One slap made Rong's hand turn red.
How dare you hit me?
Rong's eyes were almost filled with anger.
Come here. Arrest these 2 troublemakers. I can't teach them a lesson.
Afraid that Tang Mo and Xiao Tao would escape, Rong reached out and grabbed Xiao Tao's clothes. Xiao shook it twice, but didn't shake it off, and stamped her feet anxiously. She knew that she was very strong, but she was afraid that if she really took action, she would be beaten, and it would cause trouble for the late Tang dynasty.
Are you sick?
Tang Mo was really angry now, and his face suddenly turned cold to the core. She was really embarrassed. Wearing Martin boots, he kicked Rong in the stomach. Tang Mo's strength was not small either. After so many battles, one kick was enough to kick the opponent several meters away. Rong took the force and flew out suddenly, falling to the ground, staring at Tang Mo, as if he wanted to kill someone. I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I will retaliate tenfold. This is the purpose that the late Tang dynasty has always pursued. She is a person with no moral bottom line. She is an old, weak, sick, disabled woman and child. It's easy to say anything if you don't mess with her. But if you do, you'll have to bear the consequences.
Catch them both. I'm going to kill them myself.
Killing is not allowed in the alliance. But Rong is obviously mad. She just wants the 2 women in front of her to die. Naturally, the auction house had guards, and Tang Mo and Xiao Tao had already been surrounded at this time. After hearing Rong's words, everyone slowly approached Tang Mo and Xiao Tao with weapons in hand, ready to take action.
Don't be afraid. Mo. You will hide behind me in a moment and run out when you find the opportunity.
Chapter 161 New Currency. In Xiao Tao's heart, Tang Mo was a very powerful person. But his power was due to his brain and medical skills. Along the way, in order to train Xiao Tao, Tang Mo rarely touched the strange beast himself, making Xiao Tao think that she was just a spiritual attribute person who could heal diseases and save people. Xiao Tao's face was filled with righteousness. Mo was kind to her for rebirth, so she had to protect Mo.
Okay, come on. Xiao Ao.
Hearing Xiao Tao say this, Tang Mo's anger suddenly disappeared by half, and he stood behind Xiao Tao with his hands in his pockets and a smile. These few people were just used to test Xiao Tao's learning results in the afternoon. But before the 2 parties could take action, a carefree and rough voice sounded from the door.
It's so lively. What are you doing?
Hu Yong was the 3rd in the Qinling team. Qinling did not take him with him on this mission. Instead, he asked him to come to the auction to watch out for any trouble. Hu Laosan, who was originally reluctant to be left at home, saw the fight as soon as he entered the door of the auction house, and couldn't help but start swearing in his heart.
Laosan, why are you here?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw the face of the visitor. By chance, he was an acquaintance.
Sister-in-law?
Seeing that the person surrounded by that circle of people was his sister-in-law whom he admired so much. Hu Yong's originally squinted eyes widened a few times involuntarily. Damn it. If the boss finds out that his sister-in-law was almost beaten in his own territory, then he, Hu Laosan, will stop talking about going on a mission with Qinling. Or he himself will become the target of the mission and be cut to pieces.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
After Hu Yong reacted, he immediately kicked the few people around him who could reach him.
Rong, are you hacking crazy? Third brother. Even if she is the second brother's mistress, you can't protect her. She broke the rules here and made a move here. I will arrest her. Even if I bring this matter to the leader, I can't pick it up. Come out of me for any fault.
Rong had already stood up from the ground and stood aside. Hu Yong was Qinling's confidant, and was not someone she could afford to offend. She saw the scene clearly. Hu Yong called the short-haired woman's sister-in-law. She must be the mistress of Qinling's second son. Rong didn't think of Qinling at all. How could it be possible? The second child is the tall and thin man who cured his eye disease in the late Tang dynasty. He has been married for a long time, and has 2 children. He is usually very affectionate with his wife. Thinking that this woman was still a shameless mistress, Rong's eyes became even more disgusting.
Don't talk about any rules. My sister-in-law is here and she rules.
This means that Rong is a woman, and Hu Yong cannot do anything to her. Otherwise she would not be able to stand here properly, but would be lying on the ground.
Sister-in-law, are you okay?
Hu Yong carefully observed Tang Mo up and down, fearing that she might be injured. Everyone knows the boss's temper all too well. If the sister-in-law is really hurt here, she will definitely be disowned by her relatives. At the thought of this, Hu Yong shuddered all over his body and glared at Rong fiercely. In Hu Yong's mind, he had almost the same idea as Xiao Tao. Neither of them had ever really seen Tang Mo take action, and they both regarded Tang Mo as an ordinary weak woman to protect. But they seemed to have forgotten something. Of all the people present, it seems that Tang Mo is on the list. There was even more hatred in Rong's eyes. Why did everyone prefer that woman? It's not fair. Just wait. The leader will definitely do justice to her when he comes. Qinling had talked to her several times when he came to the auction house before, and he was not like the image of Yama in the rumors. Rong firmly believed that the leader must be special to him. So he dressed like this and stood at the door this time. He also wanted to take a gamble to see if he could see Qinling when she becomes the leader's wife. Let's see what else Hu Yong can do to get mad at him. Rong fell into his own lust.
I'm fine. I just want to buy something and see what the auction will be like.
Tang Mo didn't suffer at all, so he naturally didn't take this little thing to heart.
Then let me go shopping with my sister-in-law.
Hu Yong wished he could get closer to his sister-in-law. A miracle doctor. Maybe he could be saved when he was about to die.
Why don't you get out of here and don't block the road? Don't you see that my sister-in-law is bothering you?
Hu Yong scolded Rong and told her to get out of here. Although he was from Qinling, he was on the same level as Rong. It was difficult to deal with Rong alone without Qinling, so he could only ask her not to be an eyesore. Just wait until the boss comes back. Coincidentally, both Hu Laosan and Rong were looking forward to coming back in Qinling. Rong bit her lip, swallowed her resentment for the time being, and walked out of the auction house in embarrassment on high heels. When the security guards saw Hu Laosan's first words, they all retreated. Just kidding. Hu Yong is in charge of all the security and guards in this base. Everyone knows who has the final say.
Sister-in-law, what do you want to buy? I know this place well. Is there any equipment that can be worn and has higher attribute bonuses?
Tang Mo himself didn't like taking exotic treasures to directly improve his attributes and affect his physical fitness. Naturally, he didn't want to do what Xiao Tao did to encourage others. Acquired treasures that can be worn are most suitable for them. Tang Mo had thought very clearly before she came that she only needed to buy exotic treasures that would improve her life attributes. She doesn't need rare treasures from space. The current space is enough for her to use, and it's impossible to buy them casually. Her attributes such as mental strength, speed, and strength are pretty good. She still wanted to exercise on her own. Really relying on this external object for temporary improvement would make it difficult for her to understand and judge herself at a moment's notice. Vitality is almost difficult to improve on her own. When traveling in the world, it is a matter of life and death. She has to equip herself well even if she spends a lot of money.
I don't think the things on the first floor will appeal to my sister-in-law. There's still a while until the auction. My sister-in-law, please follow me to the second floor to have a look. Although Hu Laosan looks tall and thick, he actually has a very delicate heart. Tang Mo nodded, took Xiao Tao, and went to the second floor with Hu Laosan. The second floor is obviously much more upscale than the first floor. There are not many things, and each item is not the kind you can see casually on the market. All items are placed in glass display cases, with detailed product introductions posted on the front. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, the price tags of certain items were even seen in units of crystal coins. Have crystal stones become the new currency now? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he could probably guess that these crystal coins were the batch of crystal stones brought back from Qinling. No one did not understand the value of crystal stones. At the end of Tang Dynasty, they thought that Qinling would keep all these crystal stones. Chapter 162, Meeting an Acquaintance Again. There were too many crystals in this batch, so the boss circulated some of them and exchanged them for various precious materials. The crystals were ground into the size of coins and circulated on the upper level. Ordinary people still use the crystal cores. Hu Laosan explained to the end of Tang Dynasty in detail that Qinling had replaced about 1/3 of the crystals this time. The materials exchanged are enough for their entire team to use the latest and best equipment, and their overall strength has improved to a higher level. After hearing this, Tang Mo nodded. There was really no need for so many crystal stones, and there was no way to make the best use of them. Switching to supplies is the best way at the moment, and it can also maximize the use of supplies. On the second floor, Tang Mo chose a vest that added vitality, wrist guards, and a ring that added agility. These are all for Xiao Tao. Tang Mo is not short of money now, and these things are just a drop in the bucket for her. However, she didn't buy anything for herself, because even this second floor didn't have any exotic treasures that she thought were suitable. Vitality is what keeps her alive, and Tang Dynasty's requirements are very high. Now she has too many things, and she is no longer the person who regards the vitality short sleeves as her treasure. She was going to go to the auction later, and heard from Hu Laosan that there were a lot of good things at the auction, and there must also be exotic treasures with life attributes. Even if not, it would be too late for her to come back and buy the exotic treasure on the second floor. After taking these things, Tang Mo asked Hu Yong where to pay. Sister-in-law, you are joking. Without the crystal stones you found, this auction house would not be able to operate. How could it collect your money? Just take it with confidence and take whatever you want. Hu Laosan said this very openly, but it is indeed the case. The wealth that Tang Mo found for them before accounts for almost 1/3 of the existing wealth of S-Base. How dared he accept his sister-in-law's money again? Let the boss know not to peel off his skin. The first and second floors of the auction house are filled with items collected by the base itself or other owners who have set prices and put them on sale here, so the auction house can naturally make the decision. However, the items at the auction on the third floor belong to the owners themselves, and the auction prices are random and cannot be controlled by the auction. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw that Hu Laosan's expression didn't seem to be fake. He thought that the value of those crystal stones was indeed very high, so he accepted the things with peace of mind and went to the third floor together. What? Then Hu Yong actually confiscated that bitch's money? After all, Rong has been the person in charge of the auction house since its opening, and there are also several of his confidants in it. She monitored all the actions of Hu Yong and Tang Mo over there in real time, waiting for Qinling to come back and let him deal with it together. Humph! I won't even accept the money! They say that you, Hu Laosan, can distinguish between private and public affairs. But that's all. You are just a woman who has given you some kind of confusing drug. When the Lord comes back, you will look good. Rong glared fiercely in the direction of the auction house from a distance, thinking of the fate of these people after Qinling came back. A smile of victory appeared on the corner of Rong's mouth. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, Hu Yong led him to the third floor of the auction house smoothly, then entered the door and climbed a small spiral staircase into a private room. The third floor of the auction house is arranged in a trapezoid shape, with 8 small private rooms on the top floor. Now that the auction is about to begin, every private room is naturally occupied. The private room that Tang Mo is entering now is exclusive to Qinling, and it is still empty even if Qinling is not here. Naturally, the people at the bottom couldn't see clearly what was going on above, but the other private rooms above could see everything clearly. Is that Wen Jianchu's stepdaughter? The head of the Li family happened to be at the auction today and smiled slightly when he saw Lao San next to Qinling coming up with Tang Mo. It seems that Tang Mo is really capable. Last time, he was still thinking about whether the two of them could last long. Now it seems
that the end of the Tang dynasty was for Qinlingbang. In Li Xian's eyes, there was no difference between the late Tang dynasty and the women in his family who wanted to marry a noble and live a life of ease. The difference is just that one succeeded and the other failed.
She has come back?
In another box, Qin Fen looked at Tang Mo's figure with interest.
Isn't this the pet of my excellent brother? I didn't expect it to come back after falling out of favor for so long. It really still has some ability.
Neither Li Xian nor Qin Fen viewed the late Tang dynasty on an equal footing. Perhaps in their eyes, women are inherently weak and must exist dependent on men. Tang Mo was sitting in the box, drinking the tea brought by Hu Laosan, feeling very comfortable and looking down leisurely. But this time, I really saw a lot of familiar people. Song Qing and Song Feng, two brothers and sisters, sat at the bottom and in the front row, talking and laughing. Tang Mo recently had a phone call with Song Qing and heard from her that her marriage to Wenze had been decided by her family, and the two were already engaged. And Song Qing also told her a little shyly that she and Wenze were not exactly a family marriage, but an emotional love relationship. Tang Mo understood what Song Qing meant. When she saw Wenze for the first time, she felt that this boy and Song Qing were a perfect match. Now that the two have really come together, Tang Mo is quite happy. Not far from Song Qing, Tang Mo also saw an old acquaintance, Anyang. Anyang was dressed very neatly and cleanly. His eyes no longer looked in the direction of Song Qing, but towards the stage, as if he had come prepared this time.
Do you know that man?
Tang Mo pointed his finger and asked Hu Laosan. She heard that Hu Laosan was responsible for the security of the entire base, and was one of the members of the Qinling team who had stayed at the base the longest. So she asked casually, hearing his sister-in-law asking a man. Hu Laosan immediately raised alarm bells, although he was convinced that there was no better man in the world than their boss. After all, his sister-in-law was so good. It would be bad if she was deceived by other people's sweet words and sugar-coated bullets. Their sister-in-law can only be theirs. He must help the boss keep an eye on his sister-in-law.
I know him. He's a decent person. But he's far worse than our boss. There's a huge difference between clouds and mud.
In excitement, Hu Laosan knew how to use idioms. Phew. Hu Laosan's ready attitude made Xiao Tao laugh. This big guy was a bit cute.
Don't be nervous. That's a college classmate of mine. I haven't contacted him for a long time. So I just wanted to ask.
How could Tang Mo not see Hu Laosan's thoughts, and said funnily.
That's it.
Hu Laosan's heart instantly relaxed when his sister-in-law said this. If this wasn't to rob my sister-in-law, then it would be easy to say anything. Chapter 163 Space Ring.
This person first joined the security department of our base. Later, I don't know when a team was formed. So he separated from the security department and led the team to do tasks by himself. He has quite a lot of leadership skills, and his own abilities are pretty good. I heard that there is also a space attribute user in the team.
Hu Laosan probably told the end of Tang Dynasty what he knew. Space superpower? It should be Wenqing who is talking about it. But I don't know if Wenqing can still treat her like he always did now that Wenqing has lost her space. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had always known that Anyang was a person who had his own ideas and was very ambitious. Such people will never do well no matter where they are. However, Anyang was too self-interested, and all people and things that were of no use to him would be abandoned by him. This was what made him looked down upon in the late Tang Dynasty. But in the last days, everyone has their own way of living. As long as they don't disturb her, she doesn't care how others live. The auction started soon. The original auction was supposed to be hosted by Rongrong, but now it could only be temporarily replaced by another staff member. The young girl was wearing a black suit, standing behind the table in the center of the stage, holding a small hammer in her hand. There is no catalog for the auction here, so you have no idea what kind of good things will appear. So you can only listen intently. Tang Mo took a quick look and found that the first two items were innate treasures that could immediately increase his attribute value as long as he took them. Such rare treasures are more sought after by everyone than acquired rare treasures. What was seen as grass in the late Tang Dynasty was regarded as a treasure by others. Each piece produced a large number of crystal nuclei.
The third treasure in this game is a rope.
The auctioneer stood in front of the table, carefully opened the box in his hand, took out a rope, and held it up for everyone to see.
This is not an ordinary rope, but the tendon of a high-level dragon that appeared in the North Sea. This dragon tendon is extremely strong, and as long as the two ends are attached together, it will automatically form a circle. No matter whether it is cut or chopped with a knife. It will not matter anymore. The method is to separate. The starting price is 20 high-grade crystal cores.
The auctioneer introduced the treasure in his hand to everyone in detail.
This thing is so thin and short. No matter how strong it is, it can only be used as a necklace. That big-headed ghost will take pictures of it.
Hu Laosan sat next to Tang Emo, obviously scorning this thing. As a necklace? At the end of Tang Dynasty. His mind moved, and he looked at the dragon tendon carefully. It was pure black, extremely thin, just the length of a necklace. And the two ends could not be separated after being attached together. Isn't it the best material for making a necklace? Although the jade pendant currently worn around the neck in the late Tang Dynasty went to a hardware store to make a double-layer reinforced chain before the end of the world, it was just an ordinary material after all. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she had to train and fight every day. The necklace was slightly worn now, and she was worried about what to do. You must know that the jade pendant is the most important thing to her, and she cannot lose it even if she loses it. It's true that someone gave me a pillow when I fell asleep. Tang Emo was overjoyed and raised the small sign next to him.
I put a bid on the Tianziho box. Is there any increase in price?
The auctioneer naturally knew that the box with the given name that day was the exclusive box for the Lord. Generally speaking, everyone is quite sensible. If Qinling really wants something, he will not fight for it if it is not his special need. On other people's territory, no one wants to make Qinling unhappy.
20 high-grade crystal cores for the first time. 20 high-grade crystal cores for the second time. 20 high-grade crystal cores for the third time. Make a deal.
Soon the dragon tendon was sent to Tang Mo's box. Tang Mo picked up the dragon tendon on the spot, then put 20 crystal nuclei on a small plate, clearing the money and goods. Tang Mo carefully rubbed the black dragon tendon in his hand. The dragon tendon was extremely thin, soft and smooth on the outside. I picked it up and made some gestures. The length just suited my neck. I thought it would be a good material for a jade pendant necklace. Seeing the way his sister-in-law couldn't put it down, Hu Laosan moved back and wanted to bury his head in the ground. He really hoped that his sister-in-law would always be immersed in such joy and forget what he just said about whoever bought it and who was the big-headed ghost.
Mo. Someone just said that whoever buys this black thing will be the boss.
Xiao Tao was very amused when she saw Hu Laosan's appearance, and reminded him again of what Hu Laosan had just said, and then winked at Hu Laosan.
You?
Hu Laosan, who was about to retreat to the corner, did not expect that the harmless-looking little girl on the other side would show up like this. He bared his teeth at Xiao Tao angrily, making Xiao Tao laugh even more. Hu Laosan was very depressed when he saw how happy the little girl was. Everyone in the base is afraid of him. Why isn't this little girl afraid? I had no choice but to turn around and look at my sister-in-law pitifully.
Actually, when I saw it from such a close distance... Don't tell me. It looks pretty good. My sister-in-law has such a good eye. Really? How about giving it to you and wearing it?
Tang Mo teased him.
It doesn't matter. My sister-in-law is naturally beautiful and looks good in anything she wears.
Hu Laosan was so frightened that he hid back. He was joking. If he put this thing on, he would never be able to take it off again. As a man, he didn't want to wear a necklace all his life. Seeing Hu Laosan's appearance, Tang Mo and Xiao Tao laughed. The additional auction went smoothly, and there were some interesting rare treasures in it. However, Tang Mo lacked interest and did not see what she really wanted.
The next auction item is a ring. This is a rare space attribute ring. The space inside is 10 cubic meters, which is quite large among space treasures. The starting price is 10 junior crystal coins.
Rare treasures with space attributes are always sought after. There is no team that doesn't want a rare treasure with space attributes. It will double their chances of succeeding in missions, and they will gain more every time.
10 cubic meters?
Tang Mo looked down. Now, in addition to a supermarket and a warehouse, Yu Perry Space also has an open space stacked with crystals of 3 colors, which is enough for Tang Mo to use. But if it is 10 cubic meters, the space may change after being integrated with the jade pendant. Tang Mo thought to himself. If the space attribute treasure was too small, Tang Mo would not really need it. But if it was 10 cubic meters, Tang Mo would be really excited.
10 primary crystal coins.
Someone below started raising signs.
15. 20 pieces.
The price keeps rising little by little. Chapter 164. Do you want to fight? Even though this space attribute treasure can only be purchased with crystal coins, people are still increasing the price. It seems that everyone is richer than they think. Tang Mo suddenly felt a sigh of relief in his heart. In fact, originally, although Tang Mo was very rich, she was considered an acquired wealth accumulator. There are too many powerful people in this base with huge backgrounds and industries. They are accumulating capital and plundering the surplus value of labor force. This is much more stable and faster than accumulating wealth by chance alone in the late Tang dynasty. The higher the price, the fewer people follow. At the end of Tang dynasty, he took a look at the people calling out prices. They were all people sitting below. Obviously they are all teams that usually go on missions. No one in the box above raised a sign, which is not difficult to understand. After all, people who can sit in the box have already owned things like rare space treasures from the very beginning. And the space is even larger. There is no need to spend more than the price of the thing itself at an auction.
50 primary crystal coins.
This sign was raised by Song Feng. In fact, he already had the space treasure thanks to the Li family's relationship. But he was unhappy when he saw Anyang's desperate desire for it later. Song Feng probably knew some things about Anyang from his sister, and he looked down upon him very much.
60 primary crystal coins.
Anyang continued to hold up the sign. He had already heard that today's auction would auction a rare treasure with spatial attributes. His team has lost Wenqing, a spatial attribute user. He is bound to get this rare space attribute treasure.
70 pieces.
Song Feng seemed to be at odds with Anyang. Of course Anyang recognized Song Feng, but there was really nothing he could do at this time. It was absolutely impossible for him to give in at this time. He didn't know when he would meet a rare space attribute treasure next time. He had brought all his savings for this ring.
10 intermediate crystal coins.
Anyang gritted his teeth and shouted a high price that was close to the highest limit in his heart. Crystal cores and crystal coins cannot be exchanged. But one high-level crystal coin can be exchanged for 10 intermediate-level crystal coins for 100 high-level crystal coins. But just like the crystal core, almost no one would trade a high-level one for a low-level one. Therefore, once Anyang calls out the price of 10 crystal coins, it means that the next person bidding will also use mid-level crystal coins as the unit price. Sure enough, as Anyang expected, after hearing the quotation for 10 intermediate crystal coins, Song Feng stopped bidding. Song Feng's original intention was not to fight for the ring. As long as he could cheat Anyang, he put away the small cards with satisfaction. Although Anyang paid a high price for his pain, he was still satisfied with today's results when he thought about the benefits that this ring would bring to him.
How big is a crystal coin?
Tang Mo asked Hu Laosan. How could she remember that there were not many light blue and red crystals left in the Qinling Mountains? How come Anyang can take out 10 of them at once?
It's about this big.
Hu Laosan took out a few crystal coins. When Tang Mo took a look at them, he was convinced. The size of this crystal coin is about the same as the 50-cent coin in the previous life. A crystal stone as big as her palm can be cut into at least 200 to 300 crystal coins. It's no wonder that even Anyang can take out 10. But what Tang Mo didn't know was that even if it was an intermediate crystal coin, Anyang only had 12 in total. He spent almost all of his wealth to buy this ring. It's a pity that today I happened to meet Tang Mo here. Even if Anyang's net worth increased tenfold or 100-fold, he was destined to miss this ring.
The first time for 10 intermediate crystal coins.
The auctioneer over there saw that no one was raising placards and had already started banging the hammer. The price of 10 intermediate crystal coins is already considered a premium for a 10 cubic meter ring. And it is really not worth paying any higher price.
30 intermediate crystal coins.
Tang Mo once again raised her small card and asked Hu Laosan to shout out the price for her. The first time I bought Jai Longjin at the lowest price. There was no need for her to bid.
30 intermediate crystal coins. Is there anything higher? The first time for 30 intermediate crystal coins. 30 intermediate crystal coins for the second time. 30 intermediate crystal coins for the third time. Make a deal.
Anyang stared at the auctioneer in front of him, biting his lip and drawing blood. He hates. He knew that it was Qinling's box, but he didn't understand why Qinling wanted to grab this ring from him. But even if he hated it, he could only hold it in his heart. He didn't even dare to stare at the box with that size. He knew that his strength was still very weak, and he could not afford to offend the giant. From the moment he came out of school, he was already different from Qinling. In fact, what Anyang doesn't understand is that he and Qinling have never been the same. Whether it's in school or at the base. Whether it's before the apocalypse or after the apocalypse. How does a pheasant compare to a phoenix? The ring was quickly delivered to Tang Mo's box. Based on his last experience, Tang Mo still placed 30 intermediate crystal coins on a small plate. clearing both money and goods. Picking up the inconspicuous gray ring, he played with it like a toy.
30 intermediate crystal coins. How many high-level crystal cores are there?
Xiao Tao's heart ached so much. She knew how valuable space treasures were. But she couldn't understand why she still had to spend this money when she already had space. What could she do with this money? The fact that space treasures can be upgraded is obviously beyond Xiao Tao's knowledge.
TSK. Country bumpkin.
Now Hu Laosan finally had a chance to take revenge. And he laughed at Xiao Tao mercilessly. The last time their sister-in-law saw so many crystal stones, her expression didn't change at all. According to the private analysis of people in their team, it is very likely that the sister-in-law is the richest person in the entire Huaxia kingdom. After all, we all know that there was space in the late Tang dynasty. And my sister-in-law was the first to discover that place. Besides, my sister-in-law also has spiritual powers that can cure her. If she really wants to charge those powerful men to treat her illness, wouldn't she be able to pay as much as she wants? In the eyes of my sister-in-law, this ring is just a toy. Seeing Hu Laosan taking revenge on herself, Xiao Tao was unhappy.
Let's compete when we get out of here. Compared to what?
Hu Laosan didn't know what Xiao Tao could compare with him.
Better than fighting. It's a joke. I don't bully women.
Hu Laosan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This was the first time he was provoked by a woman.
Don't you dare?
Xiao Tao grabbed the wire trash can on the side with both hands, and then kneaded it into a ball little by little. Her strength attribute value is very high, and her control ability will be better after simple practice. People with power attributes generally have high life attributes, making them the most suitable group for fighting. With Xiao Tao's current strength, most people can't beat her. Chapter 165 Life Attribute Set. Seeing the sturdy trash can turned into a ball of scrap metal in the hands of the thin girl in front of him, Hu Laosan felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. In his worldview, women have always been weak and need to be protected. It was the first time I encountered such a powerful Barbie, which was quite refreshing.
Better. I'll contact you after the auction is over.
By some strange coincidence, Hu Laosan, who originally disdained sex with women, agreed to this unexpected challenge. After all, the auction takes a long time to prepare for, so this time many rare treasures were gathered. At the end of Tang Dynasty, I found it novel at the beginning, but I could only read a few things over and over again, either food or clothing. Anyway, they are all things that increase attribute values. Occasionally there are some good materials, but she doesn't know how to cast them, so she can only take a look at them. After a while, Tang Mo got tired of watching this novel.
Will there be any rare treasures with life attributes in today's auction?
Tang Mo asked Hu Laosan to see if there were any items he wanted in this auction. In fact, regardless of whether she had it or not, she got two good things from her visit this time, so it was not in vain.
Is the life attribute worth a rare treasure?
Hu Laosan lowered his head and thought hard. There were too many things in this auction, and he really couldn't remember them all. But if he really knew if it was a particularly rare and precious one, there would really be one in this auction.
At the end of the auction, there should be a suit with a life attribute bonus. The life attribute bonus is 500 points. Sister-in-law, look at these people.
Hu Laosan gestured to the many boxes next to him.
They're all here for this suit.
A suit with life attribute bonus? 500 points? If it can add 500 points at once, then this baby is really rare and precious. At least so far in the late Tang Dynasty, I haven't heard of any exotic treasure that can add so much. Suit. Aren't all rare treasures discovered by chance? How could they appear in sets? This is unreasonable. But it was obvious that it was already at the end of the auction, before he saw the thing. Tang Mo kept all these questions in his heart. During the second half of the auction, the people holding placards were almost all people sitting below, and the box above was quiet.
Finally, our final auction item today has appeared. I believe many people came here for this item today.
As the last auction item appeared, the auctioneer's voice raised a few pitches and became passionate. There was a small leather suitcase with simple patterns on the table. The auctioneer carefully opened the suitcase and took out several small and exquisite things from it, and then placed them on the table one by one. Tang Mo stood up and looked at the table below. The auctioneer lifted each item in turn and showed it to everyone.
This life attribute bonus suit can add 500 life attribute values when worn. It is the rare treasure that can increase the most among the known exotic treasures. It is a life-saving artifact for outing missions. This set consists of 2 knee pads, a wristband, and an earring. This was originally a piece of cloth with extremely high vitality properties. because the cloth was too little and too precious. The caster cast it into these 4 rare treasures. Caster is a profession that only exists after the end of the world. It requires not only study, but also extraordinary talent. So far, there are not many outstanding casters in the S-base. After humans knew the benefits of exotic treasures, they were no longer willing to rely on chance to find exotic treasures. Instead, they began to think of ways to use various precious materials from existing exotic treasures or animals to create new exotic treasures. And this cloth was originally a rare treasure with extremely high life attributes, in order to allow people to use it to the maximum extent. The caster modified it and made its improved attribute values more suitable for human combat life. No wonder it's a suit. It turns out to be made from a piece of fabric. Tang Mo's mental power increased on his eyes, and he observed those small things more carefully. These items are all pure black. The fabric does not look smooth, but has a strong cotton and linen texture. The casters of the 2 knee pads should have added some elasticity when the auctioneer lifted them up and moved them. Tang Mo also noticed with his own eyes that there were some small particles on the side of the knee pads that fit the skin. Presumably this design ensures that the wearer will not slip off no matter how much exercise he or she does. The wristband is not in the shape of a wrist guard, but more like a silk scarf. A long strap. It should be wrapped around your wrist or arm like a bandage. This is obviously more convenient and can be used to stop bleeding if you are injured. Tang Mo nodded with satisfaction, as if this thing was already in his pocket. The design of the earrings is even more special. If you look carefully, you will see that a small earring, from the earring stick to the decoration, is all wrapped with black cloth. The earrings are very small. Only by careful observation can you see that the decoration is in the shape of a rose, which is very delicate. The caster didn't know what kind of special material had been applied on the rose, and it sparkled under the light. It was impossible to tell that the earrings were made of just an ordinary piece of fabric. The 500 life attribute bonus is the sum of these 4 pieces of equipment. So that's it. After figuring this out, Tang Mo was even more delighted with this suit. Today's acquired exotic treasures that can be worn on the body can only provide dozens of attribute bonuses at most, but none can exceed 100. Instead of arming yourself with a bunch of weapons with low attributes, nothing can compare to these exquisite little things. Knee pads, wristbands, everything can be used by yourself when fighting. The starting price is 50 intermediate crystal coins. After a detailed introduction, the auctioneer gave a price. 60, 70, 100. Prices keep rising. 100 high-grade crystal coins. After the sign raising below gradually slowed down, there was a sound from the private room next to Tang Mo. That was Li Xian's voice. This was what he came for this time. For his precious daughter. The girl has grown up, and he has recently been making noises about going out to hunt animals. He is really worried. With this thing to protect his life, he can feel more at ease. 120 high-grade crystal coins. Qin Fan also raised his sign. After all, he is a direct descendant of the Qin family. Although he cannot compare with Qin Ling, there is nothing to fear from Li Xian. 150 crystal coins. The box on the other side held up a sign. That family has nothing but money. That's what I came here for this time. Hu Laos had introduced 2 sentences to the end of Tang Dynasty. Nothing else but money? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he secretly thought about his crystal mountains. She had to decide on this herself. Perhaps she could take today's opportunity to tell Xiao Tao how rich she was in the late Tang Dynasty. Chapter 166 The Real Rich Man. The current level of wealth in the late Tang Dynasty is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When she had free time, she roughly rearranged the crystal stones piled up in the open space in her space, because everything in the space moves according to Tang Mo's wishes. So in the late Tang Dynasty, it was easy to build 3 large warehouses next to the warehouse using the soil, stones, and wood that were available in the space. Each warehouse can hold about 100 cubic meters of things. Of course, there is no way to compare the warehouses you built yourself with the small warehouses brought about by space upgrades. It does not have the function of stopping time and will not keep fresh, but it is enough for placing crystals. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, a warehouse was filled with high-grade crystal stones, while an entire warehouse and a half were filled with mid-grade crystal stones. Due to limited space, only the remaining half of the warehouse can store primary crystals. In addition, there are 2 small mountains of primary crystal stones that can only be placed in the open space because there is no place to put them. At this time,
The space in the late Tang Dynasty was like a huge treasure house. 3 self-built warehouses are used to store crystal stones, and the system's own warehouse is used to store various collected rare treasures. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was extremely satisfied. You must know that a piece of crystal stone half a palm worth hundreds of crystal coins. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, there were 300 cubic meters plus 2 hills. 200 crystal coins. The prices of Qinfen and Li Xian are still rising, and every increase makes the people below frightened. You must know that many people have less than 50 high-end crystal coins in their entire net worth. Now every price increase is 50 high-end crystal coins. This is not something they can participate in at all. This is a fight between gods. 300 high-grade crystal coins. 350. Qinfen was obviously well prepared for this set of things. He had tried every means to move a lot of money from home. He would never give this thing to anyone else today. And Li Xian only had such a precious daughter. So how could he give up so easily? Naturally, he had to fight with Qinfen to the end. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he didn't even frown at the increase in prices. If it was a bit too high profile to quote too high a price at once, she didn't like to do such a thing. So he could only wait for 2 people to shout first, and then join in when they are almost done.
You are really rich.
Xiao Tao was amazed.
Who do you think they are?
Hu Laosan mocked Xiao Tao. But then he gave Xiao Tao some basic common sense about the 3 people in the base. Finally, when the price rose to 500 high-end crystal coins, the 2 people shouts were obviously strained.
600 high-grade crystal coins.
Finally, the end of Tang Dynasty began. Hearing a female voice coming from Qinling's exclusive Tianzhou box, the people below didn't pay much attention. Qinling is also a man, so it is normal to bring a woman to see the world. However, people who are familiar with the late Tang Dynasty obviously immediately recognized the late Tang Dynasty's voice. Song Qin knew that Tang Yimo had returned to the S base, and was amused to see his brother looking up at the Tianzi box with a depressed look on his face. Song Feng was obviously still worried about the fact that the famous woman in the late Tang Dynasty had his wife. After all, the late Tang Dynasty was the strongest woman he had ever seen. Anyang, on the other hand, looked gloomy. It turned out that it was Tang Yimo who had snatched the space treasure from him just now. She must be targeting herself intentionally. Definitely, Anyang, who had always had a problem with Tang Yimo in his heart, now hated Tang Yimo fiercely. Human beings always like to attribute the cause of their own incompetence to others, as if this can make them feel more relaxed.
Is this what Qinling means?
Qinfen and Li Xian in the boxes next to them had obviously considered the same problem. They didn't think that a little girl in the late Tang Dynasty could casually take out so many crystal coins. They all thought that Qinling had returned to the base, and was now sitting in the Tianzhou box. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Li Xian finally decided to give up, and no longer fight for this life attribute suit. I would find something else for my daughter in private, because it was not worth offending Qinling.
Qinling, why are you everywhere? Why do you want to snatch everything from me?
On the other side, Qinfen gritted his teeth and dropped the cup in his hand. The attendant next to him didn't even dare to breathe or make a sound.
700 crystal coins.
So what if it's the Qinling Mountains? He doesn't believe it anymore. He can't compete with Qinling for the time being. He has to give up even such a rare treasure. He is unwilling to do so.
1,000 high-grade crystal coins.
Tang Yimo originally wanted to keep a low profile, but now he is really tired and just wants to end it quickly.
1,200.
This is the largest amount Qinfen can give. Although he raised some money, it was only enough for him to pay this price.
1,500.
Tang Yimo directly added another 300, and finally won the financial competition effortlessly. Qinfen was splayed on the chair, and there was no more cup in his hand to throw. He won't admit defeat. The thing soon arrived in front of Tang Yimo. After paying the money, he picked up the things on the plate. Tang Mo's eyes lit up. This thing is much more shocking when you actually hold it in your hands than when you look at it from a distance. The texture is very good, and you can feel it is extraordinary the moment you hold it in your hand. In the apocalypse, you can't buy good things with money. Real good things still depend on fate. Tang Yimo couldn't be more satisfied with this auction.
Night Elf.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he gave the Life Force suit in his hand a name. They deserve a name.
Momo.
It wasn't until the thing came before her eyes that Xiao Tao could believe that everything that just happened was real. 1,500 high-end crystal coins. She already knew the value of the crystal coins, and she also understood how much wealth those crystal coins represented. It was a number that she could not even imagine. Imo just spent it without blinking an eye.
Is the Wen family so rich?
Xiao Tao asked Hu Laosan. Hu Laosan had just given her a lesson, and she already understood how rich the Qin family and the Li family were. I also understand that Mo is from the Wen family, so that's why he is so rich. Right?
No. My sister-in-law is rich.
Hu Laosan looked at Tang Mo with admiration. Sure enough, he knew that his guess was right. Their sister-in-law was the richest person. The Wen family is indeed rich, but the Wen family has always kept a low profile. A big move like this rarely happens on the fly. Hu Laosan is sure that this is definitely the sister-in-law's own money and has nothing to do with the Wen family. And his intuition told him that his eldest sister-in-law was richer than the entire Wen family.
Ah!
Xiao Tao was stunned for a while, slowly digesting the news. He pinched Hu Laosan hard.
Hiss, it hurts! What are you doing?
Xiao Tao's strong girl's strength made Hu Laosan, a thick-skinned man, cry out in pain.
It turns out it was really not a dream. I really fell in love with a rich woman,
Xiao Tao murmured. And then she and Hu Laosan started to look at Tang Mo silently, leaning on their hands with eyes full of stars. Chapter 167 Get What You Want. Tang Mo looked at Hu Laosan and Xiao Tao like this and turned his head away, not wanting to look anymore. She finally understood why rich people were so aloof. And it wasn't easy being a rich person. After the last vitality attribute suit was auctioned off, the auction officially came to an end. Tang Mo left the third floor with satisfaction, and then bought another vitality vest on the second floor with acceptable attributes. The attribute value of her vitality short sleeves is too low now, and it should be eliminated. On the way out of the auction house, Tang Mo could constantly hear the crowd beside him discussing the last item at the auction. It seems that the 1,500 high-grade crystal coins have left an indelible impression on everyone's heart.
Our Lord is really rich. That's not true. Although the Lord is young, both his leadership ability and personal strength are there. Comparing people to each other is really irritating. Hey, you still want to compete with the Lord? I think you are crazy. Go home and take some medicine.
Xiao Tao's face became angry as she listened to the comments from others. It's obviously the bottom of their family's money. But why does it belong to Qin Ling? You just talk nonsense without knowing anything. It's really annoying. However, the ideas of these people were exactly what the late Tang dynasty wanted. Before he had absolute strength, Tang dynasty still adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile. Go made her feel extremely safe in the apocalypse, so she should generously give up the title of rich man to Qin Ling.
Hey, isn't this a little pet? Why doesn't your master accompany you?
Qin Fan saw that only Hu Laosan was around at the end of Tang dynasty, and Qin Ling was not seen. So he took the opportunity to release the anger in his heart. If you don't dare to vent your anger towards the Qin Ling Mountains, you will have no scruples towards the late Tang dynasty. But this time he hit the wall.
Are you sick? Didn't you take medicine today?
Tang Mo couldn't tolerate him, so he directly attacked him.
You?
How could Qin Fan have thought that in the late Tang dynasty, he would dare to talk to him like this? She is just a stepdaughter of the Wen family, and a female companion of Qin Ling. So there is nothing to be arrogant about.
What? You were so arrogant after taking a photo of a sky-high priced treasure. That thing didn't fall into your hands in the end. After enjoying the pleasure of a rich man, do you really think you are worth that much money?
Qin Fan had never spoken so harshly to Tang Mo before, and he felt his self-esteem was frustrated today. So he couldn't help but say this. The value of that thing is such that even Qin Ling would not give it to a female companion easily.
You mean this?
Tang Mo seemed to know why Qin Fan suddenly went crazy, and took out the night elf's small box from the space.
Sorry. This is my own money.
Tang Mo really didn't feel any psychological pressure to show off the things he bought with his own money.
Oh, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. Compared to me, family members like you are parasites and vampires. They only spend their family's money to pretend to be rich. Still pretending to fail.
Tang Mo added one last sentence. And then, he was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Fan and left without looking away. Cruel. So cruel. It's so heart-wrenching. Hu Laosan and Xiao Tao secretly applauded Tang Mo in their hearts. Qin Fan stood there alone, looking at Tang Mo's leaving figure, unable to say anything for a moment.
Xiao Tao, what's Qin Fan's ranking now?
At the end of Tang dynasty, she remembered that Qin Fan seemed to be someone on the ranking list, and she had seen it before.
Number 38. What about me? Yesterday we were 89. Today we are already 92. If we don't work hard, we will have to pay the base fee.
Xiao Tao reads the rankings countless times every day, and can blurt out the rankings of everyone on them. That's it. Tang Mo didn't have any reaction after hearing the answer, as if he just asked casually. On the other side, Rong Rong kept watching Tang Mo's movements from a distance. She felt happy after seeing Qin Fan pass by with an unkind expression, thinking that finally someone could kill Tang Mo's vigor. But I didn't expect that in the end. The woman actually won? Rong Rong was unwilling to give in, stamped his feet, and walked towards Qin Fan. She remembered that Qin Fan had always been interested in her before, but her heart was all about the Lord. Maybe now? It's not that it can't be used. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he returned to Wen's house alone. Xiao Tao and Hu Laosan left, saying they were going to fulfill their promise to fight. Today's young people. Really? Back in his room, Tang Mo laid out the few things he bought today. A vitality vest, a space treasure, a dragon tendon rope, and the night elf set. Tang Mo took off the jade pendant around his neck and put it on the table, and quickly integrated the space ring into it. The ring finally turned into a small ring at the top of the jade pendant, replacing the ring that originally held the necklace cord. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he carefully observed that the fused ring seemed to grow out of the jade pendant, and was integrated into one piece. This is just right. And you no longer have to worry about the connection between the jade pendant and the rope being weak. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he replaced the rope on the jade pendant, put the dragon's beard rope through it, put it around his neck, and then touched the two ends of the rope. The ropes were connected into one body instantly, and there was not even a slight interface to be found. The length is just right for the neck of the late Tang Dynasty. You can put the jade pendant into your clothes perfectly without being too long to affect your movement. Now that the jade pendant has finally become one with himself, even if he wants to take it off, there is no way for the time being. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she felt extremely safe. Only strength could give her the greatest sense of security. After entering the space and taking a look, there didn't seem to be much change in the upgraded space. The only change is that the 3 warehouses he built in the late Tang Dynasty used to be ugly, but now they have become much neater and more beautiful. Maybe it's because I can't even stand the space to see 3 such ugly houses on my land. Take off your clothes and wear the vitality vest underneath. The material of this vest is very soft and fits the body very well. Not only can it bring extra health attributes, but it also has a certain defensive effect, which can protect the chest and back. Finally, there is the night elf set. After putting on the knee pads, wrap the wristband around his left wrist, and finally put the earrings on his left ear. Perfect. After finishing all this, Tang Mo probably got up and moved around. I feel that my strength has improved by at least 2 levels compared to before. I got dressed and looked in the mirror. The earrings on the left ear shimmered slightly in the sunlight due to a special manufacturing method, and the deep black color added a mysterious charm to Tang Mo's already clean-cut face. This was not good. It was too ostentatious. Tang Mo moved the broken hair around his ear slightly to cover his left ear, finally nodded with satisfaction. Now we're just waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive. Chapter 168 Qin Ling is in danger. 12 o'clock is the time when the rankings are refreshed. Tang Mo usually never pays attention to this, but today she armed herself with too many things and wanted to see if there were any new changes in her rankings. With an attribute value increase of nearly 600. According to common sense, the ranking should be improved by a big step. Time passed by minute, and finally it was midnight. Tang Mo sat cross-legged on his bed in pajamas and turned on his ID watch. Her name is the easiest to find on the ranking list, because among the 100 people, only her own name has a small golden icon behind it. 92 people. Tang Mo found himself at a glance. Today she asked Xiao her ranking, and it didn't change. A smile slowly appeared on Tang Mo's face. She was not disappointed, but pleasantly surprised. It seems that ID watches are really constantly improving. Now the attribute values added to the body by wearing acquired exotic treasures are no longer counted as their own attributes when calculating. Only the attribute values of the innate treasure that actually turn into one's own body strength after taking it can be calculated into the rankings. Tang Mo touched his earrings. If this was the case, that would be great. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he really didn't think there was any benefit in having his name on the ranking list. How about saving some base fees? Sorry, she doesn't need it. Exposing her strength to the public will only make her feel insecure. All because it's not strong enough. It was late at night, and Tang Mo did not lie down to sleep, but closed his eyes and began to practice his mental power. He stayed up almost all night, And it was already noon when Tang Mo got up the next morning. When Jianqu went to the administrative building early to work, only Lin Yi, Yang Yang and Xiao Tao were sitting at the table eating lunch. Jingjing and Sesame were having a heated fight on the carpet. As a fox, Jingjing's size is only half the size of Jima's Labrador. And she is being bullied by Jima. Tang Mo ignored him, sat down at the table and started eating. With Jingjing's current strength, if she wasn't playing with Jima and had a real fight, Jima wouldn't be able to withstand even one of Jingjing's claws.
Did you sleep well last night?
Lin Yi looked at her daughter lovingly. Her daughter had suffered a lot by herself outside. So as long as Tang Mo came home, no matter what time she got up, Lin Yi would not scream.
It's good.
Tang Mo enjoyed such a warm time. Sheep Yan was already full and reached out for her sister to hold her. Lin Yi stopped him from affecting Mo's meal. The little guy pouted and continued to wave his arms unhappily. Qin Ling should have returned from his mission today. Tang Mo was thinking while eating. According to Qin Ling's temperament, she had said that she would be back soon. As soon as the mission over there was over, she would come to nudge her to come back quickly. But now, Tang Mo looked down at the messages again. But the message list was still blank. After dinner, Tang Mo took Xiao Tao to the training camp to spend money. However, when they came back exhausted and Tang Mo had taken a shower, his watch still didn't ring. Is the mission going well? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he sent a message to Qin Ling. After waiting for a while, there was no reply. After another hour passed, Tang Mo finally couldn't sit still anymore. Even if she is still on a mission, if she sends a message, Qin Ling will find a chance to reply to her after more than an hour. Something is wrong. Nothing is right.
Lao San, where are you? What's going on over there in Qinling Mountains?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he called Hu Laos and who was staying at the base.
Boss, lost contact. Sister-in-law, could you come to Garden Villa number 1?
Hu Laosan's voice was so serious for the first time.
Okay, I'll be there soon.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he felt a little nervous, put on his clothes, and went out to the Garden Villa. The Garden Villa is where only the richest people in the base can live. And Qinling's team base is usually here, not at the Qin family. After arriving at the location given by Hu Laosan, as soon as Tang Mo entered the door of the villa, he saw Laosan waiting there with an uneasy look on his face.
What happened?
Tang Mo followed Hu Laosan's footsteps and walked into the room. She knew something must have happened in Qinling.
Originally, the boss contacted my family in the morning and said that the mission went well and that he would be back at noon. But at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the helicopter suddenly lost contact in the air, and the boss and the few who were on the mission were also involved. I can't even locate my brother's watch.
The plane lost contact in the air. Tang Mo's face turned pale. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Sister-in-law, could it be that the helicopter had an accident?
There was a cry in Hu Laosan's voice. Although he was the third eldest son in the team, he was not 1/10 as smart, courageous and resourceful as the second eldest brother. Now that I encountered this situation, everyone panicked. The boss took away 12 people for this mission. Among the remaining dozen people, Hu Yong ranked the highest, and they all listened to Hu Yong. Hu Yong didn't have any ideas. As soon as he received the call from his sister-in-law, he hurriedly invited Tang Mo over, as if he was grasping a life-saving straw. Hu Yong's words were very straightforward. There was a high probability that the Qinling group might have encountered a plane crash. Air crash. Since ancient times, as long as the plane has an accident, the survival rate is almost zero. Tang Mo's legs softened and he couldn't stand still. So he sat down holding onto the stool. No. Definitely not. Tang Mo clasped his nails tightly on his palms to force himself to calm down. With Qinling's level of caution and intelligence, even if the helicopter encountered a problem, it would not be able to do anything about it. You must protect your own safety to the greatest extent possible. Moreover, even if the plane really had an accident, the Qinling group of people had extremely high attribute values, and they accounted for most of the people on the ranking list. In addition, the equipment was complete, so there would not necessarily be no self-rescue measures. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he began to analyze with reason after calming down. If someone is in trouble, everyone's watch will not lose its positioning function instantly. It must have fallen somewhere where there was no signal, or the signal was interfered with and blocked. He must still be alive. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she had inexplicable confidence in Qinling. She did not believe that something would really happen to Qinling. She wanted to go find him. Even if something happened, she would have to see him alive or his corpse. Tang Mo probably knew how complicated the situation in the Qin family was. Now that the situation was unclear, it was impossible for Tang Mo to go to the Qin family for help. The remaining members of the Qin Ling team cannot move. If these people move, the people in the base will quickly realize that something happened in Qin Ling. It is hard to say what will happen to the base. She cannot take such a risk. Besides, they don't even know where they are now. So even if they bring more people there, it won't help. Finding Qin Ling by herself is the best and only way now. Chapter 169. She sets off. Tang Mo couldn't wait any longer and asked Hu Laosan to send her the final location of the Qin Ling helicopter, and then got on the helicopter heading there. Sister-in-law, you really don't need me to send a few people with you? Hu Laosan was a little worried. He didn't want his sister-in-law, a girl, to be involved in danger. But now, he couldn't think of any better way. No, bringing people will be a burden. Tang Mo's words were so powerful and confident that Hu Laosan could no longer think of any words to refute. Perhaps he should believe in his sister-in-law, who is far stronger than what he sees now. Tang Mo and Hu Laosan agreed to contact the team at any time if there was any situation. The team would send a helicopter as soon as they received the news. She left in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to return home. In the end, I only had time to send a message to Xiao Tao, telling her that she was on an urgent mission and her return date was undecided, and asked her to tell Lin Yi not to worry. Tang Mo, who was sitting on the helicopter, pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. She began to organize her existing things and make final preparations before the battle. He took out a backpack, which contained some simple food and water, as well as some first aid items. Going out was not to hide from others, but simply carrying the most needed supplies on his back would make Tang Mo feel safe. Pafeng's scabbard was tied to the top of his backpack, making it very convenient for Tang Mo to reach out and draw the knife at any time. After Tang Mo prepared all this, he looked down at the scenery below the helicopter. It was an endless rainforest, and she had forgotten whether this rainforest existed before the apocalypse or whether it had grown so densely after the apocalypse. But what is certain is that this rainforest must have gone through the baptism of the apocalypse. Tropical rainforests are unlikely to occur in countries with temperate monsoon climates. But now the endless tropical rainforest was before Tang Mo's eyes, telling her clearly that it was a product of the apocalypse and contained endless mysteries and dangers. There was no suitable open space for the helicopter to land, so it could only land to the maximum safe height. Then put down the ladder and let Tang Mo slide down the ladder. When Tang Mo's feet actually stepped on the wet soil on the ground, countless insects buzzed hidden in the surrounding trees and vines to send a final warning to Tang Mo. Tang Mo stood up, held the dagger in his hand backwards, and pierced the big tree behind him without even turning around. A small red snake had just spit out its core, and before it could attack the prey in front of it, it became its prey. The snake's head was severely penetrated and nailed to the big tree. Tang Mo turned around and pulled out the dagger, then took some paper towels from the space and wiped it. There was no smell of blood left in the rainforest. The law of survival in the rainforest is very simple. Natural selection and survival of the fittest. Here you are a predator at any time, and you can also be the prey of another more powerful predator at any time. All you can do is be careful and careful enough not to leave any loopholes for yourself. Tang Mo lowered his head and glanced at his watch. There was still a signal, but it was very weak. That's right. This is it. If the signal gets weaker the further she goes into the rainforest, then as long as Tang Mo goes until her watch loses signal, she will be able to find the Qin Ling Mountains. She will find him. There are not many large animals in the rainforest, but there is one of the most terrifying creatures in the rainforest. That's insects. Insects are the most diverse group of animals in the world, and most of them appear in aggregated forms. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she had been chased by a group of scorpions before. She knew very well what it felt like to be chased by a group of little animals. Not to mention, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he glanced at the little snake's body, which was all red. Most of the insects in this rainforest are probably poisonous. Tang Mo tightened his collar, cuffs and trouser legs, and then put on a pair of high-top rain boots. He put the hat on his coat on his head, trying not to leave any gaps in his body for those bugs to take advantage of. She came here to find someone this time, not to hunt strange beasts and exercise herself. Therefore, the marching route in the late Tang Dynasty was as low-key as possible and looked for some safe routes. At this time may be life to Qin Ling, and she cannot waste time on meaningless battles. But no matter how careful he was in this dangerous rainforest, Tang Mo still encountered real danger. It was a wetland filled with muddy silt. Based on her knowledge at the end of Tang Dynasty, she understood that the mud pond was the same as the quicksand she saw in the desert. Once a person is trapped, it is difficult to get out. But just as she was carefully preparing to go around the mud pond, she suddenly saw something strange in the mud pond. In the middle of the mud, something was struggling. Tang Mo looked carefully again and realized that it was a human hand. Someone got stuck inside, and Tang Mo immediately stopped. This rainforest is so remote that almost no one flies here to do tasks. Therefore, it is very likely that this person is from the Qinling team. Maybe Qinling. At this time, Tang Mo's station was only about 10 meters away from the center of the mud. For such a short distance, she only needed to throw a few wooden boards on top and step on them to quickly pull the person up. Tang Mo quickly thought of a solution in his mind. No, it's not safe. First of all, she was not sure whether the board could bear the weight of 2 people. And secondly, she could not guarantee that there would not be other creatures in the mud that would attack her during her rescue. She didn't dare to gamble. Tang Mo is too cautious. She is not only burdened with her own life now, but also the lives of Qinling and her group. So she cannot take any risks. After much deliberation, Tang Mo decided to take a rope, tie a stone on the end and throw it over. As long as that hand can touch the rope, no matter whether the people below can see it or not, the human survival instinct will be to grab whatever is at hand, so that Tang Mo can pull him up from the mud. Just do it. Tang Mo immediately took out a rope from the space and started to act. Throwing a distance of more than 10 meters was not difficult for Tang Mo, and relying on precise mental control, the rope was quickly thrown next to the struggling hand. Bumped into. At the end of Tang Dynasty, I felt happy. But soon, she discovered that the hand did not grasp the rope as she expected, and maintained the initial struggle as if it had not touched anything. Are you too nervous to feel it? Tang Mo pulled the rope back and tried several times. But it still didn't work. No. There's a problem. At this time, Tang Mo finally realized that everything in front of him might be just a scam. Chapter 170 Rainforest Horror. Tang Mo carefully observed the hand in the swamp. Although the swing is very violent, if you look closely, the frequency of the swing is very regular, and it does not look like a panicked person struggling on the edge of life and death. You must know that if you are really trapped in the mud, once your hands touch any object, you will grab it as if it is a life-saving straw. The reaction of the hand now was completely inconsistent with Tang Mo's expectations. And the color of that hand. Tang Mo's eyes slowly turned cold. There must be something in the mud of the swamp. And it is something very scary. If it is true, as the late Tang Dynasty suspected, then this world would be too scary. If even alien beasts have intelligence and can design traps and use props to hunt, then the status of human beings will be even more precarious, 10,000 times more dangerous than now. The status of humans and alien beasts is not eternally fixed in the current apocalypse. No matter which group, the weak among them will become the prey of the other group and lose their lives at any time. Facing the unknown creature in the swamp, Tang Mo actually didn't know what to do. The safest way now is to ignore this trap and leave as far away as possible. But it was obviously impossible for Tang Mo to do this, because the hand in the swamp was undoubtedly telling her that someone died here. The people who died here were probably members of the Qinling team. Tang Mo was now wandering through the rainforest like a headless fly with no direction at all. There was no way she would give up on such a good clue. What is in there? It is definitely impossible to keep a distance of more than 10 meters with weapons. And it is even less possible for Tang Dynasty to take risks to get closer without understanding the situation. However, this is the advantage of those with mental attributes. Even if they are far away, as long as their mental power is strong enough, their attacks will not be affected at all. Tang Mo used his mental power to attack outside his body, condensing several spherical weapons, and hitting the hand that was still swaying in the swamp at high speed. The force was so strong that it knocked the hand away instantly. The moment the hand flew out, Tang Mo saw the broken edge of the hand. It was a severed hand, and it looked like it had been broken off for a long time. There was no one under the swamp. Or to be more precise, there were no living people. Just after the hand was knocked out, the originally calm mud surface gradually became rippled, as if something was about to move inside. Tang Mo took a few steps back, looked at the swamp carefully, and waited quietly. Soon, something slowly arched up, revealing the mud surface. The first thing I saw in the late Tang Dynasty were scales, mottled in thick armor. She immediately determined that it was a crocodile that had undergone apocalyptic mutation. The crocodile, with its extremely powerful bite force and the hard armor covering its entire body and head, clearly shows that it is a formidable opponent. But it was obvious that even if Tang Mo wanted to back down now, it was impossible, because the bait being knocked away obviously angered this scary guy. Its eyes were fixed on Tang Mo, and it gradually broke away from the mud and was about to run towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo shuddered all over when he was stared at by that guy's eyes. Cold-blooded animals were indeed terrifying. Even looking at him felt ice-cold to his bones. When the crocodile's entire body emerged from the swamp, Tang Mo had only one thought in his mind. That's running. This guy was huge. Bigger than she had imagined. The whole body is about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. It's so huge. I don't know how many bones there are under the swamp where the crocodile lives. What's even more frightening is that this crocodile is not the same as the crocodile seen on TV at the end of Tang Dynasty. The armor on his body was extremely dark in color and had dense barbs on it, which made people feel extremely terrifying just looking at it. There was no need to test it. Tang Mo could imagine how strong the crocodile's skin was just by looking at it. Tang Mo knew how crocodiles hunted. For such a crocodile, it would be so easy to swallow it whole, without any pressure at all. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. If you don't run away now, wait until later. Tang Mo's movements were extremely fast. When the crocodile revealed its full appearance, the wind was already blowing under his feet, and he ran crazily deeper into the rainforest. There are trees inside, so it shouldn't be a problem to take advantage of the terrain to get rid of this huge thing behind you. But Tang Mo was fast, and the crocodile was not slow either. It swung its 4 short legs and swayed left and right in the direction of Tang Mo. The big tail whipped the trees passing by him again and again, and countless birds were surprised and surrounded by bird calls. If it hadn't been for this experience, the end of Tang Dynasty would not have known that there were so many birds hiding in the canopy of the rainforest. But the current situation is obviously not the time to enjoy flowers and birds. Tang Mo did not dare to slow down at all. As he ran, his eyes kept searching for suitable obstacles, hoping to slightly block the footsteps of the crocodile behind him. But what Tang Mo didn't expect was that even in the rainforest full of vines and towering trees, the crocodile did not slow down at all. During the rampage, the distance between him and himself was getting closer and closer. Perhaps try climbing a tree? The most abundant thing in the rainforest is trees, and there are towering trees more than 10 meters high everywhere. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had a strong figure. He climbed up the nearest big tree in a few moments and stood on the branches. She still doesn't believe that even if amphibians can swim and run fast, she still doesn't believe that a crocodile can climb a tree? If a crocodile can climb a tree, then a sow can climb a tree. But obviously, the late Tang Dynasty forgot that now is the end of the world, and anything can happen. What the crocodile has grown now is not only its defensibility and brain, but its motor cells are also growing and mutating in a geometric manner. After seeing his target climb up the tree, the crocodile was obviously very calm and did not panic at all. After pausing for a while under the tree, he stretched out his front paws, clasped the trunk of the giant tree with his sharp nails, and then climbed up, looking at the deftness of the movement. It was obviously not the first time. Is this okay? At the end of Tang Dynasty, I was truly speechless. Can crocodiles climb trees? Could it be that he could still go to heaven? At this moment, Tang Mo really didn't know whether she had seen too little about people and nature, or whether the world had gone completely crazy. This is not a place to stay for a long time. Fortunately, the density of trees in the rainforest is very high. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he jumped to another big tree with almost no effort, relying on the stretched branches and vines. Then, just like Tarzan, advanced in the rainforest in this way. The deeper she went, the taller and denser the trees became, and the more strange plants she had never seen before. The sky is the limit. And soon, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he discovered something. Chapter 171 Big Stupid Crocodile. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he discovered that although the crocodile could climb trees, she could jump directly from one tree to another like Tarzan. Obviously, the big crocodile brother couldn't do this action, so he could only watch Tang Mo jumping up and down on the tree. Although the crocodile can easily climb trees with its short legs, its huge body is obviously not able to support it in jumping movements. Only able to climb a tree. Watch Tang Mo jump away. Climb another tree. Climb another tree. Then I saw Tang Mo jumping away. Climb another tree. Tang Mo jumped up and down very flexibly on it without feeling tired at all. But the crocodile was obviously a little tired. After all, the body is too heavy, and the limbs are too short. It is actually quite difficult to sustain it for such a long time. But even so, the crocodile did not stop chasing Tangemo. Tangemo couldn't get rid of it, so he could only continue to run forward in front of her rainforest. Gradually, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he discovered that the height of the tree was getting higher and higher. Going deeper, the tree crown towered into the clouds, and was no longer visible to the human eye. How high is this? Tangemo looked up and her feet were a little more stable. The height of the tree was getting higher and higher. If she really fell, she would kill herself directly, without the crocodile brother opening his mouth. He raised his hand and looked at his ID watch. The watch now showed that there was no signal, and he could no longer contact the outside world. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he was not panicked but was happy. It seemed that Qin Ling and the others were probably in this rainforest. The trees in the distance are getting sparser, and at a glance, there are many low fruit trees, covered with unknown fruits, which look very pleasing to the eye with lush branches and leaves. The more abnormal the place, the more mysterious it is. Looking at those bright fruits, Tangemo stopped his jumping steps and took great care. Seeing that the people in the tree stopped moving, the crocodile also stopped. Tangmo's sharp eyes saw the crocodile glance into the fruit tree very anthropomorphically, and then pause for a moment before continuing to climb up Tangmo's tree, chasing her pace. Could it be that this crocodile is also afraid of what's inside? The colorful fruits inside are like devil's fruits. Growing in this rainforest, all humans and beasts understand that only the powerful have the right to enjoy this fruit. Looking at the crocodile's movements, it was obvious that there was something it was afraid of. Crocodiles are more than 3 meters long and can quickly climb up trees no matter how tall they are. Tangemo had no choice but to jump deeper into the depths again. No matter what. She didn't know what was inside, but obviously she couldn't go there now. At this moment, her life might be decided here. After jumping about 3 more trees, the crocodile stopped moving. He stopped under the tree where Tangemo was and looked up, then took another look deep into the rainforest. In the end, he stopped climbing the tree and took a few steps back. It seems that this is the edge of the territory of the thing inside. Tangemo secretly remembered the location of the tree and found a stronger branch to sit on. Knowing that it was dangerous inside, Tangemo naturally didn't want to go in unless there were no special circumstances.
Aren't you leaving yet?
Seeing that the crocodile was still staring at him not far away under the tree, Tangemo asked it. This thing can even climb trees. Who knows if it can understand human speech? After what happened before, Tangemo obviously no longer dared to underestimate any opponent. The crocodile didn't respond and still looked at her.
Don't understand?
Tangemo tilted his head and thought for a moment.
Big stupid crocodile. Do you know you are so ugly? Did you paint in that swamp? It's so dirty.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, the fish body attack began. No response. Well, it must be that he couldn't understand the human language. So Tangemo was relieved a lot. However, this crocodile is quite vindictive. I just knocked off a bait for it. What's the point of chasing me for so long? In fact, Tangemo didn't know that the crocodile's mind had just awakened. And this was the first time he had figured out how to use bait to lure the enemy deeper. Unexpectedly, the first attempt failed miserably. The bait that had been carefully preserved and refused to be eaten was blown away. It is no wonder that the crocodile chased it for several miles, flying over walls and walls. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was also lucky. He encountered a crocodile that used his brain for the first time while he was still defenseless against strange beasts. If the crocodile had been more skillful, I'm afraid Tangemo would really fall for it today. Thinking of that hand, Tangmo's eyes turned cold. Maybe it was left behind by a group of people from Qin Ling.
If you don't leave on your own, then I can only keep you.
Tangmo's ranking in the rankings continues to decline, which does not mean that her strength is declining. On the contrary, her strength is steadily rising, and she is much stronger than those in front of her who relied on exotic treasures to forcibly improve their strength. If it comes to actual combat, at least most of the people in front of her are no match for her. This crocodile has strong attack and defense capabilities, making it an absolutely formidable opponent. Tangemo just didn't want to cause too much trouble on the way to Qin Ling. But that didn't mean she was afraid. Now that she had been forced to the point where she couldn't move, she wanted the crocodile to see what it felt like to be killed by its prey. When escaping, Tangemo had already put his backpack and Pafeng into the space. Pafeng's attack power was too weak for the crocodile's armor, and Tangemo knew this. The eyes of any beast with a strong skin are its weak point. This sentence was seen in the Research Institute's documents before the end of the Tang Dynasty. But after carefully observing the crocodile, she wanted to know who wrote it. Whether she made it up while lying in a safe and warm base. How many people had been tricked. And whether she could come out and die. After this crocodile mutated. Even its eyelids were the same color as the armor on its body. And its eyes were as bright as metal. Just by looking at the luster, Tang Mo knew that this was definitely not the fragile eyeball of an ordinary alien beast. Nature is not a fool, and will not clearly display the weaknesses of all natural enemies in front of your eyes. However, as long as it is a living creature, it must have weaknesses. It depends on whether you observe carefully. Tang Mo did not give up easily, but stared at each other from a distance with the crocodile's big eyes and small eyes. One person and one beast were like this without blinking an eye. Just when Tang Mo's eyes were almost sore, she suddenly thought of a way. Tang Mo's strength attribute was not very high, so she never liked head-on confrontation. What she prefers is to use her brain and do the most work with the least effort. Tang Mo found a rope from the space and tied it to the extremely strong branch where she was. After tightening it, crawled down along the branches little by little. The speed was extremely slow, for fear that the crocodile would be too stupid to notice. Chapter 172 as witty as her. Sure enough, the crocodile lived up to the name of the stupid crocodile given to it by Tang Mo. After a little hesitation, he still couldn't resist the temptation of revenge and staggered towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo just looked at the crocodile with his peripheral vision, still concentrating on climbing down the rope. Her position was 7 or 8 meters above the ground. She climbed very slowly, as if she was waiting for the big stupid crocodile to come over. Even if the crocodile has just regained its consciousness, it is not as complex as a human brain, so it cannot understand the meaning behind these actions. He quickly climbed under the rope, and the crocodile opened its mouth and bit hard. The crocodile opened its mouth wide and raised its huge head. Its teeth were only a little over 1 meter away from Tang Mo's calf. This is because the crocodile's biological attributes limit its bounce. If it can jump up again, it can swallow the end of Tang Dynasty in one gulp. It's now. Seeing that the crocodile opened its mouth as expected, Tang Mo instantly climbed up a certain distance. And then the wind blade that had already been charged and condensed shot into the crocodile's open mouth at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The speed of the wind blade was achieved after Tang Mo deliberately trained for a long time. The power of the wind blade almost completely depends on Tang Mo's mental attribute value. But as long as the attack speed can be increased, the power will be stronger. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he liked to think about these things very much. Often, as long as he used his brain, he could get twice the result with half the effort in practice. The distance was too close, and the speed of the wind blades was too fast. By the time the crocodile realized something was approaching and closed its mouth, it had already swallowed all the wind blades. Generally speaking, alien animals are always wary of dangerous approaches. That's why the late Tang Dynasty came up with this idea by using themselves as bait. She ran away for so long that the crocodile never thought that the prey she had been chasing could still fight back, regardless of whether it is a human or a strange beast. As long as you underestimate the enemy, you will definitely make mistakes. And some mistakes are fatal, and can only be made once in a lifetime. The wind blade is composed of Tang Mo's mental power. Even if it is swallowed, it is still completely controlled by Tang Mo. The crocodile's skin is extremely hard, but that doesn't mean its internal organs are also made of steel. In the end, it is nothing more than flesh and blood. It was difficult for the wind blade in the late Tang Dynasty to break through the crocodile's armor. But in this situation, it became a sharp weapon. Those wind blades were rushing through the crocodile's body, smashing all the internal organs, flesh and blood, and muscles and bones. The huge crocodile kept rolling on the ground because of pain. Because it was so huge, the ground even shook slightly. But at this time, it had been killed by the knife on the chopping board in the late Tang Dynasty, and it had no strength to resist. Tang Mo took the rope back into the space, sat on a branch, and swayed his legs. With a calm expression, she watched the crocodile that was originally so fiercely chasing her rolling over in pain on the ground, losing its life bit by bit. This is the law of the jungle in the jungle. After the crocodile completely stopped, Tang Mo observed it for a while, then jumped down from the tree and gave the crocodile a hard roundhouse kick on the head. Tang Mo kicked the crocodile's huge head away. Click! That was the sound of a skull breaking. This kick was for the owner of the severed hand. At the end of Tang Dynasty, He took out Pafong and stabbed the crocodile's jaw several times at the vital part. After making sure that the crocodile was completely dead, Tang Mo took the crocodile into his own space. The open space in her space was very large, and crystal stones were piled near the warehouse. A space was carved out at the very edge, which was just perfect for stacking the bodies of alien beasts. You must know that these are high-level alien beasts, and Tang Mo is too lazy to take the high-level crystal core from the alien beast's body now. But the good materials all over the body are the best treasures for making equipment and weapons. Since your home has such space conditions, it must not be wasted. After dealing with all this, Tang Mo looked in the direction of the fruit forest. This was where the signal was cut off, and she knew there must be some huge danger inside. But there is a great possibility that Qin Ling and his party are inside. Now that she has decided to come alone, she still has to go through it, even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire. There is no reason to turn back now. After wiping off the blood on Pafong and holding it tightly, Tang Mo walked into the fruit forest. It seemed like a different world from other places. As far as the eye can see, towering trees grow sparsely around, and low fruit trees grow densely together in the middle. Tang Mo carefully took a closer look at the fruits. It is a very large yellow thin-skinned fruit. Each one is as big as 2 adult fists. It looks very tender and juicy, and so sweet that you can't help but salivate. She picked a lot of them and put them in her own space, planning to take them back to Jingjing, the greedy cat, to test the poison before eating them. It's so dangerous now. She doesn't dare to eat strange things here, and she can't afford any accidents. Just when I was enjoying picking fruits at the end of Tang Dynasty, I suddenly felt as if my trouser leg was being pulled by something. Out of caution in a strange environment, Tang Mo subconsciously jumped out 3 meters away with the fruit in his hand that had not yet been put into the space. Looking down again, Tang Mo was startled. Where Tang Mo was just standing, there was a small black-haired orangutan standing there, glaring at Tang Mo with an angry expression. This is a baby orangutan. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he panicked. The baby gorilla is not scary. What is scary is the baby gorilla's mother, father, brothers, sisters, and 7 aunts and 8 aunts. In this apocalyptic world, the attack power of adult orangutans was almost unimaginable in the late Tang Dynasty. At that moment, Tang Mo's first thought was that this place was much more dangerous than she imagined, and exiting now was the best choice. But obviously this optimal choice was not within her consideration. Tang Mo calmed down and observed the little orangutan carefully. It was probably just above her knees, with a small wreath on her head. You want this? Tang Mo pointed to the yellow fruit in his hand. At this moment, being an enemy of this little gorilla is not a good choice. Put it down. Mine. The voice was very childish and not smooth, like an infant who had just learned to speak. Tang Mo never imagined that one day she would be able to hear human words from the orangutan's mouth. This world is really too fantasy. It seems that the crocodile brother just now is still a shallow person. Otherwise, he would have understood what Tang Mo said when he scolded him. Tang Mo understood what the little orangutan meant. Bent down and gently placed the yellow fruit in his hand on the ground. She has already packed a lot in the space, and there is absolutely no need to anger the little ancestor in front of her just for such a fruit. Seeing that this human being was so understanding, the little orangutan's expression improved a lot, and he was no longer so angry. Chapter 173 The Grumpy Old Father. Has anyone been here recently? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he decided to communicate with this little orangutan. But the little orangutan seemed not to hear it, and looked up at Tang Mo. After thinking about it, Tang Mo took out the fresh bananas he had stored previously from the space. When she was storing supplies before, she saved a lot of fruit. This is for you. Tang Mo stretched out his hand holding the banana. The little orangutan held the fruit and jumped to Tang Mo's side in a few steps, and took the banana from Tang Mo's hand without fear of anyone. Then he smelled the banana and the fruit in his hand. A few seconds later, the banana handed out by Tang Mo lay mercilessly on the ground. Obviously, the fruits on this tree are much more delicious than bananas, and there is no way to impress the little orangutan. What a waste! Tang Mo picked up the banana from the ground without any frustration, patted the soil, and put it back into space. Want milk? It tastes good. Tang Mo took out another bottle of milk. Neither Xian Xian nor all the children she had met before could resist the temptation of milk. The little orangutan tilted his head and looked at the thing in Tang Mo's hand, but did not reach out to take it. Tang Mo helped insert the straw and handed it to the little orangutan. The orangutan with the garland took a tentative sip. His eyes lit up. And he immediately dropped the fruit in his hand and hugged the milk without letting go.
So have you seen anyone else here before? If you tell me, my sister will get you milk.
Tang Mo took out the attitude of coaxing children. Sure enough, no cub can escape the temptation of milk.
Have.
The temptation of milk is huge. And the little orangutan nodded. But he quickly shook his head again.
Captured.
After hearing the second sentence, Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat.
Who was captured and where were they taken?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had a premonition that the person captured by the little orangutan was the Qinling group. But this is a baby orangutan after all. It is not easy to answer one question. But there is no response at all to the following questions. He just held the empty milk bottle and looked at Tang Mo with bright eyes, waiting for her to take out another bottle. Seeing that Tang Mo didn't respond, the little orangutan grabbed Tang Mo's trouser leg and shook it hard. Acting like a baby seems to be a natural skill for cubs.
Let go of the little flower.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he only heard the thumping of footsteps in the distance, as if something huge was coming from a distance at a very fast speed. In just a few seconds, the figure moved from far to near. I saw a huge chimpanzee, over 2 meters tall, running on 4 legs and standing on 2 legs, running over and standing in front of Tang Mo. Tang Mo glanced at the biceps on the orangutan's arm. If he was punched, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Chimpanzees are extremely powerful species. Not only powerful but also extremely fast. Tang Mo still remembered the fearful look in the crocodile's eyes towards this place. Naturally, Tang Mo did not dare to look down upon such a huge crocodile. The big chimpanzee picked up the little gorilla who was about to climb onto Tang Mo, threw it on his back, and then stared at Tang Mo fiercely. That look, the way humans look at human traffickers, is correct. Being stared at with such fierce eyes, Tang Mo's goosebumps rose, and his whole body tensed up, ready to deal with a possible attack at any time. Xiaohua is the name of the little gorilla.
Hey, listen to my explanation.
This was an absolute hit, and Tang Mo looked at the little gorilla in despair. He couldn't help but feel depressed. But it was a pity that the chimpanzee didn't have the patience to listen to the wind blowing under his feet, and was about to rush towards Tang Mo. His eyes wanted to stare out 2 holes in Tang Mo. However, when the chimpanzee was about to arrive, Tang Mo's mental power had already been released. He noticed the chimpanzee's movements and reacted immediately. He quickly dodged over and took out the broken wind in his hand, ready to respond at any time. Fighting. What a misunderstanding. What a big misunderstanding. But at this time, we can only prepare for battle. This orangutan. Tang Mo tried his best to give it a try. But orangutans are social animals. If it wasn't necessary, Tang Mo really didn't want to cause trouble by becoming their enemies. She would have to look for someone in the rainforest next. So being surrounded on all sides was not a good sign. Tang Mo's ability to dodge the attack made the chimpanzee even more angry. He beat the ground with his long arms, causing a loud earthquake. Many fruits fell from the trees nearby and scattered everywhere. The land is very scary. The long arm then attacked Tang Mo again. But this time before Tang Mo could make a move, the little gorilla jumped off his father's body and jumped directly onto Tang Mo's body. He hugged Tang Mo tightly with his arms, then turned to the chimpanzee and said, "No! No!" Then he looked at Tang Mo and raised the milk bottle in his hand. Milk! This human had such delicious food in his hand. So Xiaohua couldn't bear to let her father beat her to a pulp with one punch.
Xiaohua, I want to drink milk.
The little orangutan looked at the old father, who was worried about him, and grinned his teeth word by word, and said in a sweet voice, seeing his little baby like this, the fire in the chimpanzees being extinguished, he stretched out 2 fingers to pick up the milk carton, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully. I am afraid that this human being will poison the little flower. However, even though chimpanzees have the highest IQ among all animals, they have never been to school, so it is impossible for them to recognize characters. So I can't seem to see why. He could only throw the milk carton aside and continue to yell at Tang Mo.
Bring out the milk and give it to Xiaohua. A few of my friends accidentally broke into this place a few days ago. I just heard from Xiaohua that I don't know who was kidnapped. I hope you can tell me their situation.
The other party wanted something from him, so Tang Mo naturally started to bargain. She took a moment to estimate the chimpanzee's strength, and there was a high probability that she would be defeated if he faced him head-on. But there would be no problem if he ran away. After listening to Tang Mo's words, The chimpanzee thought about it for a moment, and realized that the color of his already ugly face became even more ugly.
We didn't catch him. Please take out the milk. Then please tell me about them.
Tang Mo could naturally tell that there was something left unsaid in the middle of what the chimpanzee had said. It seems that Qiling's group must be in trouble, and he must rescue him as soon as possible.
You are not qualified to negotiate terms.
That chimpanzee is not a big fool. In an instant, many huge black furry heads popped up in the fruit forest around Tang Mo. The chimpanzee's action of beating the ground just now obviously attracted a lot of companions. Tang Mo looked around calmly. Then he came to a conclusion. Okay. It's hard to escape with wings. Chapter 174 Planet of the Apes Tribe. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he was a man who was very knowledgeable about current affairs and a wise man. When the gap between the enemy and ourselves was larger than the Milky Way, there was no psychological pressure at all when he was properly submissive. He pulled Xiaohua aside from his body, hugged it with one hand, and took out a few bottles of milk from his backpack with the other hand.
The milk is for you. Can I go?
Obviously, you can't get any useful information from the mouths of this group of orangutans. It's best if you can escape in time.
No. Do not want.
Xiaohua saw the bottles of milk that Tang Mo took out, but she still hugged Tang Mo's neck and refused to let go. The chimpanzee who arrived first looked a little struggling when he saw this. After thinking for a while, he finally decided that he didn't want to make his little princess sad. Let's not kill this human being for the time being. We can just take it back and use it as a toy for Xiaohua. In this way, Tang Mo, surrounded by a group of chimpanzees, entered the deepest part of the forest holding Xiaohua in one hand and milk in the other. The best place for orangutans to live is not the rainforest, but the mountains. After landing at the end of Tang Dynasty, we passed through the first rainforest and followed the orangutans forward, and then entered a wider forest. There are a few mountains that are not too high at the edge of the forest. There are caves everywhere on the mountains. At a glance, there are a lot of black fluff looming. That's right where these orangutans live. On the other side of the mountain was something that Tang Mo couldn't see. Tang Mo was very curious, but thinking about the embarrassing nanny situation I was in now, I swallowed my words first and waited until I had a little more say in the future. This strange landform environment would be absolutely impossible to appear before the end of the world. But for the current situation, let alone the forest behind the rainforest, even if there is the sea or the vast ocean in the middle of the rainforest, the late Tang Dynasty would not be shocked at all. The end of the world is not something that can be thought about using normal logical thinking. The group of orangutans returned to their caves one by one after going up the mountain, and the orangutan who came first led Tang Mo to the top of the mountain. Unlike the densely packed caves halfway up the mountain, there are only 2 caves there. Obviously, this orangutan is the leader of this group of orangutans. Tang Mo obediently acted as a nani and followed to the entrance of the cave. After entering the largest cave, I found that there is a cave inside. The entrance of the cave, that doesn't look big, is actually very wide after you walk in. A bed for sleeping, a table for eating, and a few stone stools. Almost everything you need. It turns out that in the late Tang Dynasty, we learned in books that the biggest difference between humans and animals is whether they can use tools. According to the current scene, there is no difference between humans and animals. Oh, no, they are not animals. They are talking beasts. An orangutan in the cave, which was slightly smaller than the big chimpanzee, saw them coming in. He immediately came out and took Xiaohua away from Tang Mo's body.
My little princess, you are finally back. Where have you been?
The voice was very gentle. It was a female orangutan, Xiaohua's mother. Tang Mo had no way of distinguishing male and female orangutans based on their size and appearance. Fortunately, their voices were different, which made it a lot easier for her.
Why did you bring humans back again? Wasn't the lesson learned last time enough?
When she saw Tang Mo, the female orangutan didn't have a good look on her face. She scolded the big chimpanzee a few times, then turned around with her daughter in her arms and ignored it again. The huge body of the big chimpanzee seemed to be deflated suddenly. He lowered his head without saying a word, like a child who had made a mistake. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xiaohua blinking at him and immediately understood. My daughter likes it. Besides, the human being brought back this time is a female, so things like last time will definitely not happen. Just scold him as much as he wants from his wife. In just one round, Tang Mo understood it. This big chimpanzee is not only a daughter slave, but also a strict wife. It turns out that no matter what species, it is not easy for males. Tang Mo was treated as a toy. In order to prevent her from escaping, the big chimpanzee took away all her backpack and pafong. Without food and weapons, you can't escape even if you run in the forest. Tang Mo readily accepted the confiscation of the chimpanzees, without even the slightest resistance. I couldn't help but feel glad that I had saved a hand just now. The milk was taken out from the backpack, not from the space. There are naturally some weapons in the space. Although they are not as handy as pafong, they can still be used in critical situations. The place where Tang Mo lived was arranged in the cave next door, which was the room of the chimpanzee's eldest daughter, Dahua. When Tang Mo saw Dahua for the first time, Dahua's expression and movements made Tang Mo almost forget that it was a black long-haired orangutan, but a young girl in her prime. In the cave, Dahua sat on a stone bench and carefully fiddled with the hair on his head, trying to braid them into little braids. What is obviously different from other orangutans is that Dahua also wears a skirt made of cloth, although it is obvious that it is made from men's clothes, which is not pretty and extremely rough. It is still very different from the naked clothes of other orangutans. Apart from Xiaohua, Dahua is the happiest person about the arrival of the end of Tang Dynasty. He didn't mind at all if someone came to share the bed with him, so he kept asking Tang Mo about things outside. Tang Mo was also patient, based on the principle of multiple friends and multiple paths. He told Dahua about the outside world. He told it vividly, and was more patient than the kindergarten teacher. Not only that, the end of Tang Dynasty also gave her a beautiful shiny diamond hairpin from the supermarket and pinned it on her head. She danced with joy for Dahua and smiled so hard. Friendship between women is always established the fastest as long as you want it. As long as you follow the other person's topic and give some small gifts according to their liking, the favorability will rise faster than a rocket. In less than half a day, Dahua had already announced that Tang Mo was her best friend. Tang Mo also learned a lot of useful information from Dahua's mouth. For example, the big chimpanzee was called Mao and was the leader here. Dahua's mother is called Ali, and she is the head of the family. Their group has been living in this forest since before the end of the world, and the sudden start of the end of the world has caused many changes in their bodies. For example, he is more powerful, can speak, and has some simple thinking abilities. The surrounding illusion has changed significantly, but their tribe has never thought of leaving here, so the impact on them is not great, and they still live the same life as before. Chapter 175: The Secret of Big Flower.
Have you been to the other side of the mountain?
Dahua suddenly asked cautiously, and then stared at Tang Mo intently. When it came to the other side of the mountain, Tang Mo shook his head.
Is there anything over there?
This was what Tang Mo was curious about, and he finally found the opportunity to ask.
There is a group of humans. Humans like you.
Dahua mentioned the other side of the mountain, her eyes full of longing and some inexplicable little stars.
But they are our enemies.
The starlight in his eyes instantly dimmed, and Dahua's hands uneasily adjusted the corners of his skirt, trying to make them fit more appropriately, as if that way he could be more decent like a real human being.
Enemies? Why should they make things difficult for you? What's more, they shouldn't be your opponents.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he couldn't figure it out. These orangutans were so powerful, and they seemed to be the ones who stayed on their own and didn't cause trouble. Why couldn't those humans think about chewing this hard bone? Isn't this unclear?
I don't know. They want this mountain and say there are treasures in it. But our ancestors have lived here for generations. This mountain is our root, and we cannot give it to them.
There are several mountains connected together here, but only the largest one where Tang Mo is currently staying is where the orangutans actually live, and is also their home.
They're bad? Bad? Bad.
In terms of strength, the orangutans are naturally much better. But when it comes to conspiracy, these innocent beasts that have just opened their minds cannot be compared with those greedy humans.
But not all people are bad. There are good people too.
Dahua thought of something and quickly added, with an embarrassed expression on her dark face. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he could see clearly that this was the expression of the girl Huichuan, thinking of Ali's unfriendly attitude towards her before. Tang Mo probably understood something.
What kind of person is he?
For the first time, someone was willing to listen to the secret in her heart without being sarcastic. Dahua happily told Tang Mo her secret from beginning to end. It turns out that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the relationship between humans and orangutans on the other side of the mountain was not so tense. Once when Dahua was out playing, she saw a boy on the top of the mountain who climbed to the top of the mountain out of curiosity and collapsed due to exhaustion of his powers. Dahua carried the boy back to his cave without telling his parents. In this way, I picked fruits for the boy every day, listened to him tell stories about the mountains, and secretly took him to play in various corners of the mountains in the dead of night. Those days were the happiest days since Dahua could remember. But the happy days did not last long. One time, when Dahua was not around, the boy ran out of the cave to play, and was discovered by other members of Dahua's tribe. Dahua's father was already the leader at that time. He was very angry, and wanted to beat the boy to death on the mountain. It was Dahua who cried and begged her father not to do this, and kept crying until she fainted from crying. When Dahua woke up, her parents and younger sisters were all surrounding her. The orangutan family attaches great importance to emotions, not to mention that Damao is an out-and-out daughter slave. In the end, the boy was sent back to the other side of the mountain. From then on, Dahua was like a gorilla, no longer willing to live the old life. He began to imitate human beings in terms of living habits and dressing up. She didn't want to be a gorilla anymore. She wanted to be a real human, just like the boy. After hearing this, Tang Mo couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, love not only makes people go to their heads, it also makes orangutans go to their heads. Species are all different. So how is it possible to change ourselves no matter how much we do? However, Tang Mo did not say these words.
He said he would come back to me.
When he said this, Dahua's eyes were as bright as stars in the dark night. It seemed that throughout her life after meeting him, she had been waiting for the moment of reunion. At this moment, Tang Mo suddenly understood why Ollie hated humans so much. That is a mother's truest love and concern for her daughter. In the late Tang dynasty, he lived a very happy life in the mountains. During the day, Xiaohua would come to him for milk, and he would lead him to run wildly all over the mountains and plains. At night, Dahua would chat with her, talking about the outside world and the girl's worries. In order not to delay his own practice, Tang Mo took Xiaohua with him to exercise during the day, running up and down the mountains and under the trees, and even caught some small exotic beasts to maximize his strength and agility. At night, while listening to Dahua's thoughts, Tang Mo continued to let his mental power spread out, strengthen it, and make the best use of every bit of time. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was worried about Qin Ling. There was no sign of Qin Ling on the orangutan side. Since he was captured, there was a high probability that he was on the other side of the mountain. Although Damao did not send anyone to watch the end of Tang dynasty at all times, there were many orangutans guarding the top of the mountain 24 hours a day to prevent people on the other side of the mountain from quietly crossing the border. At the end of Tang dynasty, he spent many days observing that these mountains were connected together, completely isolating this side of the mountain into two worlds. The other two mountains are too steep, and only the main mountain has room to climb. If you want to get to the orangutan side, you can only climb up from the foot of the mountain there. There are no less than 5 strong orangutans guarding the top of the main mountain at all times. Even at the end of the night, Tang dynasty did not have the confidence to get there with one hit. Once the action fails, Damao will immediately tear himself into pieces. At the end of Tang dynasty, he had already understood from Dahua that the people on the other side of the mountain were different from people like him who lived in the city. This was why Damao brought him back. The orangutans all know that they are from the world outside the rainforest. And once she has the heart to contact the people under the mountain, she believes that she will definitely die. So everything needs to be more careful. If the Qinling Mountains are really on the other side of the mountain, there should be no danger for the time being. At the end of Tang dynasty, he tried his best to use rational analysis and not to act emotionally. Not only would he not be able to save Qinling, but he would also lead himself into an abyss of eternal destruction. The time on the mountain passed very quickly day after day. Xiaohua was driven around wildly by Tang Mo every day. When he got home at night, he fell asleep and stopped making trouble, which made the Damao couple worry a lot. Dahua now has Tang Mo as her best friend to talk to, and she no longer tells her parents that she wants to go down the mountain and doesn't want to be a gorilla. Damao and Ali attributed all of this to Tang Mo's arrival, and they became much gentler to Tang Mo. They gradually no longer treated her as a nani, but as a foreign friend. Chapter 176 Uninvited Guest. As the environment became more relaxed, Tang Mo's heart began to get excited. She was waiting for a suitable opportunity to successfully reach the human tribe on the other side of the mountain and find the whereabouts of Qin Ling. Soon, this opportunity appeared in front of Tang Mo. The orangutans all went to bed early. Tang Mo was not used to sleeping on the same bed as others. So at the beginning, he used dry wooden boards to build a bed for himself in Dahua's cave. She had never been one to let herself suffer, So a thick mattress was placed on top of the simple wooden bed with her usual bedding, which was extremely comfortable. Of course, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he also added a mattress to Dahua very wisely. Used this to bribe her not to tell anyone else about her space. In fact, she could have changed Dahua into a more fitting and beautiful set of clothes. But thinking that Dahua would be unable to resist showing off and wear them when going out, she decided not to do so. After all, Damao and Ollie never come to their daughter's cave, and it is relatively difficult to be discovered if they do something in the cave. Every night around 9 o'clock, Dahua goes to sleep, and the whole mountain is quiet, and no sound can be heard. Of course, in the late Tang Dynasty, he would not sleep past 9 o'clock. Why sleep? Her ranking has dropped to just outside the 100th place. So how can she be in the mood to sleep? What a big heart that is. Although she doesn't want to use external things to improve her strength to improve her ranking, she doesn't care about the ranking at all. Especially when she went home and saw the concerned eyes of her mother and Uncle One. She couldn't be too indifferent. Sometimes people just have to live in the eyes of the people they care about. And there is no way around it. But I don't know if this mountain is more nurturing. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he recently discovered that the spiritual light ball in the sea of consciousness seemed to be restless and ready to move. She originally only thought that the light ball was an independent individual in the sea of consciousness, and she could borrow its power when using it. But now she has a bold idea. Maybe the function of the light ball is not just for borrowing, but maybe it can become one with my body. If that is really the case, his strength will be greatly improved. Tang Mo has high expectations for this, so she has been working hard to spend time on training recently, even trying to shorten her sleeping time to the shortest possible time. Tang Mo knew very well that he might have some mental talent, or he might have some opportunities that ordinary people didn't have. But this world is too big. There are people outside the world, and she will definitely not be the most special one. What's more, the email sent by the ID watch before every moment reminds her that she must work hard and work harder, so that she can have enough strength to face the unknown. It was already completely dark at around 9 o'clock. Fortunately, Tang Mo had a vision bonus, so it didn't affect her ability to walk in the darkness. The spiritual energy at the top of the mountain is always the most abundant, so Tang Mo is also used to sitting on the top of the mountain, near the 24-hour guards, taking out his sleeping bag and practicing where they can't see. She couldn't fully control the energy in the light ball, so there was often some movement, so it was still inconvenient to be in Dahua. The location is just right. The guards occasionally felt some movement, but when they looked down the mountain and found that everything was normal, they could only scratch their heads helplessly. This is a time when they are required to work hard. Tang Mo felt that he was simply a free qualified supervisor. But just when she started to feel the light ball in the sea of consciousness, an unusual noise suddenly made her alert, and she stopped her movements in an instant and began to observe the surrounding environment. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he quietly released his spiritual power, and saw that the guarding orangutans were lying on the ground at some point. But their breathing was still even, which meant that they had only fainted temporarily. Only their leader, the only one left, was still conscious, standing there staggeringly. Under the cliff, a human figure climbed up little by little. The orangutan leader was worthy of being a little leader. He quickly noticed something, but when he rushed towards the figure was already standing completely on the top of the mountain. It was a human boy, probably about 20 years old. He was wearing clothes sewn from exotic animal skins, and his hair was braided into strands, somewhat like a savage in the tribe. That's right. They are the humans on the other side of the mountain. Tang Mo quickly came to a conclusion. The leader of the gorilla soon became tangled up with the boy. Perhaps there was only one person coming, and he was too weak. The orangutan did not rush to summon his companions, but prepared to deal with him by himself. But the outcome for the arrogant never goes well. Although the orangutan withstood the drug with its excellent physical fitness, the impact on the body was still very large, and the force value was greatly weakened. In addition, the boy's movements were very flexible, and he seemed to know the weaknesses of fighting an orangutan. Every blow was fatal, and he slowly gained the upper hand. Tang Mo did not go out to help, but watched the battle carefully. This battle is actually very interesting if you look at it carefully. The young man seems to have studied every move of the orangutan carefully. He definitely knows a lot about the orangutan tribe, and has put in the effort to study it. And this hard work definitely didn't happen overnight. After so much effort, only a fool would believe that he just wanted to come up and enjoy the scenery. Tang Mo watched with his eyes, but kept remembering those moves in his heart. and began to learn the young man's fighting style. No matter when. It's always good to learn more. The battle lasted for about 10 minutes, and the half-dazed orangutan was knocked to the ground. The boy added another stick and knocked the orangutan completely unconscious. The attack was very ruthless and clean. Even after all the orangutans fainted, the young man took out another dagger and bent down to prepare for a follow-up attack. I want to end the lives of these orangutan guards. But just when the dagger was about to land on the orangutan's neck artery, a sudden force shook his wrist, and the dagger was instantly ejected.
Who is it?
The boy immediately took a step back alertly, and then looked around. This shouldn't be an attack method that the orangutans can have. There are others here.
You're young, so there's no need to do things so radically.
Tang Emo walked out from behind a big tree not far away and slowly came to stand in front of the boy. She is now becoming more and more skilled in releasing her mental power and striking with precision. Chapter 177 News from Qiling. To be honest, neither the orangutan group nor the humans at the foot of the mountain had much to do with her. It was hard to say whether the two parties were friends or enemies in the future, so she did not participate in their battle. But seeing the boy trying to do it right, she couldn't stand it anymore. After all, she had a good relationship with Dahua and Xiaohua, and the orangutans were all incestuous, so there was a chance that one of them might be their uncle or uncle. So she couldn't just watch them die.
Are you human?
The boy's eyesight was obviously not as good as Tang Mo's in the dark night. After Tang Mo got closer, he gradually saw Tang Mo's face clearly. It was a face that was somewhat different from his own. Much cleaner.
You are a human. Why should you help them? Otherwise, why should I help you?
Tang Mo asked.
Do you want to rob us?
The boy's question was very interesting. Dahua and Tang Mo had said that the humans at the foot of the mountain said they had some kind of treasure on the mountain. Maybe that treasure is what the young man is talking about now.
Can I?
Tang Mo asked again. To put it bluntly, how could these savages at the foot of the mountain, who had never experienced the evil of human hearts, be their opponents in the late Tang dynasty? Although the late Tang dynasty was tall and about the same height as that boy, he grew up in the city after all. Compared with the savage tribe at the foot of the mountain, he naturally had thin skin and tender flesh. The boy was used to seeing savages and orangutans. So when he saw Tang Mo, he naturally classified her as a person with little fighting ability, and did not consider her a threat at all. As for the moment when his dagger was knocked off just now, he only thought that the woman had used some opportunistic method. Without answering Tang Mo's question, the boy raised the wooden stick in his hand and attacked Tang Mo before Tang Mo had time to react. It's a pity that Tang Mo is not a gorilla. Those effective attacks against orangutans are simply ineffective attacks for Tang Mo. If the boy fought against the orangutan, he relied on his own agility and wisdom to defeat the opponent's strength. So in the battle against Tang Dynasty, he was crushed in all aspects, including agility, wisdom and strength. Tang Mo didn't take out the knife from the space. He just picked up a relatively handy wooden stick from the ground and pointed it at the boy. The boy's attack seemed to be in slow motion in Tang Mo's enhanced eyesight. Tang Mo effortlessly dodged the attack, and then hit the boy's knee joint hard with a wooden stick. This didn't even use mental attacks. If Tang Mo's best mental physical attacks were added, the boy wouldn't even be able to get close to her. Thump. The boy whose joints were severely hit couldn't hold on anymore, and fell to his knees on the ground.
I lost.
He has a clear mind, and will admit defeat if he can't beat him.
Tell me, how did they faint?
Tang Mo stood in front of the young man, with a wooden stick in his hand, with an indifferent expression on his face. Like a dean.
Of course it's drugged. Speak clearly.
Tang Mo slapped the boy on the back with a stick. The force was not light, but it was still more lenient than the boy's initial blow to Tang Mo that was intended to kill him. The boy suddenly couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground. The boy in front of her had many secrets and some cleverness, but Tang Mo didn't like people who acted clever in front of her.
I picked rosemary seeds and ground them into powder. Then I trained some bees and applied the powder to the bees' feet so that they could fly up and get on the food of the orangutans who were guarding them.
The well-educated boy spoke in detail this time.
Where's the rest of the powder?
Being able to administer these big guys with such a small amount of powder is definitely not something simple.
Here it is.
The boy honestly took out a paper bag the size of a quarter of a palm and handed it to Tang Mo.
It took me half a year to do this.
Understanding what Tang Mo meant, the boy struggled again reluctantly.
How are bees trained?
Tang Mo put the drug away and asked, Can you tame exotic animals? This is no simple matter. However, She had already checked and found that there were no mental fluctuations in this boy's body. And he was not a person with mental attributes. So how did you do this to train the strange beast?
Those are bees that our tribe has raised for generations. I only listened to the words of our tribe, and I took a big risk to steal a few.
After hearing this, Tang Mo felt convinced. It seemed that the bee was not a strange beast. If it was raised for generations, it would not be impossible.
Then why did you come up here this time?
After all, Tang Mo, the treasure on this mountain, relied entirely on deception, and actually didn't know anything. Tang Mo's words made the young man's eyes roll around a few times. It turns out that this vicious woman doesn't know about the baby.
For love.
The young man immediately changed his mind and stopped mentioning the baby. Snapped. Another hard blow with the stick. But this time, if Rentamo fought again, the young man would not tell the truth again.
This mountain is full of orangutans. And you're here for bullshit love.
This ability to tell lies with open eyes was almost catching up with him. And Tang Mo was very angry.
Sister, you don't know. I really came here for love. I have a savior here named Dahua. And I promised her to come to her. If you don't believe me, go and ask if there is an orangutan named Dahua here. Flower?
I have never been in human society, but I have learned the art of establishing relationships well. This person was still kneeling, and he called me Shangjia. The boy's face was full of sincerity. But at the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked like a charlatan. To be able to tell lies so sincerely, this person is not an ordinary person. However, at the end of Tang Dynasty, another thing came to mind. That was the boy Dahua would talk to her about for an hour every night. It seemed that he was the person in front of her. Hey, Tang Mo sighed in his heart. If Dahua knew that she was being used, and that this young man not only disliked her, but also wanted to kill her people, seize her home, and rob her of her treasure, I don't know how sad she would feel. It's better to kill him here, and many things will be less troublesome. Tang Mo's eyes gradually became filled with murderous intent.
Sister, there is a group of people down the mountain who dress very similar to you. Do you recognize them?
Clearly observing the change in the atmosphere around him at the end of Tang Dynasty, the boy immediately searched in his mind for the topic that would most attract the female devil in front of him, so that she could temporarily give up the idea of killing him.
What kind of group of people? Men and women? Are they still alive?
Upon hearing this, Tang Mo immediately let go of the guy in his hand. 99% of that group of people are Qin Ling and the others.
Men? They are all men. Well, if you are alive, you won't die for the time being. Maybe you can live quite well in the future.
The boy was not sure about the relationship between Tang Mo and the group of people below, so he could only try his best to say something that would not go wrong. Chapter 178 Reunion.
Sister, why don't you stop killing me? And I'll take you down when it gets daylight. This cliff is too steep, and I know a path. If you fall down, you won't fall to death.
The boy made suggestions.
You lead me down? We will all be members of your tribe then. What if you kill me?
No matter how much you care, it will lead to chaos. And Tang Mo is not a fool.
How can I, Abu, am just an ordinary person down there. I stole the forbidden flowers and bees, and then secretly climbed up with my tribe on my back. If they find out, I will be finished. I will take you down. When the time comes, how about we go our separate ways?
Abu revealed that he also had secrets in Tang Mo's hands, so neither of them had to worry about being detrimental to the other party. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he carefully thought about the feasibility of this plan. It was still a bit risky, but done it.
Okay, then we'll wait here for dawn.
Tang Mo dragged his sleeping bag over and sat on the ground, waiting for dawn to go down the mountain with Abu. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy will never lead 100 battles. Tang Mo was not idle while waiting for dawn with Abu, and began to learn from him what was going on under the mountain. Abu has been beaten since he was a child, and has nothing to do with pampering. People who grew up in the wild knew the law of the jungle, so they didn't feel anything bad after being beaten a few times. Instead, they told Tang Mo some innocuous things down the mountain. He is a smart man, and he has some hopes of being on good terms with Tang Mo. This woman was no ordinary person. He could see clearly, through Abu's words. Tang Mo probably understood that the people here did not originally live here, but in an unknown rainforest somewhere far away in Asia. But since the end of the world, they have experienced a huge earthquake. No one in the tribe escaped and fell into the huge crack. By the time they regained consciousness, they had already appeared here. As for language, it only appeared suddenly after the end of the world. It was as if he was born with it, appearing unobtrusively in this tribe that didn't originally know how to communicate with language. Tang Mo glanced at Abu's wrist. There was no ID watch. It can be said that the government at that time put a lot of effort into launching ID watches, and it is no exaggeration to say that it has full coverage. Moreover, once the watch is put on, there is no way to take it off. It can only be taken off if there is a legitimate and approved reason at the S-base. Abu obviously does not look like someone who has been to S-base. Then what he said is probably true. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he did not ask Abu about the treasure they found on the orangutan mountain. Even if he asked him about this kind of thing, he would not tell the truth. She asked about the Qinling Mountains, but Abu's answer to this question was very vague. He only told her that the Qinling Mountains and the group were safe. And he only told her to go to the bottom of the mountain to see when the time comes. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew that there must be some problems. But at least now, he knew that Qinling Mountain was safe. And he felt relieved. Mo, what are you doing here? The sky had just turned white when a familiar voice sounded from behind Tang Mo. That is the voice of Dahua. This time it happened. This was the first thought that arose in the late Tang Dynasty. Dahua, is that you? I'm Abu. Abu's reaction was much faster than that of Tang Mo. He quickly heard the voice of the person coming and turned around with a look of surprise on his face. Abu? Dahua was stunned for a moment. Then ecstatic. He didn't lie to me. He was really here. After seeing clearly that the person in front of her was indeed Abu, whom she had longed for, Dahua did not dare to step forward, but hesitated holding the corner of her clothes. I have been wearing this dress for a long time, and it must not look good. Abu will definitely dislike it when he sees it. As if he could guess Dahua's thoughts, Abu took the initiative to step forward and observe Dahua up and down. Are these your new clothes? They look great. Abu said it with sincerity. If Tang Mo hadn't just dealt with him, she might have believed it. Really? The simple big flower couldn't tell whether it was true or false. And she was so excited that she felt like she was about to fly. Why are you with Mo? Dahua slept until dawn and suddenly woke up. She was startled when she saw that there was no figure of Tang Mo in the cave. Before, Abu was kicked out after being discovered by her tribe after sneaking out in the middle of the night. She and Tang Mo were already good friends. She couldn't let Mo face such danger. So she hurried out to find her. But she didn't expect that she also encountered an unexpected surprise. I have missed you every day since I left. I have been preparing for a long time to come back to you. They just fainted temporarily and will wake up soon. Don't worry. Abu pointed to the fainted orangutan guards and explained to Dahua. After they were stunned, they saw this sister. She thought I was a bad person and wouldn't let me in. Then I sat down and told her about you in detail. While I was talking, you came over. Abu's eyes looked at the big flower, and their eyes met. It's just that Dahua's eyes are full of sparkles, while Abu's eyes are as calm as a lake, looking at everything happening in front of him. Tang Mo was really speechless. If it weren't for the fact that there were not two people standing in front of her, but one person and one orangutan, she would have been almost moved. Abu is really a scumbag. The unbeatable scumbag in the universe. It's okay to tell lies without drafting them. Not only do you lie to people, you also lie to an orangutan. But now Tang Mo obviously can't do anything. She knows that her status in Dahua's heart is far inferior to that of Abu. It was useless for her to say anything at this time. And she could only wait and see what happened. So that's it. Thank you for your hard work. Abu, I knew you would definitely come back to me. You said that we are good friends and we will definitely meet again. Dahua naturally has no doubts about Abu's words. Fortunately, Abu is not completely crazy, and he and Dahua are good friends, not some other relationship. Tang Mo felt slightly relieved, but just by looking at the shy expression of Huichuan, the girl from Dahua, you can tell that this good friend is not as simple as he seems. There is no pure friendship between men and women. The same is true between men and female orangutans. What seems wrong with this statement? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he helplessly held his forehead. After seeing too many of these eye-catching things, even she herself felt that her thoughts were becoming a little crazy. What made Tang Mo even more gratified was that before taking Abu back, Dahua, the love brain, knew how to sniff out the breaths of the guards, and then drag them closer to the inside to save them from waking up. Then someone accidentally fell off the cliff. After finishing all this, Dahua took Abu and Tang Mo back to his cave while it was still dark. Chapter 179 The Truth is Harsh. On the way back, Tang Mo followed Dahua and Abu. She looked at the big flowers chattering and talking, and her eyebrows seemed to be dancing with joy. Abu is a very good listener, and the 2 sentences he occasionally responds to can make Dahua so happy that he can't help himself.
Abu, please take me away.
When they arrived in the cave, Dahua seemed to have made a lot of determination and said to Abu seriously. She had thought for a long time that it was impossible for her family to allow Abu to be here, so she would just follow him. Anyway, as long as she could be with Abu, it would be the same wherever she went. Dahua's words made Abu look embarrassed for a moment. He didn't expect Dahua to say that, but Abu quickly adjusted his expression.
Dahua, your parents will miss you when you are gone. I remember that you still have a sister. You love her very much, don't you? I can't care about that. Abu, you also want to be with me, don't you? You went through so much trouble to come to me just to see me, don't you?
Dahua can't think about anything now. She just wants to stay with Abu, like a rebellious girl. At this moment, she just wants to elope with the person she likes, even if it means elope to the moon. Abu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Dahua's feelings for him were so special. This was completely beyond his imagination, and he was a little clueless.
Okay, I'll take you back.
What can he say at this time? He could only follow Dahua's words and agree. Dahua smiled happily when she heard Abu's answer. She knew that Abu must be special to her. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he looked at this man and the orangutan. What are they doing? Dahua, can you wake up a little? It's a pity that Tang Mo couldn't say these things out loud, so she could only give Abu a fierce look. Abu quietly gave Tang Mo a helpless look. What can he do? He is helpless. At the end of Tang dynasty, Dahua caught this look.
Mo, don't blame Abu. He didn't mean to stun those uncles. He just promised to come to me.
Dahua also explained to Tang Mo. She thought Tang Mo didn't like Abu because of what happened just now, and she didn't want there to be any.
Okay, I get it.
At this time, what can the late Tang dynasty say? Abu's arrival must not be known to any orangutan on the mountain, so he can only live in Dahua's cave. In addition to Dahua's stone bed, the only thing in Dahua's cave is the bed he built in the late Tang dynasty. Obviously, it would be inappropriate for Abu to live anywhere, seeing that Dahua was about to give up her bed to Abu and sleep on the floor. Tang Mo could only reluctantly take out another mattress from the space and give it to Abu.
Thank you, sister.
Abu smiled politely. It's a pity that now under Dahua's surveillance, Tang Mo didn't even dare to roll his eyes at Abu. He could only nodded slightly with an icy face, and then lay silently on his bed with his back to them. Out of sight and out of mind. Bother. In the days that followed, Tang Mo could only go to Xiaohua's cave early to report and pick her up to play. Now Abu cannot go out or see anyone in Dahua's cave, and there is no way for Xiaohua to enter and exit Dahua's cave at will. After a few more days of peaceful life, Tang Mo became impatient. How and when did this Abu live? There was no way to stay like this. He was not in a hurry, but she was still in a hurry to go down the mountain to find Qin Ling. In recent days, Tang Mo has discovered that Abu is extremely stable. He doesn't run out at all, and he doesn't even mention looking for any treasures. No matter whether Tang Mo and Dahua were in the cave or not. Even if he was alone in the cave, he would stay inside obediently, not running around anywhere, and not knowing what he was doing every day.
Are you done living here?
At night, at the end of Tang dynasty, while Dahua was being found by Damao, he blocked Abu in the cave.
Isn't this great? I have fruit to eat every day and don't have to do anything.
Abu ate the unique fruits in the orchard, leisurely and at ease.
Sister, I advise you to go in and out here freely now to pick more fruits from the orchard. These are good things. Every piece you eat is good for your health,
Abu said while still stuffing it into his mouth. There are no such good things at the foot of the mountain. I have to work every day to have food. I am exhausted. It is not as comfortable as living in the mountain. Tang Mo had already experimented with the fact that the fruits in the orchard could relieve fatigue, strengthen the body, and quickly replenish energy. He put a lot of them into the space while playing with Xiaohua, so there was no need for Abu to remind him.
Let me ask you about business.
Tang Mo didn't want to argue with Abu now. Time was running out, and there were very few opportunities for her to talk to Abu alone.
I'm serious. It's okay to take you down. You won't really let me take Dahua down. It will be weird if I don't get beaten to death by the clan leader.
Abu was sitting with his back to the entrance of the cave. while Tang Mo happened to be facing the entrance of the cave. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw Dahua's figure walking in from far and near.
You really never thought about taking Dahua down the mountain?
Seeing that the figure had arrived at the entrance of the cave, Tang Mo deliberately asked Abu.
Sister, are you crazy? That's an orangutan. Do you really think she's a little girl?
Abu raised his head and looked at Tang Mo in disbelief. He thought that Tang Mo knew this expedient. So how could he ask him such a stupid question?
No matter who she is, she really likes you and is really good to you. Don't you feel guilty for deceiving her like this?
Seeing the figure stop at the entrance of the cave, Tang Mo continued to ask.
There is nothing to feel guilty about. People will be punished for their own sake. Not to mention that I didn't force her to do this. I only said that we are friends. Who made her think about things that are not fully developed as if her brain is not fully developed?
Abu said it was natural. Tang Mo couldn't help but want to hit him.
And she doesn't even look in the mirror. She's obviously an animal, but still has to wear human clothes. It's so funny. She really thinks she'll look better just by putting that rag on her body? A big chimpanzee knows how to be beautiful. You say it's funny or not?
The more Abu talked, the more excited he became.
That's enough. Shut up!
Tang Mo shouted loudly towards Abu. Her original intention was just to let Dahua know better and not be completely deceived by Abu. But she didn't expect that Abu was completely heartless. Dahua was so kind to him. Yet he could say such hurtful words. Those words sounded harsh to Tang Mo. Dahua liked him so much that at the end of Tang Dynasty, he couldn't even imagine how uncomfortable Dahua would feel after hearing what Abu said. Chapter 180 Dahua's Thoughts. Tang Mo watched Dahua's figure staggering and disappearing from the cave entrance. But she could do nothing at this time. At that moment, Tang Mo felt extremely guilty. Maybe she had done something wrong. What she did was really cruel to Dahua. No human being is strong enough to face the cruelest truths in relationships. Dahua is just a newbie. She is innocent and kind-hearted and doesn't understand anything. At this time, let her face the truth whether she has gone too far.
You really are a bastard.
In the end, Tang Mo couldn't help but raised his foot and kicked Abu hard. Abu simply lost the face of a human being. Abu was eating the fruit. But he didn't know that Tang Mo would fall out whenever he said he would. He was kicked to the ground and still looked confused. He had no idea what he said or did wrong. Just assume that Tang Dynasty's character is uncertain. And try to provoke her less in the future. Tang Mo, on the other hand, went back to his bed to start practicing and never wanted to talk to him again or look at him again. Tang Mo didn't know where Dahua went in the next hour, or what she went through. All I know is that when Dahua returned to the cave again, she was still wearing the rag skirt, and her expression was completely the same as before. He put the fruits prepared for Tang Mo and Abu to eat tomorrow on the table, and then quietly got into his bed. After a while, there was the sound of even breathing, as if he was asleep, afraid that something might happen to Dahua. Tang Mo kept observing her mentally when he came in from Dahua. There was no change from before, except that the hairpin Tang Mo gave her was missing from her head. Dahua likes that hairpin very much. She puts it on her head every day, but now she has taken it off. The next night, when Tang Mo and Xiaohua returned to the cave after playing for a day, Dahua unexpectedly called Tang Mo and Abu to go out to play. The orangutans go to bed early. After dark, there are no other orangutans on the mountain except a few orangutan guards. Before, Dahua was very afraid of Abu coming out of the cave, even at night, because the last time Abu was caught sneaking out to play alone at night. Dahua is still frightened, but this time she took the initiative to mention that everyone should go out to play together when night falls. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was not sure what Dahua meant, but he still accepted it. What was unexpected at the end of Tang Dynasty was that there were not many opportunities to go out. But Abu looked uninterested and reluctantly responded. According to common sense, Abu covets the treasures on this mountain and should want to have more opportunities to search for them on this mountain. Tang Mo drew a question mark in his heart, thinking of Abu's various performances during this period. It seemed that some answer was about to come out. Maybe the baby thing is already clear. When the two people and the orangutan came out of the cave, the night was already very deep, and the whole mountain was as quiet as if they were asleep, with no sound except the chirping of insects. There are no street lights on the mountain. The road under your feet is illuminated by the stars in the sky, giving it an untimely romance. The mountain is surrounded by continuous towering trees, and on the outside are stretches of rainforest. The ecological environment is absolutely complete, without any trace of industrial society. Therefore, The starry sky here is particularly bright at night. Countless stars are dotted in the dark night, just like the eyes of Dahua when she looks at Abu. The weather is not too cold, but the air is very cool, which makes people feel very comfortable. At the end of Tang Dynasty, I had lived here for a long time. What I liked most was the authentic air and environment on the mountain. Dahua, Abu and Tang Emo walked silently on the mountain, aimlessly, as if they were walking just for the sake of walking. Tang Emo took a slightly wrong step and fell behind the two of them with a wink, leaving them a little more space. No one said anything. Unusually, Dahua didn't chatter or jump around in front of Abu, but just kept walking with her head lowered. At the end of Tang Dynasty, as a person with a god's perspective, he felt that it was not appropriate to say anything at this time, so he could only remain silent. As for Abu, he was too lazy to speak and just kept company. After walking for who knows how long, until the moon was both full and waning, Dahua finally suggested that they sit down and rest for a while.
Abu, take Momo down the mountain tomorrow.
As soon as he sat down, Dahua spoke. She already knew why Momo came here, and she also knew who captured the person Tang Emo was looking for.
Dahua, now is not the most appropriate time to take you down the mountain,
Abu said anxiously.
No, Abu, just take Momo and leave.
Dahua interrupted Abu. Abu didn't understand Dahua's meaning for a moment.
I'm going to start a family. My father said that my mother already had me when she was my age, so she found a suitable partner for me. I may move to his cave to live together soon.
Dahua spoke calmly, with no expression on her face. Tang Emo looked at Dahua's face carefully for a long time, but he didn't see disappointment, sadness, or any other emotion in it. Many times, peace is the scariest thing.
Congratulations then.
Abu's blessing was sincere. Dahua could start a family, and he would be less troubled, saving her from pestering him all the time. Anyway, I have figured out the location of the thing, and the tasks assigned by the organization have been completed, and it is time to go down the mountain.
Can you promise me something?
Dahua raised his head and looked at Abu. Dahua's furry face was under the bright moonlight. For a moment, Tang Emo really saw the shadow of a girl on the orangutan's face.
What's up? Wait until this time next year. How about you come up the mountain? I have something to give you. You must come. Okay, I promise you.
Anyway, there is still 1 year left. No matter what happens, just agree to it first. Abu didn't take his promise to heart.
Thank you, Abu. You can go back and rest first. Tomorrow is the day to say goodbye. Momo and I still have something to say.
Dahua rarely wanted to stick to Abu, but asked him to go back first. Although Abu's current attitude towards Dahua is also very strange, he will go down the mountain tomorrow. It is better to have less to worry about than to do more, so he should go back first. After Abu left, only Dahua and Tang Emo were left sitting there on the grass. They both looked up at the moon and didn't speak for a long time. Tang Emo was waiting for Dahua to say something. Dahua had too many things to say in her heart at this time. She didn't know what to say to Tang Emo or how to say it.
Do you think I'm particularly stupid?
Dahua thought for a long time and asked this question.